Hello, everyone. How you doing? Sorry, I'm running late again, as always. Let's see. It's good to see everybody here. Thank you. Giggles, you made it first. Hello, Mark Skywatcher, Mike Trinseri, Radical Ralph Russo. My day was okay. Radical, thank you. Yep, you were too slow, Mark. Jim Cork. Nee, how you doing? Good to see you here. Kurt. Hello, Kurt. I see shields everywhere. Yep. Much love to everybody. Hi, Sandy. How you doing? Good to see you here. A lot of joggers, no mask going out. Daily routine. Good sign that not everyone is asleep or a sheep. Hope everyone had a good day. Hey, Richard Borba. How you doing? Yeah, no more going to town for me. Hey, Darlene McGee. How you doing? Good to see you. Stephen Crumley. Hello from Tennessee. Again, my brother. Hello. Good to see you from New York. Strange Skies 1111. Hello. Skies took my drone. And Karma Ghost. Got Chrysler Imperior. How's everybody doing? I'm glad everybody can make it. I just did a last minute live. I was running so late I didn't know if I was even going to start it up. Hey, Kelly Kibo, good to see you, as always. Our skies today. Hello, how you doing? It's good to see you here. Ruthie and Arthur Adventure, hello. Good to see you here, too. Thanks for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Sorry, Ruthie, I haven't been over in a while. I've just been so busy and crazy stuff going on. I'll be over there. Sorry about that. I'm going to drop the link real quick. Ooh, you don't have a washing machine. That sucks. Hopefully your neighbor lets you use theirs. Yeah, hope everybody's doing well. Had a good day. That sucks too, Mark. No dryer. But I've been there before. Yeah, no, it's hard, especially the times we're in. Karma. It's crazy. You planted some veggies. Awesome. It's not quite time to plant in the ground yet here. Fur baby hair. Hey, Lou Keyboard, how you doing? Good to see you. Anyone up for volleyball? What? I guess you could play volleyball if you have a big court where you stay 6 feet apart. I guess it's possible. Richard, how you doing?
Doing okay. How are you doing? How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there, you know. Another day. Another day.
Yep, I was able to get out today with my wife, and we went and picked up some more corn, some red onions, some seeds before they decide to
Awesome.
stop selling them. So things lines weren't that bad. Didn't have to stay in line. Got to go right into the store, and shelves are pretty much looking good. Other than the normal, the water and the teepee is what's pretty much out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I heard a few places they already don't sell seeds anymore, right? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow. I'm gonna try Wally's World tomorrow and see because we drove by and you can see the garden section. They have all the little vegetables still sitting there up there on the shelves. And I saw a
Mm.
couple people walking back there, so they're letting them back there, or either that or they're sneaking back there.
Yeah. Hey, Navy Dogs, how you doing? Good to see you. You at work? Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Much love. Yeah, I know. Same here. But I already have seeds that I ordered. I ordered, I think it's 13,000 seeds, organic, non-GMO, or yeah, non-GMO seeds package. Survival kit. It's got a little bit of everything.
Nice.
Yep. Plus, I always save my own seeds too as well every year.
Yep, we're the same way. My wife's
Yep.
she's a pretty freak on that. We got them heirloom purple Cherokee tomatoes. Had those for like 6 years now. She always goes through and takes out the seeds. And I taught her how to do it, and now she's like a fanatic on it. Pretty cool.
Yep. Oh, Sandy. What's that, Richard?
Um, I sent you two emails today. I don't know if you had a chance to look at them,
No, I'll open it
but
right now.
one was Florida Maquis caught the Surgeon General lying right on TV this Sunday morning. And then the other one is like my smart news contradicting it. So the smart news on the internet is telling lies, and this guy Florida Maquis recorded it what they said and straight up says shows that this guy's lying. He's straight up lying. He says there's going to be more deaths from smoking cigarettes than ever from coronavirus.
Yep, you know that already. Yep, I see it.
I don't know if you're allowed to play his stuff or not without his permission. I don't know. He just talks on it, so you might want to watch it yourself privately. I don't know.
Well, being as I get hammered every single live stream, I just play everything. Doesn't matter to me anymore.
Yeah, he always says uh, like, share, and subscribe at the end of every video. Anyway,
Hmm. I don't see a link to a video there though.
really, it was wow.
You say look at what people are showing
No,
for their face.
there should be one before both of those.
Okay.
There should be three of them all together. The first one would be the one I just went to where it says share and then it says send this to somebody and I send it to you.
Okay. Yep, got it. Cool. Now just let me open a StreamYard and I'll share it. So how you doing there? You all right there, Richard? See anything while you're out?
Yeah, it just seemed business as usual. Other than they're starting to put a little cease and desist notes on certain places, like the local smoke shop that sells like stuff for smoking. That's shut down. Well, just basically the non-essentials are shutting down, but the stores are still there, still open, plenty of food.
Mm.
You know, like I said, just the TP and the water is the only thing that's missing. Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, In and Out Burgers still going. You go through the drive-through and pick up your food. It's fast food is still rolling. I'll tell you, the dispensaries never closed. They're saying that they're not going to close the dispensaries. Go figure. But yeah,
Hmm.
that's it. That's the most mind-blowing thing. Oh, the what are those things called? The garden stores for hydroponics and all that still open. They're still open, even though I'm hearing word that they're going to stop the growing thing out here too. So I don't know. I'm getting mixed signals. I'm hearing, but when I go out myself, I'm seeing the exact opposite. Propaganda, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Hey Diane, how you doing? Yes, Mark, that's fine. I'll drop the link again. And just be careful, everyone in here, you know, when we have, you know, just check out everybody before you grab them up. Because, you know, some people like to come in here. That's right, Mike. Got it. All right. I guess I'm going to play this video.
Then we'll die of coronavirus. Let's hear it again. Have different laws there, and more people will die, even in the worst projections, from cigarette smoking in this country.
Here we go.
Media needs to stop, put its hands behind its head, and walk backwards slowly because they are busted. Just caught them. Literally just caught them, and nobody, I'm sure some people saw it, but they don't realize what was actually said. The Surgeon General himself just gave up the game on Fox News with Chris Wallace. Now I'm going to play this for you so you can hear it for yourself. I cannot believe, one second while I just see volume. I cannot believe that this guy actually said this, but he nailed it. Chris Wallace is whining and crying about the states that haven't issued stay-at-home orders, and like both sides of the media continues to do, they continue to beg for government to come save them and come swoop in and be their great savior. Now, listen to this.
He says he believes that there should be a national stay-at-home order. Is he wrong?
Well, Chris, it's important to understand that most people across the country are doing the right thing. Over 90% of the country is staying at home, and a good proportion, more than average, is staying home even in those 9 states. But the last time you and I talked, it was about opioids. People don't know, but I've run a state Department of Health. I've been involved in health for years. And diseases don't respect state lines, but we live in a country where we have a system of federalism. And when it comes to opioids, states have different rules and regulations and laws regarding treatment, regarding syringe service programs, as you and I have talked about. I actually put out a report on tobacco cessation earlier this year, and we know that states have different laws there, and more people will die, even in the worst projections, from cigarette smoking in this country that are going to die from coronavirus this year. What? Wait a minute. It's the great plague of the millennia.
It's going to wipe out the vast majority of the civilized world. Millions are going to die. We're never going to come back. More people are going to die of cigarette smoking, even in the worst projections. Even in the worst projections, more people are going to die of cigarette smoking and cigarette-related issues than will die of coronavirus. Let's hear it again.
Have different laws there, and more people will die, even in the worst projections, from cigarette smoking in this country than are going to die from coronavirus this year. And so we always are struggling with trying to get information out to guide people that we know will help them be healthy with states' rights. But it's why we put out these 30 days to stop the spread guidelines. These are essentially our national stay-at-home order, and we're working with governors to figure out their needs, their desires. One more important point, the 9 states that haven't yet done shelter-in-place orders are states that actually produce a large amount of our food. So they're struggling with issues concerning how they can provide for the rest of the country to be able to stay at home. But right now, what I would say to those governors is, if you can't give us a month, give us what you can. Give us a week. Give us whatever you can to stay at home during it.
Wow, this guy is a national hero. This guy just gave it all up. More people are going to die, even in the worst projections, from cigarette smoking and cigarette-related issues, meaning emphysema, polyps, that type of thing. Wow. Boy, I tell you what, if that started circulating, they'd have some answering to do. They just cost tens of millions of healthy people, their jobs. They just literally shut down the world's economic engine for something that's not even going to, remember this, in the worst projections, kill as many people as cigarette smoking does. And that includes secondhand smoke, for those of you that are out there typing, that's a choice. Not for everyone. So, why are we not now arresting the owners of Philip Morris and all the tobacco companies for criminal facilitation or criminally negligent homicide? Because don't we do that now? Remember the woman that walked into the grocery store? I wish I'd have brought up the link, but she did. She walked into a grocery store, a whole produce section. She started sneezing and coughing on everything just to be an asshole. And they had to throw away the whole thing. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of food. They charged her criminally. There was some other guy that went up and put his hands on some woman and said he gave her the coronavirus. They charged him criminally. There was actually, now that I think about that, there was it Jim Baker? I think it was Jim Baker. Was trying to push this silver solution stuff or some version of it. And they charged him with selling these solutions. But funny, hydroxychloroquine is unproven, untested, but they're allowing it to be used for compassionate use. Same thing with the issue with plasma, compassionate use. But somebody a month ago or a month and a half ago said, hey, you can take this, and there is some evidence out there, even if it's just anecdotal, that this helps boost your immune system so that you don't get sick. And they made all those people shut down their websites and charged them and made them out as if they were criminals. Really, more people in the worst projections are going to die from cigarette and cigarette-related issues. Reckless homicide, maybe? Negligent homicide? There's a laundry list of things you could charge these people with. I'm telling you what, national hero, because he just told the truth. And boy, I tell you what, if I let this play, Chris Wallace was about ready to pop a blood vessel because he actually heard the truth. And he tried to say, but that's not a choice. And well, a lot of people die of secondhand. That's why you can't smoke in literally any restaurant. But even still, forget that one is supposed to be the plague of all plagues of all mankind. Yet cigarette smoking, something that could be easily banned. Imagine saying we could just ban the coronavirus. We just ban it. It's illegal. The coronavirus is now illegal, and we can throw it all away, and no one will ever get it again. See, we could do that with cigarettes. We could do that with cigars. And we would be able to get rid of something that kills more people than coronavirus will in the worst projections. And I keep saying that because it's important, because a national figure on a national TV show, a member of this administration, just literally said what this channel has been saying for the last 2 months, that there are things out there that kill a lot more people every year than this. This is just cigarette smoking is just one thing. Heart disease, which is kind of tied in with it. Then you have malaria. Then you have the 2009-2010 H1N1 flu season. Let's just talk about that one season. 60 million worldwide cases. Right now, coronavirus, 1.2 million. 60 million. 2009, 2010. Deaths were estimated somewhere between 151,000 and 450,000 worldwide. 2009, April 2009, April 2010. Look it up, CDC. I'll find the link. Never mind. I'll put it in the first pinned comment. 151,000 minimum death. Could have been as high as 450,000. Nowhere near that. What are we now? 25,000 total in the world? Yet we literally destroyed the entire world's economy. Over, I'm going to say it again. For most people, it was an inconvenient, nasty seasonal bug. For most people. And I'm sorry if you've lost a loved one. But a lot of people lose a lot of loved ones every year to dengue, to malaria, to all sorts of things that are quote unquote preventable. And we don't shut the world down for it. We don't cause, what is it now, 6.6 million people file for unemployment in this country. All of the beaches, Disney World, all professional sports, literally everything shut down because of this. And this guy just said more people are going to die from cigarette smoking than the worst projections. That's the last time I'll say it. But once again, it's bizarre world. I'll leave it there. Like, share, subscribe.
That was a good one.
When I saw that, I had
I'm
to
so
shoot that
glad.
too. Yeah, people are awake. There's people that are awake, brother. I've been watching him for 2 years now, and he woke me up to. I was already doing this myself, and I was never really educated on critical thinking, and he opened my eyes up. One time I made a comment, and he said that I was a critical thinker 2 years ago, and I just took it and ran with it.
It's good. So nice to have a room full of smart people that realize what this really is right from the beginning. Never went through the drama, never went through the fear, because we knew, it's all right. I mean, it's common sense. I have one too. Let's see.
Yeah, that's straight up common sense. We need to realize that these people are giving us the fear P word, so we run in our houses like little sheep, so that they can come in and do whatever they want. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be part of that. I won't have it, dude. I'm smarter than that.
Mm. Oh, and I want to welcome everyone in that came in before. We got Stardust, Freenet, Born to Race, Last Chance, Geronimo. Did I miss it? I hope not. Oh, Hodgepodge. Good to see you. Let's see.
Now that second email that I sent, Bob, paints a whole
Mhm.
is a whole 180. That is the internet trying to mop up the mess that this guy let out the bag on national TV. They totally say the exact opposite, and it's hilarious. That's why I had to send it to you. You can read it first, and then you can decide if you want to put it out there, or if you want, you can just throw a link and let everybody else watch it for themselves and or read it. I mean, it's not a video; it's just literature. They can read it and make the choice for themselves. But it's I look at it this way: that you make smarter choices when you're educated than just having hearsay, because you already know how it is. I can tell you a story, you can tell it to Keys, Keys can tell it to Hodge, Hodge can tell it to Geronimo, Geronimo can tell it to Giggles, Giggles can tell it to somebody else. By the time it comes back around to me, it's not the same story.
Yep.
And no, and everybody's name who I just mentioned, don't take it wrong. I'm not saying that you guys are going to mess up. I'm just saying things like that happen. It doesn't matter. Happens to the best of us. I could be the last one that told a story, and I might say it wrong. So by the time it gets around to you, Bob, you be looking like I didn't say that. It can happen to anybody. I'm not trying to accuse anybody. I was just using that as a metaphor.
Yep. No, Kelly doesn't come here anymore ever since that time when he tried to, I think he's trying to overspeak Lou and he got aggravated because she went and kept talking and he just left. He hasn't been back since. It's all right. He's got like, we don't need attitudes here. I do have something else to share. Kind of goes with, it does go with what Richard just shared with us. And thanks for that, Richard.
Yep, my pleasure. I want to put this out because I'm tired of this panel, and everybody in the chat is getting feared by our government, and our government's got to stop this. This is ridiculous.
It's not just our government, it's a lot of other channels that have been pushing the fear also. I've been trying to reach out to them and show them the videos of these doctors and stuff, even saying that, it's just, it's impossible, you know what I mean? And they don't even want to hear it, but it is what it is. So here is the words coming out of Trump. Let's see what he says.
Take a look at what Trump said here, and you tell me if this is consistent with making America great again or making corporations great again. Check this out.
The energy industry has been especially hard hit in the crisis. This afternoon, I met with Greg Garland of Phillips 66, Dave Hager of
The poor energy industry has been hit hard.
Evan Energy, Harold Ham of Continental Resources,
Jeff Hildebrand of Hillcorp Energy, Vicky Halib of Occidental Petroleum, Mike Summers of the American Petroleum Institute, Kelsey Warren of Energy Transfer Partners, Mike Worth of Chevron, and Darren Woods of ExxonMobil.
So basically, he met with all the big oil execs, the big oil corporation executives.
I informed them that we will be making space available in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to let American producers store surplus oil that can be sold at a later time. There's a tremendous abundance of oil, primarily because of the virus. The virus has just stopped.
There's not a big abundance of oil because of a virus. There's a big abundance of oil because government is making people stay home. That's the reason. The coronavirus is a cover story. It's a smokescreen. It's a distraction from what's really going on. And before I continue with this, check this out. Hopefully, after you read this tweet from Donald Trump, which got 161,000 likes, you'll understand that he's not make America great again. He's make corporations great again. Just spoke to my friend, MBS Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who spoke with President Putin of Russia, and I expect and hope that they will be cutting back approximately 10 million barrels, cutting back, slowing down production, stopping the price war, which is lowering prices.
Okay. I guess we'll just wait for Bob to get back. Let's take a look at the chat here. Hello, Chris Cool, Danny Skywatcher, Jim Courtney. Sorry if I'm butchering the names. Danny Skylark, Geronimo, what's up, brother? Darlene McGee, Keys for Truth, what's up, mister? What's up, brother? How you doing, my friend? Mark the Skywatcher, Geronimo, Last Chance, Mark the Skywatcher, Danny Skylark, Darlene, hello. Let me go back over here and see if Sandy, how's it going? No, he's still on. I guess they didn't like what he put. I was hoping they wouldn't do that. Tommy Tremonti. I hope I'm saying that right. Tommy Tremonti or Tremonti. Tremonti. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really bad with names. I'm not the best. Yep. A lot of rain here in California today. For some reason. I wonder why. Wink, wink. So yeah, guys, keep an eye out on the chat. If there's anybody you think that you might remember that used to come in and cause trouble, you guys know how to find them out.
Richard.
Hey, what's up?
Wow.
Yeah,
Thanks for holding down the fort.
no problem. I saw him banging you. I was afraid this. I didn't want to say nothing, but I think it was because you played that. I think they did not like that at all. I think they did not like that,
I'm gonna
and
play
they let
again.
you know. I don't want you to get any more trouble, bro. You go through so much as it is, and you do so much for this community that dude, I'll be real honest. We can't afford to lose you, man. You're like the anchor out here.
Well, we're connected though, at least, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I got your.
So we're not gonna lose each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I got your notice today.
Yeah, enough of us have each other's phone numbers and emails to keep contacted with. You know, if this channel gets shut down, then I'm done.
Well, if your channel,
if you want to stay connected with me,
yeah, and if your channel gets shut down, I might just start up a live stream because I got 3 channels. I got one that's got hardly nothing on it. I could just open it up. We can just continue on that channel. Doesn't bother me.
Okay.
They want to take it away from me. I'll open up another one. I'll make another email and open up another one.
See, that's the attitude I would have, but I just don't think we have enough time left. You know what I mean?
I know. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. I got a feeling that they're going to try to shut down communications here pretty quick. I mean, we're already so lagged and slowed down, and their excuse is everybody's at home. I'm not buying that.
I'm not sure where it actually cut off because everything looked good in front of me. I just lost the hearing. I couldn't hear anything, and I guess you guys couldn't hear me. Well, I just dropped my backup channel, Ringmaster, in the chat if you want to grab me up in case this channel gets shut down or whatever. Or actually, I should just give you my email. I'll drop it in later. I'm gonna play the rest of this, and it's crazy. Now, what Richard brought here, and you put this together.
Government is making people stay home. That's the reason. The coronavirus is a cover story. It's a smokescreen. It's a distraction from what's really going on. And before I continue with this, check this out. Hopefully, after you read this tweet from Donald Trump, which got 161,000 likes, you'll understand that he's not make America great again. He's make corporations great again. Just spoke to my friend, MBS Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who spoke with President Putin of Russia, and I expect and hope that they will be cutting back approximately 10 million barrels, cutting back, slowing down production, stopping the price war, which is lowering prices for Americans. When you cut back, you reduce your supply, the demand stays the same. That means oil prices go up. This tweet is one of the reasons why energy, oil rallied the day that he tweeted this out. It rallied 22 to 25% in one day, one of the biggest rallies ever, single day rallies in the energy sector. We'll be cutting back approximately 10 million barrels and maybe substantially more, which, if it happens, will be great for Americans. Oh, he didn't say that. Will be great for the oil and gas industry. And then he says, he follows it up with, could be as high as 15 million barrels, a cut of 15 million barrels a day. What's that going to do to the price of energy? The price of energy will go up. And it says, great news for everyone. What bubble is this guy living in? It's not great news for everyone. Let me show you. Here's the unemployment graph. See that? Look at that. It was 3.3 million the Thursday before, and another 6.6 million, which is a total of 9.98 million people filed for unemployment. And now Trump's telling the Saudi prince to cut back on oil production, which is going to increase the price at the pump. It's going to increase energy prices at a time when Americans are jobless. How is that making America great again? Well, let's continue on with this because I want to get your take on what Trump says here in about a minute.
Demand of everything, including oil. So we're working with our great energy companies. These are great companies. They employ tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and they've kept America really going for a long time, and no big price hikes, no big anything. I mean, they've just kept it going, and now they got hit. But with all the jobs and all of the good that they do, we're going to make sure that they stay in good shape. America's engaged.
We're going to make sure that the oil companies, we're talking about the Rockefellers, guys. We're talking about very, very evil people. We're going to make sure those corporations stay in good shape while we have America shut down, while we have Americans seeking unemployment, while we're divvying up socialism through these socialist stimulus package. Thanks, Nazi Pelosi. Thanks, Chucky Schumer. Thanks, all you guys who signed on the dotted line for the Federal Reserve to come in and take over more swaths of America.
In a historic battle to safeguard the lives of our citizens, our future society. Our greatest weapon is the discipline and determination of every citizen to stay at home and stay healthy.
How is that the greatest strength? To have every American stay at home while whatever they have of savings dwindles and they go broke and they lose their businesses. They're literally losing everything by government mandate, not by coronavirus. This is by government mandate. They're losing everything because of the edict of politicians. While they beef up the energy sector. The energy sector will profit. They'll be okay. They'll be in good shape because Trump's going to take care of them, but not Americans. We're going to throw them breadcrumbs while we give trillions. This stimulus package. It's a corporate bailout. It's the biggest corporate bailout ever to hit America. And there's more. They're not done yet. He also asked for another $2 trillion for infrastructure. Where's that money going to come from? Oh, that's right. We're going to pay for that. And the bankers are just they're going to rake in the dough. Hard ass create more fiat currency. They're going to inflate our currency. Our prices are going to go through the roof. They're going to go to the moon. We're not going to be able to afford to live, but the energy sector will be okay because Trump's going to take care of them because he's make corporations great again. I'm sorry, make America great again.
For a long time, and we want them to stay healthy for a long time. So stay at home. This is ending. This will end. You'll see some bad.
Stay at home. Stay at home, Americans. Stay at home. Stay broke. Let small business close. And let the Federal Reserve take over.
Things, and then you're going to see some really good things. And it's not going to be too long. We will heal our citizens, and we will care for our neighbors, and we will unleash the full might of the United States of America to vanquish the virus. And with that, I'd like to ask Mike Pence to come up, Vice President, say a few words, and we'll have a couple of other quick talks on a couple of subjects, and we'll take questions. And it's a beautiful Friday in Washington, D.C., and our country is a great place, and we're getting better. We're getting better very quickly. This was
okay. Now I want you to pay very close attention to what he's about to say, because I want your opinion on what you think he means by this.
Artificially induced. They said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down. And we're healing, and we're going to get it better fast. So, Mike.
Okay, I'm going to start this over. Listen to this again.
A few words, and we'll have a couple of other quick talks on a couple of subjects, and we'll take questions. And it's a beautiful Friday in Washington, D.C., and our country is a great place, and we're getting better. We're getting better very quickly. This was artificially induced. We just said, they said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down, and we're healing, and we're going to get it better fast. So, Mike, if you could come up, say.
Now, what was it that he's saying was artificially induced? Because if he's saying the coronavirus was artificially induced, then why isn't he stopping the madness, the insanity of the lockdown? Leave your thoughts about this for the world in the Google Thought Police in the comment section below. If at any point you think I'm off base, give me your logic, truth-based argument. I'll see you guys in the next heavily censored shadow ban video.
So what do you think of that?
Wow. Straight up admitted it. Put his foot so far down his throat, I'm surprised he didn't gag.
Same with yours.
You
know what I mean? But I caught something else here. Let me see. It said something about full force. They're gonna attack, take care of the coronavirus. Full might. Let's see.
Vice President, say a few words, and we'll have a couple of other quick talks on a couple of subjects, and we'll take questions. And it's a beautiful Friday in Washington, D.C., and our country is a great place, and we're getting better. We're getting better very quickly. This was
okay. Now I want you to pay very close attention to what he's about to say. I want your opinion on what you think he means by it.
Come on.
It's not going to be too long. We will heal our citizens, and we will care for our neighbors, and we will unleash the full might of the United States of America.
You hear that? We'll unleash the full might.
And we will care for our neighbors, and we will unleash the full might of the United States of America to vanquish the virus. And with that, I'd like to ask Mike Pence to come up.
I don't like them words.
A few words, and we'll have a couple of other
So they're gonna unleash full might.
Yeah, I didn't know we needed a full might of our military and our arsenal to fight a virus. Wow, that's the news of the decade right there.
So you had your video and this one here. Both of them told us this.
Yeah, it's straight up telling everybody this is a load of cow manure. We all need to just. I'm telling you, if chat can pick any of this up and share it, it might actually get a couple more people awake, and then they might share it and get their and domino effect quicker than we can realize, because they're letting things slip through the cracks. And if we don't get this out now before things get shut down, like communications, we'll never get this out, because they're going to stop mail. What, in June? That means they're probably going to be stopping the same thing with that FedEx, Amazon, and UPS and all that stuff. They're probably going to stop all that.
Well, I just dropped a link to the video that I just played. And I forgot to give Florida Marquise a shout out. So I'm going to do it right now and drop his video in the chat. Okay, there it is. So, are we being lied to? Seems that way to me.
I kind of think Yeah, I kind of think that's pretty obvious right there. That's this out the gate. I have yet to see an obituary, and it's making me mad. There's the way that they act like people are being stacked up like cordwood and being burned. Yet there was one, I believe I got it on my email in my wife's computer. It shows them burying a kid in a wooden box. How does that make any sense when they're supposed to be incinerating the bodies? That makes no sense.
Yep.
And they didn't let the family even attend the funeral. They just showed snapshots of people in yellow hazmat suits that weren't even fully protected, setting this casket down in the grave. And really, come on. This is so blatantly orchestrated. It's a joke.
It is. Like you said, blatantly. I mean, it's right in our face. You just got to open your eyes. How you doing, Radical Ralph? Sandy Hopkins, Danny Skylark.
What's up, Ralph? Big hello right back at you, brother.
Okay, I'll check, Hodge. Hey, Vernon, how you doing? Good to see you.
What's up, Vernon? Keys, what's for dinner?
What's up, Keys?
Good evening, everyone. Richard, Bob, Bones, what's up?
Bones.
Good
How you
evening.
doing?
What's going on, Bones? How you doing, my friend?
I am doing well. Thanks for asking.
Very good. So how you like those videos?
The ones that you were just showing?
Yes.
Oh, that's. Oh, I was kind of half in and half out.
Oh,
But yeah, Trump. So the Star of David. Oh, what I mean is, I was just thinking to myself, oh, they're gonna sew the little yellow stars of David on us. Huh. Nice touch. Huh. And they want us to sew the little yellow stars on ourselves. That's like cosmically hilarious. Huh. I mean, the thing, yeah, with Trump, that wasn't a gaffe or anything like that. What I saw immediately was this. Oh, well, the veil is dropped. It's not even necessary any longer. That should be very evident. And that is, the veil isn't necessary with the degree and the depth of division in this country. No, not even necessary anymore. So what he was saying basically was, it's okay for us to lie to these people. I mean, they don't even care. I mean, yeah, we rigged the whole thing. I mean, we knew that you knew that. We know there's people out there that we've got a big red target on that know what's going on. So why should we even hide it? We don't have to, because anything that they say is just rendered impotent anyways. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Some little truthers. So yeah, they say it with almost a kind of laissez-faire contempt. Yeah, they're saying it plainly. I don't know how much plainer you can say it, and then everybody's got to get a nice little yellow star on them now to make sure that everybody knows that we own you. And as the stars, I guess maybe that was part of the whole 1,000 points of light thing. Yeah, very Vichy in terms of the Vichy French. My goodness, yeah, it's wide open. So I don't think that I heard the high impact the blogs guy, what he was saying, and to everybody in this chat right now, it's like yeah, and well, I'm not being disrespectful or anything. It's like the truth is pretty redundant. I mean, it's like, yeah, I feel like as if I'm sitting at an endless bar of these guys, just like, yeah, we know, and yeah, tell us more about how bad things are. We're beyond that. We are so far. These people are continuing to put the cart in front of the horse. In other words, and the horse is going to end up bucking you off because it ain't going to just try to run over top of that cart. Horse is pretty dumb, but not that dumb. So Trump has basically said, yeah, I am the snake that you knew that I was. I bit you. I poisoned you. The gang behind me that's really running the show, and they're not even hiding it. They've got a criminal, Bill Gates, who never created or invented or did anything in his life other than act as a conduit, to steal technology. I can't, speak too much on the whole Steve Jobs and Bill Gates connection, and it's all twisted and all that 666 stuff. They all deserve each other. But here's a guy that's little more than a purse snatcher, and he's been given the keys to the kingdom, along with that Faust, the guy that made the deal with the devil in Dante's Inferno, Dr. Faust. These people are insane. So we see it. We're sitting here looking at all this, and my wife, earlier we were having a conversation about this as we were outside doing our chores, and she said, in regards to the talk that we were all having last night, she said, it's like you guys, all of a sudden found yourself marooned out in this endless ocean on these bare shit-stained rocks, and just kind of looking at each other and go, how did we end up here alone like this? I mean, you're looking around in this ocean of dead people, you know, it's like, whoa. You know, you finally arrived at a place where we're all experiencing the finer refinement of the separation of the sheep and the goats, the wheat and the tares, the living and the dead. It's an amazing thing to watch, just you know, from an objective point of view. So how can you not be a little bit amused? Because it's funny. It is. You know, if I was one of them, I certainly would think it was funny. Almost, I think that it's even losing the flavor of funny for them. It's almost like I think they're looking at us with disgust. You know, I'm reminded of that movie V from Vendetta, when the Madam Doctor, who was running that MK Ultra prison, that secret place, I can't remember the name of it, but anyways, as she was in her diary explaining how she saw these people just like cattle, just sheep coming in and taking these vaccinations, and wouldn't look them in the eye, and just so pathetic, wouldn't even fight or bleat or whimper, just these dejected, wretched, beaten lumps of flesh and bone just on a conveyor belt. And that right there, you know, illustrates for me the disposition of the elite, useless eliters rather, because they don't create anything, they don't make anything, they don't do anything except rape, rob, kill, and plunder. That's all they do. They're useless. They are useless. But nevertheless, that doesn't even matter. But see, this level of contempt and disgust with us has caused these people to not even hide what they're doing. And I mean, when you have that Surgeon General who, you know, even to the effectively present of mind can ascertain that, wow, I mean, they're just straight lying to us. They're using a virus that has been with man for 10,000 years and just decided to pull it off the shelf and dress it up, you know, something that does really actually exist, which it does. But, you know, they put some Frankenstein mask on it, and, you know, some gargoyle, you know, claws on it, it's kind of like Irish Airlines, which really is just an airplane painted on a kite. You know what I mean? No, I'm Irish, so I can get away saying that, you know. But that's how absurd it is. Yeah, it's all about the chip. That's all it is. And they already know. To them, it's like a horse race. Their horse is called, you know, the mark of the beast. You know, that's the name, the moniker for that pony. And that pony is like what, 10, 12, 13 lengths ahead of all the pack. And here we are in the back, you know what I mean, sucking up the dust like we're some old gray swayback mule. You know, I mean, that shouldn't even be in the race. So the Star of David, that's really that is the looming specter of the challenge that we face right now. He is saying that if you don't take the Star of David, if you don't take the little star, the little Holocaust star, you know, we're gonna do all kinds of mean, nasty things to you. And we're going to use your own people to do it for us. While, you know, we kick our feet up and sip our champagne and eat our caviar and, you know, plan what we're going to do after we get all the sheep RFID'd up and get rid of all the rebels and renegades, right? Yeah, that's how confident they are. That is the level of their confidence when they can openly go on live television and just slap you in the face, and like it's their obligation to at least slap you in the face. Hey, we're obligated to slap you in the face uh, because, hey, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, these criminals
So,
think they can do whatever they want.
oh, they know they can do whatever they want. That's it. And they're telling us that. We can do whatever we want. What? We got a criminal, we got a purse snatcher, running the show. Our Fuhrer of science. Yeah. They've got a guy, a dirty little purse snatcher with a needle running this country. Yeah. That's incredible to me.
Mm.
And here's another thought. I was listening to this 4-star general earlier today. It was a news special conducted by one of CNN's finest. I don't remember the general's name, but they're all the same. And he was saying that asked about violating posse comitatus or ever using the military in the should some kind of a bio warfare weapon be unleashed on the United States, and he said adamantly, no, we would never do that. We're here to protect the rights of the people and blah blah. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's part of this unveiling, when it's easier now to pull the veil that we already knew what was behind the curtain. We already knew, but as more people see it, it's like it's not an I told you so moment. It's, what are you going to do with this? You know what I mean? Revelation. What are you going to do with this now? It's up to you. Because like I said, I don't come from a place of fear. If I did, then I would depend on other people to insulate me from what I fear. And I don't. And we shouldn't expect that from each other either, but to acknowledge, hey, well, this is the truth. I mean, it can't get any plainer than, how, and it's become very tangible and very physical now. So when you have a man who is telling you that you are going to, be tested and like cattle, and you're going to have a badge on you declaring your allegiance to the king of vax, well, you're pretty much done, because like I had mentioned last night about being in a crisis. We are in a crisis, and it's not a crisis that's going to pass. It is a crisis that is going to see the refining of all of us, whatever there is to be refined. And as I was thinking about this earlier in my day, the people that know what we know, even it doesn't matter where on the scale that their knowledge of these things has them, but whether from the sort of awake to the super awake, fear holds no prejudice against any of them. And what I mean is that there's going to be many, many, many who are going to accept this. And when they do accept this, they are going to know that what they're doing is absolutely antithetical, not only to their humanity, but to their free will and to virtual control of their own biological functions. So when they take the sting, the sort of awake to the super awake, everyone from Alex Jones to poop your pants, whoever that might be, they are going to take it, know that what they are doing is a death sentence, but they will do it anyway. And I'm sure the rest of you can figure out why that is. Because there's something missing in the equation that would cause them to even consider, to even think about taking something from such evil, degenerate, cannibalistic, child harvesting villains of the lowest, ickiest order. No, I that would be like me having a government suit walk up to me, say open wide, and vomit in my mouth. No, it's not going to happen. Can't. I cannot do that spiritually or even physically. I'm not going to be like one of those human centipedes where my mouth is sewn to somebody's backside, because that's what they're asking us to do. Yeah, no, you can take your badge and let me tattoo it to your forehead with a bow and arrow. You know? No. And for us, you know what I mean, the moment of truth approaches. But like, we must take into consideration that this hasn't happened yet. There is a lot of meat between us and that planned out destination for us. There's tons of meat. Yeah, it and it will depend, you know, on so many things, you know. The Star of David, they want to pin this thing to our lapels. And that's what it's where we are right now. We are right there. They're asking, they've got all of the American people to a large extent, you know, standing in this long line at a turnstile, like they're waiting for, you know, to get tickets at a hard rock concert or something. That's how eager a lot of these people are to do that, because they think it's going to end a lot of misery. If they just do, you know, what they're told to do, things will get better. Just trust the plan. You know, I know something's good going to come from this because we're special. We're special. So the military is not, whether Marines or Air Force, Navy, Army, and all of the specialized appendages of those militaries, they're not your friends anymore. Now, as this thing rages forward, like I say, there will be a lot of dissent among the ranks of the militaries, and as they begin to spring up, the adjutants within the militaries will hunt these people down quick. I mean, they'll just take them right out of the picture and throw them down a deep, dark hole to, you know, keep control. Because this is part of the fleshing out, you know, the sorting out period too, even among the ranks of the military. They want to make sure that the military is good to go to kill. Period. They want the H2H classifications. They want the hardened to humanity soldiers to descend on Americans, and you know, they're going to get chewed up too. And it won't be just by resistance from Americans. There will be a lot of sabotage. You know, they will try to put on a face through propaganda that, you know, the military is backing, you know, the president and his objective and the purse snatcher, and you know, the devil's little imp, you know, we're all behind him. No, it won't be like that. But men, you know, it's hard for them to resist being controlled. Not every man is a George Carlin. You know, not every man, you know, can walk through this life, you know, carrying fire in his arms. It's a tough place to be. But unfortunately, I hate to say it, I really truly do, because, you know, I come from a family, you know, all military, all have served. Uh, so it kills me. I'm glad that my father's not around to see this. I'm glad that my grandfathers are not around to see this. The shame that I would feel, you know, just, oh. But the military of today, it does not belong to the American people, nor does it belong to any, you know, traditions of honor or integrity of times past. It's not like that. They're owned by the corporations. They are mercenaries for hire, primarily for Israel and their, you know, their genocide campaign there in the Middle East. So, you know, if anyone is looking to them as, you know, some buffer or savior between us and the evil enemy, forget about it. And like I was saying last night, man, they're drugged up, vaxxed up, you know, propagandized all day, every day. And if any of them show any signs of life or, you know, step out of line, you know how it goes in the military, man. Look what they did, like I say, you know, look what they did to Staff Sergeant Christopher Dwyer, July 4 Patriot. An honorable man, you know what I mean? That was better than any Marine general, you know, in the last 20 years, as far as, you know, integrity and honor and duty and dedication goes. What did they do to him? They threw him down a hole. A prisoner of war. I wonder why there's not one of those black flags flying outside of that prison to denote, you know, that he is a prisoner of war that needs to be rescued from the enemy. No. So when you have, you know, a body of Marines, just as an example, that know that a crime was committed against one of their own, and they do nothing or say they can do nothing, and these are Marines, I am ashamed. I am ashamed. So no, we have no friends. Remember, we're the ones out there in this ocean of the dead on some barren rock, looking for shade. Forget about it. The heat's only going to get hotter. Star of David. That's what they want now. I mean, they're just playing from the same script, the same playbook that they always have, because it always works. We should feel insulted, you know, but we don't have that luxury of feeling insulted right now. We're trying to figure out what the hell we're going to do. You know, all of the responses that, you know, we thought that we could rely on, like anger and rage and you know, trying to build each other up and show each other the features of the enemy, you know, those things are no longer any use to us, you know, not in the greater sense as we once thought they were, because the opposition has been great. And, you know, the true success is in the division of this nation's people. That is the truest mark of success. Look at us, not us per se, but look at us. So All we can do now is weather the storm. Weather the storm. And now that this man, this Cheeto God, has declared himself a dictator, and he has his Joseph Goebbels, his Bill Gates. You know, he has his Martin Bullering, his Dr. Faust. I mean, the gang's all here. You know, evil never goes away; it just changes its appearance. And so we're just watching the same thing. Well, we're not watching it; we're actually experiencing it. And so when men, you know, just in the recent past have asked themselves, when they become familiar with, when they say to themselves, how could the German people have fallen for that guy? How did that happen? Well, there's very little difference in the chain of events that brought down the Weimar Republic and handed it over to these devils. It's no different. Germany was, oh my God. It's no different than in 90, what was it, 91 to 93 during the Bosnia-Herzegovina conflict that was perpetrated and orchestrated and funded by the Clinton regime. These people, what that was a Muslim genocide that was taking place there. And those people could have never imagined the immediacy and the swiftness with which their cosmopolitan cities and country was just plunged into the dark ages, like with lightning speed. And nothing insulated them from that. Not their technology, not their cafes, not their culture, you know, not the richness of their history, you know, their education, their affluence. None of that insulated them from evil, because they got comfortable with it, you know, like sheep. And when the guard dogs came around, and, you know, accompanied by some junkyard dogs, and was barking at the sheep just kind of, you know, screamed and just kind of ran around and, you know, found a corner of the corral to huddle in, and then some wolf sneaks over the fence. I'm here to save you because I am kind. I will tell you everything you want to hear. I will make you feel like you're great if you just buy my coffee cup, my hoodie, my hard-on pills, on and on and on and on. Even though the world is dying around us, Fukushima, you know, leaking nuclear plants, chemical, oh no, just take my stuff, man. And people fall for that, you know, and it's not their fault, really. It's humans are just naturally inclined to follow the path of least resistance. They don't want to work that hard at it. You know, rightfully so. We're humans. You know, we just want to have a good time. You know, we just want to be left alone. You know what I mean? To you know, our silly little pursuits and, you know, whatever it is that we like to do. Not everything is silly, but, you know, we're not allowed to do that. It's not the world that we live in. You know, we people don't understand, or choose not to understand, who has a lease on this world. It's not to say that we couldn't resist it or fight it or even defeat it. And so, you know, like King Leonidas and his Spartans, like William Wallace and his Scots and Irish, few. And, you know, look at the outcomes, you know, look at, Spartacus and his army of slaves. Yes, successful in campaign after campaign after campaign. But in the end, you know what I mean? When there's no support, you know, it's like when you're fighting for a people who refuse to fight with you, who refused, to keep you fed and to keep you in horses and to keep you in steel, well, you know what happens. We get plowed under eventually. And, I mean, the only time when I look back in history and I think about Julius Caesar, and a great Caesar to all the senatorial class and the privileged class, the royals and whatnot, the purple class. They were fine with the way that he treated people and worked them to death and did everything that he did, and the games and the killings and all. Yeah, well, that was great. But as the empire began to fail financially, and he went after the senators and the rich for money to tax them, what did the senators do? They gathered round him, pulled out their long knives, and just started shanking him up like a hit was being done on a prison yard. And his best bud, the guy he thought could never betray him, came up on him and buried his steel between his ribs, and he said, "You too, Brutus? Even you? Don't you understand what we were trying to do here? That we were trying to keep the empire alive?" And all those senators and his friend Brutus, just sitting there just gigging him like a frog, were telling him, "We don't care about no empire. We are so degenerate. We just want to like marry our horses and dance around in our togas and do stupid things, because what empire? Greatness comes and goes." You know what I mean? And it was the bankers and the lawyers that took Rome to that place too. Always the bankers and the lawyers. So the only time that the upper echelon suffer justice is when they threaten their own. Now, had Spartacus or King Leonidas, look at that scene in that movie of 300, when all King Leonidas wanted to do was focus on spearing that Anunnaki, whatever he was, that Persian king, Darius, or no, not Darius. Darius, that was the Persian boy, Alexander the Great. King Xerxes. That's all he wanted to do, because he knew that if I can just get that guy. And so, people really kind of miss the mark, it seems like, every time. Like as if there are other forces at work. When that spear should have passed right through Xerxes' skull, it should have, but it didn't. And that's what I mean, is that people are focused on the all the meat between us and the real evil. The real evil. And they have us cannibalizing each other, psychologically, emotionally cannibalizing each other. And they just sit there and, winding up those little, toys, wind. Watch them go. So it comes down to, will you wear their badge? Will you say to yourself, well, it's just a test. Yeah, they're going to stick this thing in my mouth. Yeah, I ain't sticking nothing in my mouth. They're going to stick this thing open wide, sucker. Okay, so, well, it's just a test. I'll wait until, the mark comes, the real one comes, the real, I'll wait for that. Well, the test is going to be positive. You can count on that. Are you kidding me? Everyone tells you, yep, you got it. You got the cooties. You got the cooties. Now, You know, you're gonna have to take this, man, because you know, it's good for you. It's gonna fix you right up. Welcome to the club. And even those who know that what they're doing is wrong and antithetical, in their guilt and misery and shame, they will insist that those who refuse it take it too. They will think that they are doing God's work. Well, some God's work, somebody's God's work, you know. And they will come for you, man, you know, if they can get to you. But like I said, I believe in harboring some hope, but I don't smoke hopium. And I have enough hope in me just from, it's a rabbit, sweetheart, running around out there. My dogs are chasing rabbits. Sage, sweetheart, you want to go outside and chase rabbits? Go outside and chase rabbits then. Quit fussing. Go outside, in or out, Go. Oh, now you don't want to go? Come on. What is the matter with you? Okay, be quiet. Okay, sweetheart. It's just, that's rude. We don't have much time left here, okay? So, how do we behave in this crisis now? We know what we're faced with. We know that inevitably, if we allow in the head of the snake into our lives, you know, will we take the shank too? I'm just saying, you know, that's where we are right now. Is imagine that there is a piece of that there is a knife. You know, you can feel it even now digging between, you know, the space between your ribs right now. You can feel it. Okay, that's where we are, and it's pointed right over your heart. And they're telling you, gangster style, you know, either you take this badge or we kill you, man. We kill you. Oh, man. So, you know, yeah, this is the big question, you know, is not who's on first, not who's on second, you know, not who's behind the plate, not who's on the mound. All that stuff's irrelevant, man. It's gone. You know, the theater is literally on fire and the doors are closing. You know, they know, you know what I mean, that as they close the doors and they got everybody, you know, in there just thinking that somebody's smoking weed in the bathroom, the place is on fire, and those of us who know to get out, they're going to have snipers posted up waiting for you to come out of that burning theater. They're not going to let anyone escape if they can help it. Those of us who have long, you know, abandoned any thought of even being near that theater, well, you know, we have a vantage point, you know, just to observe. That's all we can really do. Yeah, you know, I don't know if I would say that we're reduced to just, you know, being relegated to these posts of observation, or as far as what we can do, I think there's very little we can do physically right now. I think that this is kind of, it's pretty much has turned over, or has, we are passing through something that we all need to acknowledge however we choose to, and that physically there's nothing we can do right now. Nothing. We can throw our bodies at the spears, on the spears now, but that would be pointless now. Nobody would even notice. It wouldn't matter. The focus is what the focus is on. And that's the whole problem, reaction, solution thing. Well, the solution, they've got that all right, and they're going to shove it down our throat, even if it kills us. So here they come. First they will say, they will try that. They might ask you to go to Walmart's drive-through window and get your swab and your badge or whatever. They might ask. They might ask. They might. Of course, they're going to make it mandatory, right? Didn't he already say that? Mandatory, whatever that means. Well, for the vaccine, not the test. For the vaccine.
That's how I understood it.
No, it's for the test.
Okay.
I think the vaccine itself is the secondary.
My bad.
Yeah, but the thing is that's part of just softening up. What remains of any resistance on the battlefield is if they know that people will, for those who submit to the testing and the badge, the certificate, the what we in cattle country, ear knocking, put that little orange badge on there, the cattle badge. They figure, and two, that's just that too is part of, them, that's part of, in a way, that's kind of, it is the census. It's a thinly veiled census, because this is the only census that matters to them. Normally censuses are taken, you know what I mean, to calculate, how many taxes they need to, pull out of people and property in order to feed, the government machine under the guise of, helping us. Well, this is a different kind of census, which doesn't care. It's not interested in helping you. Has nothing to do with money any longer. Money is moot in more ways than one. And, even this digital currency, it doesn't mean anything. It literally means absolutely nothing. The only thing that matters to them is what David Rockefeller told Aaron Russo. It's all about just getting all these people outfitted with this chip. That's all it comes down to. That's all that it is. So the people that, chasing after precious metals and, all these different digital coins, well, okay. That's just one of the barriers, the methods that these people use to insulate them from, they don't have to believe in the Father. They don't have to believe in Yeshua because the mark don't care. The beast don't care what they believe in. Just take the damn mark, boy, or stick your head in the saddle and let's, separate your head from your shoulders. That's where they are now. And so this census, this testing / census is to just make sure that we've got 350 million Americans, and so far 320 of them have taken the swab and are certified. Now, where are these other people that haven't been swabbed and certified? Okay, let's send out, a message to those people that if they don't show up to the test vac, RFID, whatever station and take a deal, submit, that we're going to tell them that they're going to be in big trouble and that, we're very unhappy with you and that you better come because don't make us have to come and get you. You bad little kids. Don't make us have to come after you now. And see, we'll send you, this is what we're going to send after you, these guys. So either way, you either draw a line. I drew my line in the sand a million years ago. Y'all are going to have to figure out where your line is. And you don't have much time. Like I say, this is not about a physical thing right now. This is totally you in your spirit, in whatever capacity you choose to address and acknowledge that spirit, the counsel that people, that any of us should be seeking right now is of a spiritual nature. And I don't mean some hocus pocus stuff. I mean, I don't know. I suffer at how to explain some things when it comes to spirit things, because I have my own thing about that, and I'm not going to mash that on anybody. But this is what spiritual warfare is, and most people aren't ready for that because they've never had to engage in any kind of spiritual warfare. And this is another advantage that the bad guys have over most of us, is that nobody knows how do you, well, I know how to throw a punch, I know how to block a blow, but what's this spirit? What, I don't even know, what is this? How do I, yeah. There's no, well, there is an instruction manual, but the physical that we suffer, that people will suffer, is just the consequences of a lack of spiritual capacity, of spiritual maturity, of spiritual prepossession. It's tough to get a crash course in spiritual warfare. You know, it's and that crash course in spiritual warfare, if it's used or sought out as like a life preserver, some driftwood to hang on to keep from drowning, yeah, that doesn't work either, because that's not what this kind of spiritual warfare is about. This is unlike anything that man has ever entered into in the history of mankind. We've never, yeah, this is not new in the smaller sense, but it is all inclusive as to the great consequence, which is the great culling. You know, they mock God by carving the things that they carved into those Georgia Guidestones, as if, you know, the words that they write in stone cannot pass away or cannot be challenged, as if they are irrefutable and irreproachable. Well, they're not. That's what we have a free will for. But men have sacrificed free will for slavery, or, you know, degrees of slavery, to where we have ended up where we are now. So what will we do? That's what I mean. It's that even though people can crowd together into the hundreds of thousands and even into the millions, it makes no difference, because each and every one of us is going to face this. They are not going to stop. And they give no indication of stopping it. And to them, they have they've got it all as far as they're concerned. They really believe, and probably, you know, not unreasonably so, that they've got this thing cinched up. They're just like, what we thinking that there's going to be some big rebellion or something like that. No, to them, they're just tying up the loose ends on this thing. We're just a thorn in their side. That's all. All we are is just a thorn. We're nothing more to them than that. And we haven't taught them any differently either. We have not taught them how we're going to be treated, so they can treat us any way they want. And that's that. So now they are presenting us with a mandate, a papal bull. And who suffers for this? Who really suffers for this? Us? Men? Yeah. Nah, we got it easy. We got it easy. We got it easy.
Well, I have a question for you. What do you think we do at this moment in time? Hey, brother, what's up? Hey,
I'm sorry,
everybody.
could you repeat that, Vernon?
Oh, can you not hear me? I'm sorry. Is that better? Is my
Yes,
audio
sir.
bad?
No, sir.
Okay. So right now then, like we were talking about earlier, what do you think in your mind? Because I've been thinking about this since last night. What do you think now is, what do you think in the heart of it all, right now, in the heart of the furnace, as we sit? What do you think in your mind is that finality? What is that one thing then in all finality can we do right now to appall them to the point where they either, one, back off of us and end this thing, or two, come full on and end this thing?
I'm listening, Vernon. I'm just writing down some notes right here to answer your question. Um, yeah, I thought about that too. Vernon and is it okay if I share a little something about our earlier
Absolutely,
conversation,
yeah.
Vernon?
No, yeah, absolutely. You can talk about
Oh,
anything we
I
talked
was
about,
saying
brother.
that,
Almost, yeah.
yeah, Vernon and I were on the phone with each other earlier this afternoon, having a nice long chat about some stuff. And you know, my wife and I had to go out and feed the animals and stuff, and he had some things he had to do, so we kind of dropped the thread right about what he's talking about. Look, Vernon, okay, my answer is not going to be one that anybody wants to hear. But you're talking about the immediacy of how can we conjure up some kind of finality to get these fools to back off of us?
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
because you
the
know where I
only
come
way to
from on
get
this.
them to back off of them. Yes, I do.
Yep.
Oh, I do, brother. And we could, you know, share that with the folks if we can. But to answer that question, just I don't have a solution, but this is what. Okay, in order, not as a solution, but as a means to back these fools off of us and to gain at least or rather to cause people to take a second look at this thing and say, wait a minute, what's going on here? This doesn't, okay. In order to do that, I hate to say this, but it's true. The YouTube chieftains have to speak up. They have to speak to action, not necessarily violent action, but they must take the risk of self-sacrifice for all of us because they are in that capacity, whether they like it or not. They must act with the power of influence and not bad influence, but the power of influence that they have. They've been building up their people for years now. They either need to do something with what they know because truth is useless in the hands of a cripple. Truth is the words of truth cannot be spoken in the mouth of a retarded person. I mean, I'm just being generalized. I'm just trying to, you know, crudely painting a picture of what I'm trying to say quickly. It has to be the YouTube chieftains, the very people that Bob was just drawing information from. But you know what it would be like for us to try to get them to do that? It would be like us trying to go to City Hall and petition the city fathers to do the right thing. That's what we're facing right now when you pose that kind of a question, Vernon, because these people will not listen to anyone except for the YouTube chieftains. And no one can move these hundreds of thousands unless the YouTube chieftains tell the bottle washers how to go about this. And they can. They have the power of oration. They have the power to move their hundreds of thousands this way and that. Sadly, you know, a way kind of is uncool, but you understand my point. But if they cannot, if they refuse to say, hey, look, death and destruction and worth is right now at our door. If we do not act, we're dead, period. Or worse than death. Most of it will be, that's why men will seek death, because they choose not to exercise their free will. And the hundreds of thousands of those who follow after these people, they have given their free will over to the YouTube chieftains. And they depend on them to tell them what to do, sadly. Now, as absurd as it is to somebody like you or I, Vernon, to that our fate or our path should rest on what some guy says. No. But they are sheep. Even the uber super awake, they're still sheep. And I don't mean that as a bad connotation, but they are sheep. And without a shepherd, without a guard dog, they won't, you can't move the herd. They're telling you to move the herd. They're saying, hey, well, tell us what to do. They've been telling, like that Alex Jones character. Those people have been telling him, well, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Well, you know what his solution has been, his approach to this problem. So, and if the YouTube chieftains hope to win the hearts and the minds of people, they need to act in courage instead of continuing to serve fear. They speak truth, but they serve fear. You can't serve two masters, or your house remains divided, and both fall to ruin. So they have to step up. I wish that I was one of those YouTube chieftains, but I'm not. I never could be. That's not my place. It never was. I'm the guy, you know, with the greasy hands, my, you know, elbow deep in gears and moving parts. I concern myself, you know, with the maintenance of the motor once it's going. But these guys can't even get out of the driveway. So, but it's got to be the YouTube chieftains, brother. I mean, if we're going to come at it, you know, if we're going to address it in, you know, strategically, at this point, unless they say, let's draw the line, no, nothing will happen. And all those hundreds of thousands, along with them, will be fish food, you know, or whatever. And they're going to have to deal with it. And they're going to have to deal with their children. Now, I know that those YouTube chieftains, a lot of them have children and wives. And I don't know how they can look at themselves in the mirror without blushing for what all they know and all the power that they wield. And they will not, like Brian from High Impact Vogs will not call Dabu 7, and Dabu 7 will not call Richie from Boston, and Richie from Boston won't call Energy Arts, and Energy Arts won't call Florida Mackey, and Florida Mackey won't call this guy, because they all have their fiefdoms. They do not want to unite as a confederacy to engage this enemy, because they're too wrapped up in their fiefdom. They're too busy, you know, insulating themselves with meat, and that to me is what it is. I don't look at the truth. Well, anyways, I see what a man does. I see their fruit. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to call an apple an orange so I don't hurt the apple's feelings? No, man.
Right.
No.
Well, then I would, if I may, I want to entertain this thought, if you will. I personally would like to look at it from this perspective, then, I guess, and that is, I would ask that everyone that is within the range of my voice, that if you truly think that we're going to survive this thing, that we are going to all come out of this situation alive, and that it's going to get better, then after the last several days of talking about this, I would say do nothing. Do absolutely nothing. Do exactly what you're doing. Hide at home. Be a locked up prisoner in your house and eat all you can until it's gone. And let tomorrow take care of itself. But if you are like me, and if I may so impose, like my friend Geronimo's bones next to me here, we're talking, if I might be so bold as to say that, if you're like us and you truly feel like tonight when you get off of this feed, when we all leave this feed, tomorrow could be your last day on Earth. If any of you feel like this, I would tell you throw this how do I want to put this? Oh gosh, you know, the word right now is escaping me, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I would reckon that you all that hear me would say, somebody step up and lead us to what we should do, to what we need to do, to the ends that it either kills us all or saves us all. Because when we get off this feed tonight, like we said last night, we may not see this feed again tomorrow. This might very well be our last. Everybody within my voice, within the range that can hear me, step up. Make yourself heard. Either step up and be a leader that you can be, or charge the people that have led you to be at this place where you are right now, to lead you to a victory against this enemy we call the government that would see you dead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, this may be our last night, all of us. As we know it, this is going to be the last night that we have like this, no matter how you look at it. Because every day, I guarantee you, every day our freedoms get less. Every day the time gets just that much shorter that we're not going to have the next day, possibly. Or probably. Because none of us promised tomorrow. None of us. You might walk out in the street and get killed tonight. Or you might get hit by lightning tonight. Going out in the street isn't as likely now because everybody has to be locked down. But the likelihood of you getting hit by lightning or a tornado or whatever coming down out of the sky exists. But I tell you right now, the likelihood that the military or the UN or somebody is going to come knocking at your door, and the next thing you're going to hear is a big kabang, and hell will meet you and face
Mm-hmm.
to either take you to hell or the heaven of your choosing. But something's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I would charge everyone to push for anyone you know to lead you to some type of victory over this situation that we are all in now. What do you think about that?
Sir, may I be excused? I need to hit the head for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Yep. Sounds good. My queendom come. What? That's probably it, too. How you doing there, Vernon?
I'm here. I was just going down and reading some of the comments while I had a moment. I just saw somebody say, "Oh, we're just 31 people. What can we do?" Well, you know what? I'm just one sick old son of a bitch sitting in a nursing home. Look what I'm doing. I'm getting 31 of you in this comments and YouTube, whatever we want to call it. I'm getting 31 of you to think. That's something, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, all I know, Darlene, is that there were 31 people in all of the past that didn't think they could do anything either. And I assure you that at least one of those 31 people started the Civil War to end the war. That started the battle of the 300 that ended the war against Xerxes. One person that started the way that ended slavery in America. One person somewhere has always done something to start or stop some movement that saved the lives or caused the writing of the Declaration of Independence or started something. I mean, hasn't it always just been that one person that gets a thing going?
Oh, pardon me, people.
It's okay.
Smurfette did it. I'm seeing what you're saying. I'm not ignoring you. What do you have to say? Anybody that's got anything to say, I charge you. I even implore you, come up on this StreamYard and say it. Say what you think. Say what you feel. Don't sit down there and be ignored. If you have something to say, please come up here. I beg you to come up here and say it.
Hey, Air Force Brett.
What do you mean the time's not here yet? People are trying to kill your children. They're eating your children. They're poisoning your water, your air. They're imprisoned you all And what do you mean the time's not yet? The time is now, or you'll never do it. Ever. And so again, Don, Geronimo, I say to you, and I know you've laid this question to me, but I charge you with this question. What do we do to get these people to instead of decimate, orientate into a direction of the wind and forge hell with the loss, hell with the possibility, but charge the dog.
That's a mission statement, Vernon, that exceeds my pay grade. I I can only, I don't even like doing this. I
And
really don't. But
no, that you gotta be careful with your, on here on
oh
live.
no, I do. I hear you, Bob. I do. I do. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to just draw from my own because Bob or Vernon is posing a question that which supplies a deeper resonance, which draws forth something that folk may not be familiar with, and I'm struggling here mentally to put it into words effectively, and it's this: drawing from my own past is the only thing I can do. A man can only speak the truth he knows from the experience that he has. How accurate that truth might be, coming from a place of experience in one thing or another, is not something that I do easily or quickly, because I want to make sure that my delivery of my understanding of how I should answer Vernon's question or inquiry into how we approach this thing, I want it to be clean and free of any stain that I might inexplicably or ignorantly or carelessly attached to the truth that I understand. But let me say this: when I was a boy, okay, my first experience with the naked features of evil, at 5 years old, watching men in paramilitary uniforms slaughter 23 of my family members in cold blood as we were laying one of our own to rest, who had died a political prisoner in Langkesh. To me, it did not immediately happen, but the effect of just that experience alone caused the way that I regard evil and the way that I engage evil. It comes from a place of the purest indignation that I can muster, not one of pride or ego or any of those things. And that indignation has a name, and it's called justice. So, and having, okay, that's not, I don't want to talk about that. So Vernon says, what can we do to motivate people? Well, this is a very sort of an emerging proto-unique type of tyranny that we're facing worldwide that man has never encountered before at this level, at this at this magnitude. So how the thing that motivates me is love, not the mushy, flowery, butterfly chasing. Everything's going to be okay if we just, wish it away through positivity or new agey stuff or whatever. It doesn't work like that, because I've been in places where positivity, it's not something that, what? They don't care about your positivity. They'll write, positivity on the barrel of the gun that they blow your head off with. They don't care about any of that. People have been lulled into thinking, believing that these elixirs, these psychological elixirs, are sufficient to dispel whatever horrors they told are coming at them, regardless of the messenger of that hardcore, brutal, final, naked truth. So for me, I'm not looking for motivation, and I certainly do not know how to I don't know that anybody would want what I have. If I was able to, let's use, in today's parlance, if I was to try to digital or download all of my experiences with tyranny and evil, and you could see what I have lived and all the people that I have seen tortured to death, things that, I don't want to relive any of that, but if you understood these things, if I could give you that, you would say without question, there would be no question. I strongly suspect if you could feel all the things that I felt, and not just the feelings, but truth to me is like an autopsy. Truth is like this thing, this body laying on a table, and you're handed a butter knife, and just handed it and said, here, just go ahead, this is the truth, go ahead and carve this carcass open, and look at all the black and rotting things in there. That's the truth. When we look at what's being revealed to us, that is how I see. And who wants to stand in this cold, sterile, lifeless a place with a dead body in front of you, and the stench coming off of it? Nobody wants to dig their hands into that stuff. Well, I didn't get that opportunity or the choice. I wasn't asked if I wanted to know what the truth was. I was bludgeoned with it. So for me, it's like if somebody comes at me with like some needle and a badge and a uniform, before I peel his cap, I know I couldn't help but laugh, because it's so absurd to me, because I know what they are. And they are clowns to me. Like, I know they can kill me and everything. I get that, because, they're mighty, they're strong. But that doesn't impress me either. Just not at all. What impresses me is, well, no, I gotta, no, that doesn't work. Scratch that. But yeah, these people don't impress me. And I don't know how to make people understand that, Vernon. Because people, they hold onto their fear. Like, it's like they say to themselves, I imagine in my mind, well, if I let go of this fear, what else can I grab onto, in lieu of that fear? I mean, the fear is dependable. The fear is like a friend. I know what the fear is going to tell me. I know what it's going to ask me to do. I may not like any of it, but I know what fear is. And, I've been cultivated through television and media and, the people I work with and the people I hang. Fear is our friend. Fear is like, you don't like it, but it's all you know. And so what Vern is suggesting is, how do we dispel the field has been planted, with corn, with maize, and the maize is halfway growed up. And what Vernon is saying is, Don, how do we get all this corn, rip it out all by the roots right now, and replant it with something else quick? No. People, I don't know what love means to people out here in this world. I don't know what love really means to them. To me, love means the way that I interact with my wife, with reciprocation in constant flux, love and kindness and generosity and please and thank you and all the little things. That to me is love. Now, if somebody, and I need that, I want that, I enjoy that, I grow in it, I thrive in that, we thrive in that. Now, some guy, some Cheeto guy wants to come and tell me that what I'm doing is wrong or illegal or bad, and they are going to kill that thing. They're going to kill my wife. They're going to kill my critters, which are my family. If I cannot rise up and sacrifice my life to protect it, then I never loved to begin with. And that's the place where men may find themselves right here in the now, is what is their love worth? So that's why the YouTube chieftains are so critical in this, because people won't be moved by love in this instance, because they don't know what love is for the most part. What they will be moved by is concession. They will be moved by giving permission by the YouTube chieftains to do what they know they must do, something. But until they're given permission, the followers of the YouTube chieftains will remain in stasis, waiting to be butchered. No matter how much they talk or how much they keep pushing that whole awake thing, that awake vehicle is. Didn't anybody notice? It was set on fire, burnt, and it's torched on the side of the road. That thing is gone. That vehicle's dead. And people are hooking logging chains to that burned out Hulk, and they're dragging it behind them, saying we must. And all I can hear is just the screech of metal and broken glass against concrete. Who wants to hear that crap anymore? Awake what? That's dead. That's dead. And men are going to die pulling that burned out wreck. That these guys, because they don't know what else to do. They don't know. Like I said, if I had the ability to call Brian from High Impact Vogs and have a conversation with him and say, look, Chief, hey, let's really, let's powwow, let's parlay, let's look at this. Now, you claim that you're one of the good guys. You're one of the torchbearers for liberty. Well, it's time to pull that torch out from underneath the bed and set your people on fire with it. But no, I might as well try to get an audience with the president. to get an audience with one of the YouTube chieftains? You think they're going to listen to somebody like me? No. No, because I am antithetical to the awake movement. I am once again, a solutionist. The window's broken, I fix it. If I cut my glass on it, no big deal. But the window's fixed. So I'm less a few fingers or an eye. I got a limb blown off, but I can still sit here, in my chair, enjoying my pipe and, look at that window. We got it. It cost me a little bit of this and that, but look at that window. Isn't it shiny? Isn't it pretty? No more cracks in it, man. No more wind blowing through, no more bugs getting in. So this truth movement, this awake thing is like just returning to a pile of vomit every day, because that's all it's been reduced to. They regurgitate the truth every day, like a mother bird regurgitating, there you go, baby birds. It's the daily heave. Welcome to the daily heave. Good for you. No, well, we're beyond that. And the YouTube chiefs have been slack. And why that is, that's for them to ascertain in their own minds if it matters or not. I don't know. I don't even care. But you can't make something, Vernon, we can't, impart to our fellow man what doesn't exist. Or I don't know, brother. But that's the only thing I know how to do with, I'm working with, what we're working with. I mean, I've got a lathe and a mill set up here. I've got a cylinder of solid stainless steel, in the pincher. I don't know what tool to make. I don't know. What I got though is this crescent wrench and a screwdriver, and that's all I got. That's all they'll allow me.
Right. I have a question for somebody down in the comments. Smurfette did it. Says, "I'm done with your crap. Last chance. You're talking fluff. Again, I've been living it. People like you are the ones need to cool it. Night, everyone." What do you mean we're talking fluff? I'd like a little emphasis on that, because I don't see you coming up here and saying anything. If it's something we're saying that's upsetting you down there, I'd really like you to come up here and emphasize it to us, because I don't know what else to do except do what I'm doing and keep on doing it, because evidently it's not getting through yet. Somebody needs to say something, and we're just trying to say it. I'd like to see you come up here and give us something different. I mean, damn it. What do you think I am? You think I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a general in the governmental army of the United States of America, or anything else for that matter. I'm a man in a nursing home with heat in my heart and a fire in my soul for what's going on in this country. So come up here and tell me yourself if you think you've got something better.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Smurfette did it. I'm done with your crap. Beat it and find a different place to listen to. Excuse me, I had to say that, because you know what? I'm tired of people's shit. They want to come here and they want to listen to something, but if you put a fire under their ass, they freak out and run the other way. I'm just tired of that shit.
It's not talking to you.
I know it, but it seemed it seemed like they were talking to you. That's why I was making the statement. If it was us, I'm just saying, if it was us, I wanted. Yeah, go ahead.
Smurfette was talking to Last Chance. Last Chance is someone that's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just trying to clarify it.
I know you took it the wrong way. I was checking and checking. So it wasn't even
Well,
towards
and
you
I
at
don't
all.
want her leaving for any other reason either. I don't want her leaving because somebody else is being a jerk. If that
No,
person's
but
being a jerk,
those
don't worry
messages
about it.
weren't- Those messages weren't even for you though. She was.
I that's what I was asking. I was just trying to figure it out because I was like, well, if it is, then I need to address that because I want to make sure, I want to make sure nobody's left out of what they're feeling because I know that feeling myself. I was double checking to make sure. Hey, if somebody feels like we're not addressing something to the right information or if they feel like something's better that they have to say, come up and do it because I'd sure like to hear it. I mean, I'm ready for anybody to say something. I'm ready to hear anybody. Aren't you, Geronimo?
Oh yeah,
Man, I'm open,
oh
brother.
yes.
I'm open, everybody.
Oh, the only pride I have is how well my chickens look. Other than that, no, I'm all ears. Yes,
Man,
sir.
the only pride I got is if I can get up in the morning.
Pride of my chickens. Yeah.
Calico Don, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, and incidentally,
big
I
teddy
can't
bear
read
loves you
anything in
back.
chat stream or nothing. Just so y'all know, I have no idea what's going on with the people talking.
Actually,
I have no idea.
Geronimo, if you look down and it says chat, if you touch that thing that says chat in your bottom there where it says leave, chat, flip, video, audio, if you touch that chat and go over to where it says where it'll bring up a thing and it'll say private chat or live comments. You can hit live comments and you'll see what's streaming by down below. I had to figure it out for a bit too, but yeah.
Huh? Look at that! What
Amazing!
Do you know? Yeah,
Yay!
I'm a stone cold dinosaur, man.
Me too, brother.
I can
It's taken me 6 months to figure this all out, and I'm still working on it. But hey, it's just one new thing,
Hey, Kibo. Hello, Kibo. I like Kibo. Kibo's cool. Oh, look at all these people. Richard Borba, Calico Dawn, Leo Lion. Wow.
I know,
this
it's
is
amazing, isn't it?
I was blinded. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so cool.
Thank you.
Hodgepodge. Giggles. Yeah. I always laugh when I see the giggles.
I know.
Yeah.
Giggles is the one that actually brought me to this platform, isn't she, Bob?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And you've never been right since. And Road Warrior. Hey, the Red Road Warrior. Thank you. You know what? I can't fear standing up because I can't get up. So, but if I could, I would stand up and I'd yell from the top of this roof. I guarantee it. But yeah, anyway, little joke. It was kind of an inside thing. I see that, but anyhow. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm trying to, a little bit of comic relief there. I get a little intense sometimes, y'all, but you know what? I love everybody in here. And you know what? I don't want to see anybody gone. I want us all to make it through this. And if we can't all make it through this, let's all go out together. Damn it. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? I mean, if we're either going to win or lose, let's win all the way or lose all the way. But let's not be on the fence about this crap because you know what? Nobody's going to win this thing. In the end, we all die. So it's how do you want to do it? Do you want to do it sitting on your ass, doing nothing, eating your strawberry shortcake and Oreo cookies and milk, and have the income where they kick in your door and shoot your face off? Or do you want to throw your cookies and milk down, stand up, put a gun in your hand or a Bible in your hand or whatever and start thumping on somebody and make them think it's a sword or make them know it's a pistol? I don't know which to do at this point. Either
You
way,
don't,
it's okay
Vernon.
with me.
Everybody in here right at this moment do not like cookies and milk anymore. They
I'm
don't,
telling.
brother. They don't. And the sad part is I hope that I'm not over stressing this too much about the YouTube chieftains, but the burden of action, we are taking on the burden as volunteers, but it's very heavy, Vernon. And
I know.
you know what I mean, brother? It's kind of beyond us little peons. We don't have the big voices like that. We just don't. So it's like I almost feel like in the movie Braveheart, where Robert the Bruce tries to convince William Wallace that
Yeah.
we need we need the nobles. We
Right.
need them. We need them
Get
to
them off
unite
their
us.
hearts.
The YouTube chieftains are like the nobles to me.
Right.
They all got an agenda. But what did William Wallace say when he was leaving? They go, Sir William, where are you going? He says, well, while y'all are sitting here, picking each other's pockets,
Yeah.
I'm about going and making
patting
sure
each
that my
other's
people have
asses.
freedom. So
That's right.
see ya.
Yeah, I go out to the field to see that everyone has
And what did he say? What did William Wallace say to Robert the Bruce when he gaffed
said,
him up and he said,
if you just take a
he said-
sword in your hand, I'd follow you and die for you.
yes.
Now, it's the same way I'm feeling right now. If somebody just take up a sword and go out to the field and draw it and go forth, I'd stand right behind you and die with you.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
But he said, and what did Robert the Bruce try to accuse him? Tried to accuse him and assert to him that, oh, this
Traitor.
just looks like rage. No,
Right.
this
No,
is well
it's not
beyond
rage. It's
rage.
justice.
So how do we light that kind of a fire in the hearts of the YouTube
know.
chieftains? Will
I
they
don't
end up betraying us like the nobles did to William Wallace?
Yeah, and drop a can on my
Probably.
head. Yeah.
Probably.
Probably.
Because men
And I'll
don't
end up with
change.
my head dashed in,
Yep.
in my bed. I'll end up with my head bashed in. But you know what? At least I'll die free.
No,
My
brother.
heart
You are
will
not
be
the one
free. My
that
heart will be free. My soul will be free. You might kill me, but you cannot take my soul. You cannot take my freedom. You can't have it. Nobody can have it. It's mine.
So do you see the conundrum that we're in right now, Vernon? Do you see it?
Oh yeah. I've seen it for years. That's the worst part. I've seen it for years. We talked about this earlier,
Yes.
And I know you're asking me that in a facetious kind of a nudge way to tell everybody else but yeah, you're right. But I've seen it for years. I've known this was coming. I knew I was alive for some reason that I could not comprehend that this was going to happen, and I'd be here when it did. I didn't want it, but here it is, and I'm here.
Yeah, it came pretty quick too.
Yeah, it did. Kibo down there says, Vernon, do you know what we're going through? Perihelion. I kind of know what that word means, but I don't know what you think I think it means. Can you give me an idea of what you think that means to me? Kibo? Perihelion? I mean, it sounds like something from a movie to me. I don't know. Sounds like a little planet that was in a movie that I saw once or something.
Yeah, perihelion. It means like when one object, reaches. It's kind of like if a comet.
A certain magnitude.
Well, it's like as if, like, let's say a celestial body is approaching perihelion, like approaching its apex as it passes through our solar system.
Right.
As it affects us here on Earth, it reaches a point of perihelion, not necessarily, what it does while it's in our solar system, but how
what
does
it
it
does that
affect
near
us?
us affect us.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Well, then we're in perihelion. Okay. If we're
Yes.
in perihelion, break yourself against it. Stop it. That's what I would say.
Kibo is a warrior. Kibo is a warrior.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm just saying though, if we're in perihelion and that's what you're telling me, then I say rise up and dash yourself against it and either break it or be shattered. That's what I say.
It's not that we are not willing to volunteer to dash ourselves against that
I'll dash
perihelion,
myself
brother.
against it tomorrow, brother. And find myself smeared all over the battlefield if that's what it takes.
How many can we save by doing that, Vernon?
I don't care.
We can save a lot more.
Change one mind, though.
We can save a lot more.
Face another direction and run either into the fray and bash themselves against the wall with me, or turn the other way and run like hell so that they can get away from this and escape it. I don't care which happens, but something's got to give. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yes, I do. However, the fray of which you speak, it has no definition.
Oh, but
what
it
I
has
mean
a face.
is,
It
well,
has
it
many
does to
faces.
us.
It has many faces, and I see them every day standing on that stupid platform when they're going, "Oh yeah, well it's just going to be another month. Now it's just going to be another 2 months, and well, maybe next year. Well, maybe we'll just rob your pockets a little more. Send another rocket ship up into outer. Well, of course, there is no outer space." But we're going to rob you for another $1 trillion anyway and shoot another rocket up to hit the firmament while you're sitting in your stupid house locked up.
Well, here's another.
You know what I'm saying.
Vernon.
I'm kind of in a quandary here.
Hey, Shanna.
Here's another thought.
What's up, Bob? Thanks for having me on. Hello, Bob, Richard, Geronimo, Vernon. Good to see you all and everybody in chat. I love you guys.
Love you too, sweetie.
Hello.
I want to let you know that nothing about this is changing how I am living my life. I went and since where I normally go to worship, I went to my brother's and there was 8 of us congregated. I woke up this morning and I made my own matzah, my own unleavened bread. We partook of that and we partook of a communal cup of the fruit of the vine and we did our thing. It was actually quite beautiful and nothing's going to keep me from congregating with my brothers and sisters. Nothing.
That's good. That's good, and I would hope it never would.
Very good. Hey, Calico Dawn.
Right.
Hello.
Hey, Kibo.
Calico Dawn.
Another question from Kibo, or at least a question in the form of a statement. Says, and I'm very aware of how the Bible. I've been reading the Bible for 50 years. Kibo says, my people die for a lack of knowledge. Yeah, Yeshua said that. Said Vernon, please learn from angry catfish Briggs and everyone. You know what? I've been learning from everyone for 50 odd years of my life. And angry catfish Briggs, I don't even know who that person is. And you're talking Mexican to me, as far as I'm concerned.
And it sounds like it's just another person. And
I'm
to be honest,
to expand on it,
Yeah, I'm not going to stand on any man's knowledge because that's man's knowledge. I mean, I like coming here and listening to people that come to Bob's platform because all of us have a different understanding of where we are in our life and our experiences, and we can learn from each other. But as far as I'm concerned, there's only one like master plan for me, but it's still, I like listening to y'all and learning y'all stories because it is something we can learn and grow from each other.
Exactly. Yeah, I've learned a lot too here. You know.
Yeah, Bob. I don't
Well,
remember who was here the other day, and we were talking about, when you first started out. And I mean, remember I was right there. I don't know if you remember that, as
yeah,
us walking through how to do this, and stuff. It, and look at you now. Look at you now.
yeah. Look at me now.
Look at you now. You got tons of trolls.
Exactly what I was thinking when he said that.
that that means you're doing something right, brother.
That's what everyone
Okay.
keeps telling me, but I don't feel that way. You know, it feels like I'm taking
I,
steps backwards. I'm not going forwards.
you're moving forwards. You will always get trolls when you're doing something right, no matter what. And that that is how the world works, brother. And you're feeling it because you
Yeah,
ain't doing nothing wrong. You're doing something right. You're trying to wake people up, and people will come in because they don't want people to wake up.
right, right.
And you are doing a really good justice for many people to keep speaking truth. True seeker to 2020.
Thank you, Sandy.
Ah,
Appreciate it. But everybody brings stuff to the table. You know.
well,
Look at you.
but
I'm a
they would, but you are giving the platform for them to do that.
right.
And I want to thank you for doing what you do, brother.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I wish I was able to have a panel. I would if I could.
Yep, you can.
No, I can't. I don't have StreamYards. And I don't have a memory card on my phone, so it's a piece of shit.
Uh,
Yeah. I'm limited what I can do, Bob, but I do what I can.
right.
And Geronimo, I'm not familiar with your channel. I'm gonna have to check you out. And also Richard. Y'all are two unknown people to me, but
Yeah.
seem like interesting individuals.
Yep.
Have you thought about, you remember the song In the Year 2525? We all know that song, right?
Yep.
Well, what if you took and said in the year 2020 and the 5 may be like May 5th, 2020?
What's that?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just wondering if anybody's done any like math and gematria on that or whatever.
Oh, we're gonna need keys up here for that one.
Yeah, get 11, get 11,
Hey,
11
come
up here for
up.
that one. I was just
He's the
curious because
number
I know there's
man.
a lot of different fields of people here that work in different areas. And I was
Mm,
curious if anybody had thought of that one yet, because it might be something important. I actually do love that song because it does lay out pretty much what we see happening in our world. But in the year
mm,
2525 seems to be a little bit too far in the future. Is why I suggested that maybe the fives are actually like the month and the day, because they like to tell us stuff in songs, music, movies, whatever, like pre-programming and whatnot. And 2525 seems to be way too far off for me to even fathom. Just a little bug in you number crunchers' ears, okay?
So, Keys, you have been summoned.
Keys is summons. I mean, you know me, Truth Seeker. I always try to think outside the box in different areas.
Yep, me too.
I just want a box of chicken right now.
I just want a box of like pecan praline.
That'll work too.
What happened, Calico? You get kicked off? What happened?
She probably like me and has struggles with the StreamYard. I mean, I
Yeah.
really am surprised I'm sticking here with you. Usually I have to walk outside and stand by that tin wall where I get a good signal, but I'm inside my house and I'm getting a great signal. For now. For now. So Vernon, how's everything seeming to go where you are? Anybody freaking out and wearing masks everywhere?
Everybody's wearing masks. We've had about, I don't know, 15 people taken to the hospital, and they claim it's this crazy ass disease.
Well,
But
you know that it's
it's
a
not.
80% false positive test. If they test anybody, they're
They're
going
not
to
even
say
doing
that
that.
they have. They're just assuming, huh? They're just
Yeah,
assuming.
they're just taking people's temperatures, and if they got a temperature, they're sending them off and saying they've got COVID. I mean, I've seen them do it. They've been trying to take my temperature. I say, get away from me with that. Well, we just need to. I said, you don't need to do anything. Well, we have to. I said, no, you're not allowed to have to touch me at all. I'm like, you got it. You need to get away from me with that crap because I don't give you the consent to bullshit me. I know better.
Man,
So
I just read Sandy. That's crazy. I'm sorry, but I just read Sandy's comment that True Seeker put up there. That's crazy. It's got the 201, the event 211, and C19. Oh, come on. That is insane. That's the name of the comment? That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Everything's a coincidence, right, Bob?
I like them coinky dinks.
Yeah.
Somebody owes me a Coke here.
Here comes Calico.
Man, shit's get crazy. But I've seen. Are you anybody here ever watch? It's freaking. I forgot her channel name, Bob. It's it's a almost shit. I just watched her video. It's a blonde-haired, very long-haired girl, and she always talks about Gaserna and Nursara. Are you familiar with Gaserna and Nursara?
Mm-mm.
The fact that the saint the specific saint, I can't remember his name right now. He started a fund for America, and it's been building and building and building, and basically when the time is deemed right, those funds will be released unto all Americans. And it's called Gasara or Nasara. Gasara is the global, which I don't believe in global, but whatever. It's the global.
Whoops, we lost her. That was instantaneous. Well, hey, Calico, Don, how's it going?
Hello, Calico. Hello, Calico.
You're
Calico,
muted.
Unmute. Hello, Calico. Can you hear us?
Hey, sorry, Bob. It just dropped out. My bad. So none of y'all have ever heard of Gasara or Nasara?
No, I've never heard of it.
Well, Nasara is national. It's basically a reset. It's a monetary reset, and Gasara is a worldwide reset. and they will happen hand in hand. They will happen at the same time, or one right after another. And the girl's channel is called Possibly Alexandra. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not possibly, it's probably, like how you say probably. And Alexandra, she has a YouTube channel, and that's pretty much the only place she puts any videos. And she's been talking about Gasara and Nasara for quite a while. And I want to say it was St. Augustine, but it's not St. Augustine, it's something else, that had this trust fund. And this trust fund is coming to its fruition, ready to be passed out to all Americans. It was specifically for Americans because we were a project. In other words, it was a project to see
Just
how
somebody
this,
else's project.
yeah, it was this simulation to see how this would work out.
Well, they can hand me $20 million if they want.
Well,
No, I mean, I'm just joking, but you know.
Well, that's the thing about the Gasara and Nasara is that it's actually part of the test as well in the simulation of America, is to see if you will take it or not.
I don't want their money. They can keep it.
I don't either. Keep their dirty, filthy money.
Yeah, I got my own.
Anyway, I'm surprised none of y'all have heard of this Gasara and Nasara.
Nope.
I wish I could remember his freaking name, the saint that put this trust in place. Yeah, Jermaine, Saint Germain.
You know, I did hear something about that now. I don't know much about any of the Catholic stuff. I've got a few friends that are Catholic, and that's all, you know. And it just when you started saying that, I was like, wait a minute, it sounds like something like
it's Saint Germain. That is what it is, and he set up this trust with a lot of money in it, and it's just been sitting there collecting interest for like 1,000 years. You know,
wow,
because
crazy.
He set it up before America was even instituted, so it's
Seriously?
a huge. Yeah.
Oh, even Patty Schneider down here says it was Jermaine the First or something. Yeah. I never really heard. I just remembered something about it. Yeah.
This is something that is supposedly right now possibly coming into fruition. That's why they are doing the checks to everybody. It's just to get us used to getting these checks, and then they're just going to keep coming.
Sounds like a force to socialism.
It is a forced socialism, but that's part of that experiment that was set up.
It's not like we aren't already a socialist republic. In
we're a socialist and republic in quotations.
Right, yeah, in quotes.
Because we're socialist. We are socialism.
We're a capitalist state with socialist agenda. That's what it is.
We're a capitalist state with socialist tendencies.
Yeah, socialist tendencies towards socialism.
But what is interesting about this is a lot of people want to say that when the complete fruition of the Saint Germain, thank you for coming up with that and telling me that, because that is what it was, is that a lot of people say it will be the possible mark of the beast, if you will, because you will not be able to buy or sell without it.
Yep. Right. Well, that's what the mark is. You will not be able to buy or sell
we're gonna be around for that part.
Anything.
I'm sorry, Bob, what did you say?
I don't think we're going to be around for that part. That's for the next ones.
I don't know. I think it might happen within the next 7 to 12 years. I think 12
I think it's going to be much sooner than that. But
welcome back, Calico.
Hey, Calico.
You made it.
Guess how blonde I feel.
Oh, no. Blonder than I do, I'll tell you that.
I just got really sticky fingers today. I tried the laptop. It wanted to update, so I go on my cell phone, and yes, I hung up on myself a couple times, and then I was like, "Wait a minute! I'm in the room and I'm in the chat. How can I be there at the same time?" And then I got panicked and just like X'd out of everything.
Nice.
You sound like
That's
me,
all
Oh
good.
girl.
my gosh! I think I need to
It's
have
all
another cup
good.
of juice. How is everyone?
I
Still
am well
alive.
tonight, sister.
Good.
Still alive and still kicking.
Well,
Keeps
that
going.
well, that's good because I'd be worried. I'd be talking to ghosts or something like that. You know.
Ooh.
Ooh. We had a terrible blizzard here today. My husband even
A blizzard?
slipped. Yes, and he even slipped into the ditch. Just nice and only broke a little bit of his mud flap. So
Where are you at, Kako?
I am from southeast Leduc County, Alberta, Canada.
Ah,
Oh,
Alberta,
okay.
Canada. Yes.
Canada. I'm
Yes.
down
Oh,
in Texas, girl.
Canada.
Past blizzards.
My
we
hu-
had a couple snow flurries this year. That was as blizzardy as it got.
My
My
husband
wife.
goes back to work tomorrow, and his company in Nisku has a company in Texas. So we're almost sisters, aren't we?
We are almost sisters. I don't care what anybody says. I consider everybody that I come across paths with my brothers and sisters. Y'all are my brethren. I love you all.
Awesome.
My wife was Canadian.
I'm
Was?
trying to read this.
Well, yeah, she passed away last April. So,
I'm sorry to hear
oh, that's
that.
all right. It's all right. Everything's good. But yeah, she was from Windsor, Ontario. So yeah, she was a Southerner as far as the Canadians go.
Yeah, I'm a
She, she,
southerner as far
she
as
was a
Calico.
Texas.
Sure.
She was a Texas Canadian.
I have lived in Texas for 40 plus years.
Oop, we lost Geronimo.
Geronimo!
Geronimo, the Lone Ranger.
So
Break.
my friend Bob, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging
You're
in
not
there.
so stressed tonight.
Yeah,
Did
Are
I
you
someone
tried
sleep?
not to.
drinking? Are you drinking wine, Bob?
No, it's
Did
my
someone
coffee.
sleep? Did someone slip you the red pill?
No,
Good.
no, I'm just not sweating nothing. It is what it is,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I got good enough. I don't care if there's 10 people in here, as long as it's good family, love, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes you got to
That's
get the pillow fight over, though. I think the pillow fight starts in me. I watch these videos and I just want to start swinging.
I
It's been
don't
going
I
on for
don't
too long. Months.
I don't know what was being said earlier,
Yeah,
but at that time I had this song playing in my head from like a action movie. It was like dun, 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 and I was waiting for fists to swing and nothing happened because people are being cool in here tonight. That's awesome.
yeah. Gotta weed out the bad. And any more come in, we're just gonna get rid of them too. Not playing anymore, and we
No
don't need.
more playing. And I have personally recognized the people
Talk.
I that I realize are the troublemakers, and I'm not going to have any more with them.
Same
It's
here.
very obvious, and anybody in here should realize those people and should not be uh, unequally yoking yourselves with those people, I would say, because they are there just to cause trouble and to stress your mind out. And we don't need that at this point in our lives. We really don't.
You really don't need it at all, but especially in the times we're in right now. That's what I don't
Exactly.
understand. We're in like I don't know, like we're like right there. I think.
I agree, Bob. I mean, I know I said I think we might have 7 to 12 years, but that's like me being very generous. And I only said that
Yeah.
because I only said that because I think of the story of the 7 years of the fattened calves and the 7 years of the lean calves, in the drought back in the time of
Right.
Joseph. Because I think that story possibly might have something to do with our future time. But I don't know when that 7 fat years began, and we might be going already into the 7 lean years. I don't know, but I thought maybe
I'm thinking
that could
17 days.
translate into 7 days, because in God's time, a year is a day and a day is a year. We don't really know how to translate that terms into what is going on. Like, once this possibly is put into play, finalized, it could be
Well,
7 days, but it could be
just
7 years. I mean, I don't know.
think about it this way, because I mean, you're talking 7 to 10 years, but we got the whole world shutting down. We have people locked in their houses, not locked, but staying home, sheltering. Businesses closing, people losing their jobs, people starving to death. You know what I mean? You really think we're gonna last 7 to 10 years? And plus, we got the National Guards deployed nationwide. There's
Yeah.
military movement everywhere,
And
even in our
and
country.
that's just the first part of it, is the National Guard. They've already got army
Exactly.
troops ready too.
And the word is that
Coming behind, there's the next role
right,
coming out after that.
then all branches of the army are gonna be coming out
Yeah, did
this
you see
month.
that announcement from Florida of the I can't remember the whatever's name, that captain that was talking about rolling out. He's like, we got this, and this, because we're fighting the drugs now, because in this time of our virus, they're going to take advantage of us to roll in some drugs. So they're fighting the war on drugs as well down in Miami.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Mm.
It That is just so laughable that they're going to fight a war on drugs when that's pretty much our government's
You
like money banking.
you talking about those ships out there?
Oh no, not the big white ships with the cross on them. No,
No,
they
the
literally in Miami had an announcement that they were bringing in Marines and stuff because they got intel that some drug lords were trying to bring drugs into the country during this tough time.
do you believe
So
that?
no, I don't believe that for a second.
Come on,
That
we
that's just
we have
that's their cover story.
we have
you
the
know?
National Guard. Yeah, exactly. The National Guard deployed. Then the Army's coming, and of course the Marines got to come in too. So
Yeah. It's just their cover story, and everybody's gonna believe it except for a few people like us.
yeah,
And if somebody comes knocking on my door wanting to swab my mouth and see if I got the coronavirus, I'm gonna give them the middle finger and tell them, as for me and my household, we serve the Lord. Be gone with you in Jesus' name. I already told you that. No, I don't want no part of
mm,
y'all. Get. And if they take me out, they take me out. I'd rather do it that way. I ain't going to no camp. I ain't going to no crap like that. It ain't happening. And I'm okay. I'm happy about it, literally, Bob. I would rather go out like that than uh, succumbing
mm,
to the wickedness of this world.
mm-hmm.
No matter
It's ready.
how any of y'all feel about the Bible or our Creator or whatever you believe in, most of us here do not want to bow down to the evil forces that are in control of this world, no matter what you believe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob, I didn't come up to here to dominate your panel. How's your car doing? Did you wax it today?
Nope, just sits in the driveway.
You need to take that baby out for a spin.
Mhm.
And put the top down and get some air blowing in your hair.
Yeah, start.
And scream as you're driving down the road. I'm mad as hell and I ain't gonna take it anymore.
I'll just bump it. Got 1500-watt amplifiers. We're not gonna take it.
We're not gonna take it. Oh, dude, you should totally do that. You should totally do that and go live while you're driving down the road and have your phone. I'm holding my hands up so you can see what I'm talking about, but you can't see me. But you should totally put your phone on like your dashboard cam, driving down the road, blasting that song and screaming, singing along with it. That'd be so fucking fun.
I think that would be awesome. Do it.
That would be awesome. I think I might do that on my way to work tomorrow, you guys. I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna play that song. I don't even have the song to play, but I will just sing it. I don't know what I'm gonna do, Bob. I actually work tomorrow. Isn't that crazy? I'm working tomorrow.
Wow.
My husband goes back into the shop tomorrow after 2 weeks off.
And every time I go to work, I'm scared to death that I'm going to come into some kind of weird checkpoint. I mean, literally, I'm scared to death that I'm going to run into something I don't want to run into.
Assign angels to go ahead and clear the way. That's what I do.
I pray every time I leave my house, please, Lord, do not let me come into something I do not want to or need to come in contact with. But you know what? If it happens, maybe that's where I'm supposed to go. Maybe God wants me to go to jail. Maybe he wants me to go and preach to the prisoners like Paul and Silas were in jail in the middle of the night.
I was just talking about them like 3 times today. I think that's a powerful,
that is a powerful story.
I had to worship like the last 2 days because it was like we were just stuck in this prison. It was like, no, I'm getting out of here, even if I have to do it just in spirit. And that's what I did.
That's
break
awesome.
free. We got to break free from the prison, right? And we're going to just have to do it with
right.
some supernatural power and some weapons, right?
They were singing praises to God while they were stuck in shackles around their ankles. And there was an earthquake, and it unlatched the chains, and it opened the jail cells, and they still stayed there. And when the jailer came to check on them, he was like, "Why didn't y'all escape?" It was because they didn't want to escape. They didn't feel the need to. And the jailer was like, that's cool. So he was like, wanted to listen to what they had to say. Yeah. And so they saved that whole family that night because they opened their hearts and listened to the word.
And went over to the jailer's house and had dinner with his family. How crazy is that?
I know. And I've been thinking about that story for the past couple weeks. It's just like, because I feel inspired by that. And I know that might be something that will be our future, possibly. It might not work out like that, but you know what? If I'm in jail, I promise you this, I will be preaching the gospel.
We got to learn to get out of our flesh and stay in the spirit.
Yes.
Because we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. This is a spiritual battle, and they're fighting us for our faith. We fight the good fight of faith. This is what we fight for, our faith. We have to have faith that God is greater than this, that he is just greater than this. There's nothing greater.
And whatever his will be done, whatever his will is, what it will be done.
I don't know if you know this scripture, but this one is what captured me the last couple of days is, as he is, so am I. So if he's in me, and who can be against me?
I don't know exactly what scripture you're quoting, but it makes me think of, let not I, but Christ liveth in me. For the life that I now live, I live in the flesh that giveth, oh man, I'm totally screwing that one up. I mean,
It's all good. It's all good. It's written on your heart. But
And
that's the important thing is we just got to know that the greater one lives on the inside of us.
exactly, exactly, and that will win, and then it's already won. Bob, I'm sorry. I know you don't like to necessarily take things to a religious stance. I'm sorry.
I just know that little David went after big Goliath.
Little Goliath.
And I saw that he picked 5 stones. He chose 5 stones, but only took 1 stone.
Right.
And it only took 1.
But he went
but
prepared with
well,
more than 1. But he only needed 1.
He only needed 1. But you know what he said? I love this. I learned this 7 years ago. I think it's Mark, verse 11, 23, 24. And he said to this mountain, be removed and cast into the sea. And if you don't doubt it in your heart, you can have as you say. Well, David said to Goliath, today I will have your head. So he spoke to him, and he did it. He spoke to him. He had no fear. He had no doubt. And what he said came to pass. So I'm going
It
to
was
just
because
suggest.
he had zero doubt.
Exactly.
He knew God had his back.
Yeah. So
and
no
I
matter,
know God has my back.
Exactly. No matter what you guys face over there or what we face over here, we just have to remember. I love this picture of this big lioness and that tiny little cub in front of her. And you see the eyes like, don't you dare touch my child. Imagine your big God right behind you. Don't you dare touch my child.
That's how I fear. That's how I feel. That's how I walk out into the world. Is I know God is standing right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ is carrying me, even though I'm walking. He is walking with me and carrying me through wherever I go and protecting me.
Yea,
and
though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
No evil.
No evil. This evil that has taken over this world is about to be fully exposed, dragged, made a spectacle of, just like Jesus did Satan. They are about to get wiped, and we think, well, us who are awake, but those who aren't awake, I really believe that they're in terror. And somebody said something about those atheists that laugh at us because we're praying to a God they can't see, are in their homes hiding from a virus they can't see. And I'm kind of like asking myself, well, do I really believe that this is a virus? Because I'm in my home, because I'm always in my home, not because I'm afraid of a virus, just because I live in the country and, well, the city's not the best
You
place
sound
to
like me.
be.
I'm always at home. If I'm not at work, I'm at home, and I
I'm
live
at
out in the country
home.
too. It's because I hate going to town. I'm like, I hate going to the store. I buy everything. I try to stock up so I don't have to go to town unless I am going to work. And it's not because I'm not a social person. I just really don't like going to stores.
Me
But
too.
and Mark
Every
knows
3
this
months.
about me. Mark popped in. He knows this about me. Is I dread going to the store. I really do. And
I think I dread more the people than the actual store. Is that
I don't. I don't mind the people. I visit with the people while I'm
it's
in
the
there.
demons. It's the demons, not the people. Sorry.
Yeah, because I literally visit with people. I will sit there and talk to somebody for 30 minutes in the store, and they probably are like, God, please let me go, Shanna.
Are definitely
They're
some
like,
good people.
why did I have to run into Shanna today? You know how you try to avoid those people at the stores? I'm that person.
Oh, are you? I
So
don't know.
it's not the people. It's just I really hate going to shop. I'm not a shopper.
Me either.
And I come home and I'm like, man, I forgot to get this or this because I forget. I just buy like lots of beans and lots of toilet paper. And I've always been that way pre all this stuff. I always buy lots of toilet paper and tons of beans. Like
I'm a shopper, but I don't like people. You know what I'm saying, Jana?
I know Mark. Mark does not like people. he finds us crude and unpleasant. As I tell Mark,
Excluding everybody here.
As I tell Mark, I'm going to go wire the trees.
We go to Walmart and stock up on the bigger items, you know, like toilet paper, Kleenex, and stuff about every 3 months, being as we live in the country. So when we just happened to think, oh, well, you know, let's just stop at the grocery store. It's Friday night. And we were like, what is going on here? Are they having a party? It was packed full. It was 9 o'clock at night. And there was hardly anything on the shelves. And
That
I
was
thought,
me.
what is going on? I got everything on my list. Thank the Lord. Kept my gloves on. Left the store.
Is it Cleo?
Calico. Calico, as in the cat.
That was
Yes,
me.
Calico.
That was me. I literally, it was, I don't know now, like what, 4 weeks ago, I went to the store. I went to Walmart to get beer. And I
They
was like,
sell beer at
the
Walmart?
parking lot was super full. And I was like, what the hell's going on? Because I don't watch TV. So I didn't know that there was this like freak out pandemic. I had no idea. And like the toilet paper aisle, everybody was going down that and it was empty. And I was like, what is going on? I had zero idea. I had no clue what was going on. And I was like, I ran into this old man. He was like, he looked at me and he confided in me, like he total stranger. And he looked at me and he was like, I really need toilet paper. And I was like, I'm sorry. I had no toilet paper in my. I literally just went in there to get beer. That was it. And I got my beer and left. And then I went to another store to go buy my husband's Dr. Peppers because he loves Dr. Peppers. And that old man that I saw that wanted toilet paper was at the next store I went to, which was Dollar General. And he was like, as I was coming out, he was coming in. He says, "Is there any toilet paper in there?" And I said, I don't know. I didn't go down the toilet paper aisle. Maybe he was so desperate to find toilet paper, and I felt bad for him. Now that I look back, I was like, dude, I should have invited him to my house and gave him some toilet paper.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
Our
son went to Walmart. Was it the other day? We were there on Monday. We just happened to see toilet paper. We picked up a case, right? A big pack, just in case somebody needed some. We could put some away. And sure enough, my son says, "Mom, there's no toilet paper in the stores again." So I'm like, "Sure, I'll sell you some." Just kidding. I actually gave
I'll sell you some.
Mama
$80
said,
a roll.
yeah, no. Mama gave him 6 rolls and, you know, some homemade bread and some brownies and, you know, empty half the deep freeze. Do a bag for him. He's 26.
You sound like me and my son. My son is 21, and he was like, he's been coming over here every day. Like, I'm starving, Mom. There's no food to find in the shelves and stuff. And I'm like, well, y'all coming over? I made a pot of beans. I got cornbread, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, I'm trying, and I'm like, you know, here's a roll of toilet paper. Because, you know, it's like, I'm not a prepper. I just don't like to go to the store. So I try to buy as much of stuff I can when I go to the store, which I don't make a lot of money or anything, but I use the money I have to stock up so I don't have to go to the store because I really hate shopping.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Are they limiting stuff at Walmart?
Our Walmart, yes. Actually, our Walmart, our co-ops, our Safeways, 2 items per person on anything. No more than 2 items. Yeah, and it's kind of weird that most stores aren't limiting the amount of people coming in. Like, they're not stopping. Walmart just kind of wiping the cart for you. And let's see, the co-op there. They weren't limiting people coming in as well. My girlfriend actually works there, and she's really kind of ticked off at the owner that they aren't limiting the amount of people coming in, that they should be doing a count, doing a check, coming into the local co-op.
Have any of y'all watched any of Thomas Cowan's videos, Dr. Thomas Cowan videos?
Mm-mm.
I don't think I'm going to write that name down.
He's got some really good. Look up Dr. Thomas Cowan, and also look up.
See, sounds familiar.
C with a C, COWAN, Dr. Thomas Cowan, and also look up Dr. Anthony. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, it's not Anthony. Dr. Andrew Kaufman, KAUGHMAN, Kaufman. Because both of those doctors have some really good info about how viruses work and that they are not contagious, you guys. So y'all should throw those fears out the window of this being contagious, because that is not how viruses work. Viruses are actually something produced inside your body that is a solvent, which is similar to basically you using Dawn dish soap to clean your dishes. Imagine your plate that has grease all over it as a cell, and you want to remove the grease from your cell, the dish. You use it will. We put Dawn dish soap on it, and it takes the stuff you don't want there that make it dirty, and then you put it up to dry. That is what a virus is. Your body produces it naturally when your cell has a poison in it or something that is not wanted.
I've been playing those doctors for the last several days.
Me too.
And not only that, today I played a video of Trump and a video just saying that more people die from smoking cigarettes than from this virus.
Mm-hmm.
More people die. More people die of car crashes
and suicides. Right. My husband pulled some statistics yesterday today of the go on and ask Google how many people died of the flu in 2016-17.
30,000.
Well,
it was like,
does anybody know how many people died in?
It was like 64,000 or 69,000 or something like that.
They have it actually has a range between 30 to 70,000, and they estimate it because it's a bit of a curve, if you will, because some of those people were guesstimated to die of the flu, and some of them were tested of the flu. So it's kind of on a curve.
How many of them take the flu vaccination?
No way.
You think
most of them.
How many see
most
exactly?
Of them.
My mother-in-law took it all the time.
Keep in mind,
hey Bob,
our fear
I
is
want to apologize that I have been missing most of your streams, my friend. I really apologize for that.
It's okay, I know how it is. I can't get everywhere myself, so I understand.
I didn't realize you had been playing those two doctors stuff, because it is very important information just for the fact just for the fact of breaking down the fear of this, because fear can actually make you sick, you guys. And the fact, if you have such fear in your being, that is a bad frequency, and that is going to make you sick, whether you get the COVID or something. It's going to break down your immune system, where you are going to get sick from something, whether it be this, that, or another thing. And so please, you guys, don't succumb to the fear of this virus, because that is part of what the media is wanting you to buy into. Oh crap, what happened to Bob?
I don't know. Bob left the building. Maybe Bob needs to go to the Bob room.
I don't know if any of y'all else understand what I'm saying, but that is what they really want you to buy into, this fear phenomenon, and that it can induce you to be sick.
I just encourage people to eat healthy, exercise, take your vitamins. If you're feeling like you got a weak immune system, build it. Vitamin C, vitamin D. Good stuff.
I just trust in God to take care of me. I eat whatever. I literally, like a couple months ago, I was cleaning this house, and this lady was wanting me to clean out her pantry, and she was throwing away all this food, all these canned goods that were expired. And I told her, she was like, "You want any of this?" And I took it all home with me, and I literally ate canned chili that was expired by 5 years, you guys, and I was fine because pray over your food, pray over everything,
Yeah.
and trust in the Lord to take care of you. He will provide for you no matter what. I looked at that as God providing me with food that I couldn't afford to buy.
I had a bit of a prophecy this year. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, it's the year of vision, 2020," and I kept hearing provision. And
I've
then,
heard that too.
I thought, provision. Okay, he provides for us. And then today I thought, no, provision means professional sight, to be able to professionally see wisdom, to see the truth, to be able to have the veil opened up. Provision. I think that God was going to just not only provide for us, but really open up what's happening in the spiritual realm and kick this damn evil out of here once and for all.
Well, I don't think that the damn evil is going to be kicked out of here once and for all until the judgment day.
Yeah, well, the Bible does say in the end Jesus wins. So I just
yes,
the end of the book. Let's just go to the good stuff.
Good stuff. It's not going to happen till judgment day, though. It's not.
I know.
We are in for a tribulation like no man has ever seen before, and anybody that thinks that's not going to happen, they're lying to themselves. Because tribulation is coming upon this earth, and we're told that it will come, like no man has ever seen before.
I went through a trial and tribulation in 2012, and my daughter was killed. And people think tribulation is just earth shaking. No, it's
life shaking.
It's life shaking. It's faith shaking. Something's gonna come and happen to you, and it's going to shake everything about you, and it's going to change. For me, it literally changed the way I lived. It changed the way I breathed. It changed the way I thought. It changed the way I slept, and then it changed the way I approached God, and it changed everything about me. And because of what shook me, it's what strengthened me. And I just truly believe if everybody just held on to some faith, that this shaking that we haven't even really experienced yet. Maybe what we've gone through is just strengthening us for what's to come. I don't know.
I think you're right, because I mean, like, my brother and his sister lost their son to SIDS, and I know many people who have lost lots of children and different scenarios, and I do think a lot of it is to test our strength and to build us up for what may be to come, because I think it is called the Great Tribulation, something no man has ever seen before, and we do need to mentally, physically, mostly mentally and spiritually prepare for what is coming. But hey, you guys, Mark knows this. I got to go. Mark told me I had to go to bed early tonight.
Well, say goodnight.
So, Mark, good night. I love you. I wish Bob was here. I hope he can hear me, but I love you, Mark. And very nice to meet you, Calico.
You too. Take care. God bless.
I love everybody in chat. I can't see y'all right now, but I love you guys. And God be with you all, my friends, till the end, and give you strength and bless you all to just persevere through everything that we may be fixing to have to endure. I love you guys.
Take care.
Good night.
Well, what are we going to do till Bob gets back? Mr. Mark? Richard? Richard,
Well, listen, everybody, I'm going to have to jump off here. And I'll see everybody later.
You take care. Be safe.
All right, Mark. Thanks for stopping by.
And now we're down to 2.
And then there were 2. I saw your beautiful video there, Mr. Richard. I think it was at the birds were singing.
Yep.
That was just tremendous. It's so soothing. Only if you close your eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't too nice of a visual that day.
Yeah,
But,
our skies.
skies are
They're not
getting
getting
bad.
it. They're not getting any better.
No, no, they're ramping it up for some reason. There's something behind that. Yeah, I think it has to do with everything that's going on.
Atlas, 5G.
Something. It could be all of the above. I think they're trying to hit us with everything. They can't pick us off one by one. So to me, this is just my opinion. I think they're putting everything together and trying to hit us with everything they got at one shot.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Did I sing that out loud?
Yep.
Well, they can try and hit us with all they got, but God is still greater, in my opinion. And He can't kill my spirit. There's been a lot of video or UFO activity, more so in the last couple of years, and more so in the last 30 days than I've seen in the last 20 years that I've been researching.
Would you think that coincides with T-Man bringing out the 6th branch out of nowhere? Just kind of maybe he's kind of letting the cat out of the bag that so many people have been seeing it that you can't hide it anymore. I mean, you can just pretty much anybody can look up and there it is. I'm kind of thinking that he has to say something before it gets so obvious that everybody calls them liars, and now they become like NASA. You can't believe, not even if they sneeze and say, "Excuse me," you won't even believe that.
I think Gina Marie Colvin Hill has been capturing or sharing some tremendous images of spacecraft. And I have noticed, because I've been watching, that there's more detail in the ships. There's more detail in what she's capturing. And, some might be far-fetched, but, I see things. I've taken a picture of a cloud, and it turns out it's an angel in the cloud, in the face of God, like it's right under the wing. And, I might be the only one that can see it, or some other people could see it, but not everybody could see it. So some seeing is believing, and some believing is seeing. It's an act of faith. And I think, based on everything that we have been fed from television to books, sci-fi stories, people saying they remember being kidnapped by aliens. There's just so much out there that really makes you wonder, are these people that crazy that they could make up all of this for attention?
I don't think that would be the case because there's so many that are coming forward with the same stories and they're in different parts of the country and they don't even know each other. So how would that? Because I'll be real, I don't believe in coincidences. So it doesn't fly with me when you hear multiple stories that are identical and these people are on the opposite sides of the world. There's got to be something more to it.
I remember when I saw the Da Vinci painting and noticed the UFOs in there, and I was like, seriously? Like, really? And I thought this was absolutely impossible. But then I look at technology, and I started going to like museums and stuff like that, and I just things just didn't quite, just like there's a sense of something. Where did this come from? All of a sudden, you go from being dirt poor to we've got trains, we've got all of this stuff, and then bang! Now all of a sudden, in the 50s, they were saying, "Oh, before long, we're going to be talking videos on phones," and then here we are, a short 50 years later. And where did all of this come from? I mean, I know God is the creator of all things, creator of science. But these weapons, we know that that's not from God. But I've heard that there's this theory. I think I got it from WSO. I can't remember the scientist or the person he was interviewing. And he mentioned this space program where they were trying to protect the Russians from coming in with their UFOs. Now, I don't know, again, if that's a bunch of garbage or not. But is it plausible? Because I've taken pictures of the sky, and then turns out there's a UFO in the picture. So I'm not sure, Richard.
Oh, they're there, all right. I've taken multiple still shots of. I love taking pictures of the moon when it sets to the west,
Mm-hmm.
and I have also caught the same thing. I have caught a UFO at an angle that had, for lack of a better word, camouflage coloring on it, and it looked like the top half of a football that they play football with,
Mm-hmm.
meaning American football, not European football. And it was like, I don't know how, just like if you were to cut an NFL football in half right up the middle, it would just be the top half. And it was angled going right toward the moon. And I'd taken 4 still shots repetitively. And the third one, it came up. And luckily for me, it was clear as could be. So I went ahead and posted it on my wife's channel. And pretty much that's one of a couple that I've caught before. And I've also caught, didn't get it on video, but they sprayed, for lack of a better word, the planes were farting around. And when they went from east to west, as I stared to the west to see the plane, I noticed 2 round cylinder things, not cylinders, but round, look like steely balls, floating right up against it, going east. And as fast as they could go by, when I picked up my camera, before I could get a focus, they instantly shot to the south and were gone. And I was at a loss of words. So I've seen some things and some stuff that's unexplainable, and I know it's technology. It can't be anything but. It's when you see something and you see metal, you can tell that it's technology. It's not, and you could tell that it is. How do I say this? For some reason, I know it's not from other places. I know it belongs to us. You can tell, because it's so blatant. Because if it was from other place, you wouldn't be able to see it that long. Because in my opinion, if it's from another place, they have ways of masking it or hiding it, that if you do see it, it's like a glimpse or a phase.
That's what mine was.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to
It went
see it
so
as
fast.
Yeah, these things were so fast that I couldn't even get the camera. It was turned on. I couldn't even get it up to get it focused, and it was gone, just like that.
I was really lucky enough to catch the video. I think I went live during Facebook, because I was kind of like, I don't think this is the moon. Why is this moon moving so fast? It was later on that I found that there were objects in the sky that I must have caught my eye. We slowed it down so that we could capture it. I did put a video out of it, not a very good one, but my husband, he skydived for many years. So he basically said to me, there's no possible way a human could be driving that machine up there because if number one, it's too high and it's too fast. So it can't be, there's no way a human could be in it.
So your husband believes that it could be artificially maneuvered. In other words, remote control.
Yeah, it has to be artificially. It's definitely got to be an AI or UFO alien ship of some sort. I mean, you check out my video because, I've got the original clip here, but I've tried to slow it down enough to capture the different objects in it. But when you watch the video without slowing it down, you can just see like a flash here and a flash there, right? It's going so fast. And they were right above my house. That kind of just unnerved me for a little while. I had to kind of get over that. I think I've been watching the sky ever since I found that out. A little more closely. I've had dreams in 2012 of planes coming down. Just everything, just like there was like a change in the atmosphere. And I live outside of a city, so the airplanes, I'm on the flight path, they come over. So in my dream, the planes came down everywhere in the field, and ones just kept sliding and came up to the window of my house, and then literally, like in my dream, aliens were coming out of the cockpit and coming in, going right through the walls into the house. And in my dream, I was, shooting them. They weren't dying. And I was like, I just kind of prayed, God, I never ever want to have another dream like that again. And I don't think I've ever had another dream like that. But I don't really like to watch those television programs or movies about aliens. And I think some of the stories that we're seeing on the internet now are a little bit more frightening to me than they were 30 years ago.
Yeah, the optics have sure intensified in the past years.
Energy.
Yeah.
Frequency.
And the visuals have just become so outrageous that it's mind blowing. You can almost just like, it's beyond your dreams, but it's so surreal that it's almost like they brainwash you to think that it's so real that you can touch it.
Serious mind manipulation, hey? Some of my family members have started to question the fluoride in the water. And they're just in their 30s.
Oh, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. They need to question anybody needs to question everything and become more critical thinkers. That's a lack. That's something that's lacking in this whole world and society is more critical thinkers. There's a lot. This chat room has a lot, if not all, but we need more. We need more critical thinkers. We need more question askers, and we need I'll be real honest, we need more people that are defiant to the normal rules of acceptance that needs to be changed. It needs to be questioned, and higher ups need to be held accountable to a higher level or be dismissed and replaced. That's my opinion on that.
I agree with you. That's a good opinion. Thanks for sharing that with me, Richard.
Sorry, I was drinking and choking. Didn't want anybody thinking I had corona.
Hey, my husband's had a fever. He started a fever. I think it was last week. He has a sinus infection, and so of course my sister, she watches the news, 3 times a day. My dad does too. My dad actually, I didn't call Dad, say, "Hey, Dad, we pray for him." And the next thing you know, he's telling me, he could wake up dead tomorrow. And I'm thinking, well, thanks, Dad. That really helped. My sister says, yeah, I can't even come over and get a piece of paper because it's porous. I could get the virus. And I'm like, you serious? Like, if he had the virus, don't you think I would have the virus? Don't you think our son and our daughter-in-law or my best friend would have the virus? Because we've all been in contact in the last 6 weeks. But yeah, you don't sneeze. Don't tell anybody you have a fever. Because it's flu season, right? Don't tell anybody you have the flu either. Yeah.
Well, it is. We are a little bit ahead right now, but it is allergy season. I don't see how nobody's gotten this. I show this every year on my posts that for the past 3 years. Yeah, I have almost 2,000 almond trees on 14 acres, and last year and this year they've been blooming in February, which is they're not supposed to bloom until literally this month, the beginning of April. That's how it's supposed to be every year. The neighbor's cherry trees are the same way, and I have an organic cherry tree, and it's doing the same thing. It's blooming 3 weeks to a whole month ahead of schedule, and it's like I posted before. December, my trees still had leaves on them, so at the bottom half, so they were still awake. They need to at least, I don't know how to say it, they need to sleep for up to 3 months. That's just the cycle of these trees, and if they don't, they become stressed, and if they get stressed, they wind up dying. So it's kind of like you take care of something for so long, and it's ritual, and then all of a sudden it goes off ritual and schedule, and you become worrisome about it. I'm a type of person that I'm outside more than inside, so I see the subtle changes of what's going on. Nothing's the same anymore. I would have to say, since before 2010, everything's just gone crazy. It's just flipped upside down. Nothing's right. Everything's wrong. It's just not right.
I noticed my sunset is way south, almost north. And that doesn't make any sense to be way over there right now. That shouldn't be until maybe June, July. It's weird. I have to go back in pictures. Everything does.
Are you talking about your sunset?
Yeah, it's just not where it's supposed to be.
It's where it's supposed to be in June, July right now.
Yes.
Yes, because I've gone back and checked all my videos, and it's wrong. It's totally wrong, and the constellations are not right. The Big Dipper is the wrong way. It's aiming the wrong way. If you look at it, it used to be dead north. When you look up in the sky, it's now northeast, and the panhandle is aiming almost directly east. So when you look for the North Star, you're actually looking to the east, which is I'm 50, so it's not supposed to be like that. It's never been like that. I've always lived out in the country on ranches and dairies, and I always look up. I never don't look up. If I don't look up, I question myself. So
when did you start noticing the Dipper different? What year?
12.
Me too.
2012,
Me too.
right after the eclipse, the
Right.
2012 eclipse.
Yes.
That's when I noticed it, and I've only told my wife that because I don't want people thinking I'm cuckoo. But yeah,
I've been telling my husband that, and he says, "Oh no, things change," and I'm like, "No, no." I've been laying under the stars since I was like 12 or 13, and like I said, I'm 51 now. I, was, I love. I used to go to the Space Science Center, right, the planetarium, and watch all the time. I loved the stars in the sky. And you're gonna know when if you're look for the Big Dipper. That was always the first thing we looked for. Always. And you go up there and go, wait a minute. If you're doing something all your life and then it's not there, it's like moving your bed to the other side of the room. You walk in the room and you hit yourself because it's just not where it's supposed to be. Nothing just seems right. My energy doesn't seem right. My body doesn't seem right. My body today feels attacked by energy and nerve pain and heaviness. Um, I normally run up and down the stairs. Today I'm hobbling and acting like I'm 90. And I don't like that. But it's been like 3 days of snowing. Wind blowing. It's just been minus 26 and ridiculous. Minus 11. Back and forth and back and forth.
So you've noticed the temperature change. I take it you've noticed the 20-degree shift on a daily basis.
Huge. How could you not? How could a person not feel like, okay, I'm Princess in the Pea. I could feel somebody's hair laying on my sheet or a wrinkle. I mean, I'm that sensitive. In 2012, I'd sit in front of the window recording a song with the video watching the sky, and a storm would roll in, and I would feel this pressure coming on my chest first and then going into my head. And it's only increased through my entire body as these storms, and did you see my quotes? These storms, clouds, or whatever these systems are going through. There's just something not right about the energy that's pushing them or flowing. I'm not sure if it's a jet stream. Something just, it's just not right.
Just like I don't know if you use a compass or not, but when I skywatch, I use the compass, and I have a certain spot that I put it every time. It's a fixed position, and we're 3 degrees off right now. For the past 6 months, it's been 3 degrees off. It was normal 6 months before that for 6 months, and then the 6 months before that, it was off again by 3 degrees. So we are having something going on, and like I said, the constellations are too wrong. They're not right. It's like I, I hate to say it, but I can tell the Earth is tilted in a way that we don't understand. It's not a leaning forward. It's not a leaning backwards. It's a tilt to the left.
Yeah, even my hips can feel it.
If you were to, in other words, if you were to stand outside your house and face due south, and put out your left arm, and then drop your arm down to the 5 o'clock position, that's where I feel that what's happening to our planet. It has literally tilted for some reason, and I think that the plane farts have something to do with it. They're trying to hide it to the average person because there's so much light pollution in the city. I believe honestly that the country people like me who live farther away and we don't have the light pollution, we can see what's going on. We understand what's going on. Our crops are not right. So we take it as the word I'm looking as it's like a sign telling you you've turned the wrong direction. You thought you were going down this freeway, but you now end up in a country road, and you're looking, going, "What just happened? I was just on the freeway." So that's what I'm seeing happening right now, and it's kind of disturbing because I want to, like what Vernon said, you want to get up on top of a building and say something, but there's so many other problems. But at the same time, people don't realize this is a food source that's going to wind up stop producing, and it's not just going to be my food source, it's going to be anybody who's producing something. It's going to stop, and where are we going to be from there? As a society, people are going to starve, and I've learned a long time ago, a hungry person is a very angry person, and for us to be positive with one another, we can't be angry. That's one of the main objectives. You cannot be angry and be positive. That's for sure.
I totally agree with you there. I've got what the heck am I watching? I don't know. Some sort of cartoon. We've been putting cartoons on because literally we have to find something to make us laugh. I don't watch TV. My husband does, and I just realized he left the TV on when he went to bed an hour ago. Well, I know last year we had so much rain. I had never seen our creek run all year, like from spring runoff all the way till winter. It ran because of the amount of rain. We had the garden sucked. I've never seen so much rain out here, and I've been out here 30 years. I've never seen skies so deliberately polluted with plain vomit. It makes me angry, but yet I think just possibly, that God has got a way to turn that evil into something good. That takes a lot of faith to imagine that. We haven't seen Bob for a while. Somebody mentioned something in the chat about internet being down.
Oh, maybe. Let me check the chat. I haven't checked the chat. I've got
Okay.
80. I got 80 messages in my chat.
Yeah, I'm on the chatter. Hey, we're buffering, says Giggles. You know what we noticed? Right outside our kitchen window that's facing the south, we have our Bell satellite dish. And all those spruce trees right in front of that dish all have these purplish needles. We thought them to be an odd. I was like, what is going on? It looks like they're dying. I've never seen that before, but I thought it was just odd that it was in front of the dish.
Okay, I just checked chat. Bob was outside and just said that it seems like his internet's back on. I don't know if it's internet or if it was a power outage. I didn't scroll up to the chat far enough to find out, so I believe he'll be showing up shortly.
It's back on. Wait, have to go back inside. I know Keys for Truth said something about it going out about 9:30.
Well, that's weird. My internet's been fine. It's just miraculous because I'm usually the one that has all the feedback. I'm the one who has the worst connection in the world out in the country. Like being Gilligan on Gilligan's Island and trying to communicate with two coconuts and a string.
Dial up.
No, it's Wi-Fi. It's just I don't know. I think it's because the distance of the tower that I receive the signal, it's so weak that it gives me a feedback no matter what I do. So, but yeah, it does. It really doesn't matter because I have my nephew who lives next door with my brother, and then I have my son that lives here at home with us because he helps out so much. It's incredible. It's just I don't know what I'd do without my son over here. He's like my second backbone, but he likes to do his thing. So does my nephew. So the internet gets tied up. I would imagine that's probably 75% of the feedback that I get is because I got such a weak signal because they're pulling on it also. So there's just too many people pulling on a string that's not strong enough to hold everything.
I'm just scrolling through the chats to see that Mr. Bob can't close his stream. We're going to just take his channel hostage. We're going to blackmail you, Bob.
I heard that.
Oh, I love your voice. And there's that giggle. What an awesome smile, too. Welcome back, Mr. Carter.
Well, thank you. Wow.
We missed you.
Yeah.
Aren't you
Me
glad?
too.
Aren't you glad you had a bunch of good people up here?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Holding the fort for you. Man, my
I
arms
was,
are getting tired.
I still was able to connect with my phone. I mean, chat, but that was probably just a test.
What happened?
I don't know, but I think they might have shut down like the county because a lot of people were texting me saying the internet's out, internet's out, internet's out. I'm like, yeah, same here. Even next door, he was the first one to text me.
Great
Hey, kids.
communication.
Ooh, yeah, I got people around me. I mean, I woke up first before I even started doing this online. And I got to reach some more people. That's why I'm here. I also got connected to a lot of people on here as well, which
Hey,
is
I got
awesome.
connected to Skype today. I actually got Skype on my laptop. That's probably why it sucked trying to jump on your StreamYard.
Well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, me too, Mike. It was really quiet. And the funny thing is, the sky outside is crazy. It's like it's got a bunch of patches of white clouds that like lit up. I mean, entire sky all the way to the whole perimeter. And the moon is like a full moon and bright, but it's not that bright. Where it can light up from the top of the clouds. You know what I mean? They're glowing out there.
Did you get some picture or some video of that?
Like I don't even bother with my phone. It's the camera on that. It doesn't do anything. Not at nighttime.
Well,
But it's
hopefully
crazy.
somebody else was out there taking some pictures of that. It sounds interesting.
Yeah. Mike Twinseri there, New York City Skies. He is my neighbor. He was out. He saw it. Oh, you got the link. Well,
I
thank
got
you all for. Thank you all for hanging out, and also especially Richard and Calico. What happened to Shanna? She had to go or got bumped or something.
No, she had to go.
Okay.
She said to say goodbye. God bless. Take care.
Yeah, how's your sky out there, Hodge? Is it like I was saying? You got a bunch of like really
Hey, Bob, I just got a helicopter just flew over one of those meta flights, and my son just got bumped off. My wife was watching the stream right now. She just got bumped off and started buffering. And then my son came back on, and he said that the people he plays his game with, like they're all over the United States and the world for that matter, that they're having the same issue. So it's not just the United States, we're talking worldwide. We're having a big freak out on the internet right now. It's glitching like crazy.
What's your
But
plan in place if the internet goes down?
Be ready.
For me, it won't really make a difference because I'm just kind of more new to the internet thing. I'm a country boy, so smoke signals work fine just for me.
I'll start a big fire. Send you some.
Come on, guys. It was a joke, guys.
I've got the puffy white clouds too. But yeah, I think that might have been their test. I mean, I'm expecting any day. You heard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Keys, Richard, you know.
Yep, I know that. And them puffy white clouds, you know, I don't know, it's a kind of iffy thing, but that comet that's supposed to be flying by, it could be that too. It could be bringing energy. If there really is a such thing as a comet flying by, who knows? But like you
I
said,
personally don't think so. But
I don't
that's
think
just
so
my
either.
opinion.
They might be messing around like with harp and overdrive, bouncing everything off of them chem parts, and it's just messing with everything. They're just doing like you said. You know, when you turn something on, you say the microphone, you say testing 1 2, testing 1 2. They could be just firing it up, testing it up.
Yeah. Crazy.
Hello, Keys. How are you tonight?
Good evening. How is everyone? Calico, Richard, Bob, glad you got back online.
Definitely.
I was trying to figure out, I'm like, wait a minute. Why is the stream still running if he doesn't have internet? And then
The stream keeps going until I click end broadcast.
So what
If I can't
happens
get,
if the world
yeah,
ends and everybody's streaming?
yeah, they'll keep going. That's what people do. They do their 24-hour streams. You know,
really?
a lot of people just leave the stream running while they go to sleep, and people go in and chat and everything and connect to each other. Some of those gross streams. But you know, it's anyway. Yeah, it'll just keep going. As far as I know, I
Wow.
never tried it.
Interesting.
Yeah. No divide and conquers as in how to be ready.
I
Bob,
signed up. I'm sorry, go ahead, Calico.
Bob, did you get the email I sent you with that link? Or I think I might have dropped it in that chat.
Yeah, I lost everything, so I don't know. I lost everything I had. I had a whole bunch of links or tabs open ready to show. Because I restarted everything.
Now, am I able to drop a link in private chat? See, I think I was trying to do that earlier and I booted myself off. My battery's
I don't know.
about to die anyway, so.
I don't know, Giggles. I don't know how it works. Maybe she said hers shut off after 45 minutes without her. Maybe. I haven't been off for 45 minutes before, but I've been booted.
Oh, I got the battery warning and I know how that game works. 4 shots of wine and a die. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to go. I'm not going to say goodnight. I'm going to just go down in the chat, plug in.
Okay.
And I'll giggle from down there.
Okay.
That was fun. Bye now.
Well, sorry I missed it all. Hope you had some fun up here. Take care.
It was a really good show. Bye, guys.
Take
right.
care, Calico.
So, wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Richard says, yeah, I've got a bunch of texts from all around. Seems like I thought they just shut down my county. But according to Rich, this could be a worldwide event. I don't know.
Yeah, my son plays with people all the way in Australia, and they're having the same thing happen. They're glitching. They say that they're just losing connection for no reason.
Hmm.
Well, another thing you have to take into consideration is that the internet is overloaded now because everybody's home, you know?
Hmm.
That's a fact. You know, I mean, you can see a doctor if you want to see a doctor. You can look at your camera or something and they can tell you what you need over the phone.
Right?
Let's see if you can see that.
Hodge, how you doing, brother? I can see that.
Do you see like a white clouds all around, all the way across the sky, Hodge?
Yeah, well, except for where the moon is, it's kind of patchy, but everything
Mhm.
else it's it's too much overlay.
Like it's lit up a little bit. It's light, a lot of light from up above.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a circle.
Hey, Hodge, I was
Yeah.
That's
looking
the
at
moon.
I was looking at the moon a little bit ago when I went outside to get some water, and that moon looks like it hit a tree or something.
But there's a black line that's going horizontal across the top third of the moon.
Really,
So
with the naked eye?
yeah,
Okay.
I know it's probably not coming out on this thing at all.
Wow. What is this? We comparing moons now?
Yep.
Yeah, because
See?
Hodge, we live in the same state, so we have a different moon than other states and countries.
All right, I got rain outside, but I'm gonna walk out there and see if I can see my moon. If not, I'm gonna make one.
I'm not kidding you.
All right. Oh, with moon simulators and everything, yeah.
Hmm.
Yep, we seen that here a few times, but I don't know, maybe they were trying to set up their new world or something up there. I don't know.
It's kind of weird because, yeah, I can't even see that star in the western sky tonight, which they say is Venus, but it doesn't come up on my star app. I'm going back in.
Yeah. See, I can see all those light clouds, but on my phone it won't pick it up. Just it's all black. But the moon, you can see that light really shows up.
So today I listened to the yellow-haired lunatic to see what I could gather up from it. And this is what I gathered up just from him speaking. This is what he said. We want to get it over with. Guess what the number is? Go ahead.
121.
56.
121. You're right, Bob. Now the next one. Okay. You all know about that chloroquine, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hydro?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, I've done some research. Let's see. Let me look real quick. Hydroxychloroquine, right? That, you know, he thinks that it'll be just fine for people to take it. You want to know what the side effects are?
Sure.
Let's hear it.
Headache, dizziness, ringing in your ears, nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, loss of appetite, weight loss, mood changes, feeling nervous or irritable, skin rash or itching, or hair loss. All right. Now,
not the gold hair.
It sounds good to take, right?
Yeah.
So, now, this drug is used. Hydroxychloroquine is used to treat malaria, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what I was reading is Plasmodium parasite. You know what that equals?
Wow. What?
201. Like event 201.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's why he's wanting to take it.
So
It's
you
just
know,
another way to take us out, you know.
yeah, and there was something else that he said. I don't think that I have it though. It just wasn't significant enough for me, but basically, you know, just telling people that, you know, just go ahead and try it, you know. If they want to try it, let them try it. See if it'll fix your illness that you don't have, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty much. And here's one for Hodge, because I don't think he heard it. You know what the sixth branch is, Hodge?
Space Force.
Well, no, I don't mean that, but I mean in numerology. Sixth
46.
branch, 2 words.
Oh. No.
How about 56 and 119?
Oh, wow. The sixth branch. Okay.
Yep. I thought that was kind of strange. What do you got?
I was just showing Mike New York sky's moon, that's all.
You know something else I was thinking about because of all of this chatter about the, you know, 5G and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If they have already installed this, which I don't have any proof of that, like where I live, but and they turn that up, or, you know, because it will probably heat everyone's body temperature up. Am I correct or not?
Mm.
Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
It's just a thought. Or,
It's a good
how
thought.
they're playing with the weather all the time, and because it is hard on people's bodies when it's just, it's hot, cold, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's just a thought. But like I said, I haven't really seen anything different where I live as far as antenna weaponry. What do you think, Hodge?
I think down here it's pretty bad, but we're still 4G LTE. I do have another friend that lives in Phoenix, and they said the 5G up there is very weak and unreliable because they've had it since August of last year.
Really?
Yep.
Like through like Cox or Verizon, or do you
You know
know?
what service they got?
I'm sorry?
I was talking to my wife.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what service Angela's got? In Phoenix. I don't know. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, because you know how there's different providers. I mean, if we're talking like, I don't know, home service or.
I don't understand how they're going to keep this virus alive throughout the summer when the temperature is supposed to be, I think they said 84 degrees. It kills any viruses. So reference their little game. How are they going to keep this going?
They can't.
Radiation.
None of that. Once it hits air, it dies.
Yeah, I know.
Words. That's how they keep it going. Words.
You're referring to the news virus, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Bob. I hope you didn't blow your coffee in all over the computer.
We lost Bob again. Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that, Bob. I'm a clown.
You try to kill me?
I would never do that. That's what it is.
News virus. That was
news
good.
virus.
Wow.
It's all it takes. The news is driving people crazy. They believe everything.
I almost choked on my coffee. It is. Oh, the floor. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Blame it on the cat.
Hey, somebody. Oh, that's right. One of the other guys that does gematria, Hodge. He was showing a tiger, and I started thinking what Bob was showing the other night about that cat that caught the corona.
Nice.
A tiger in a zoo.
Hey, I'll have what Keys is having.
Why not?
I just laugh at everything. You have to.
Exactly.
Did you read the reports, Bob? Did you try down detector or still no access over there?
What do you mean? The links that you gave me before?
No, downdetector.com to see what people are reporting and see what the
No.
your service provider says.
Down detector? I never knew that one.
Or you could check out your service provider and see why they say that the internet went down.
The problem with that, though, yeah, you're right. There's nobody around.
Of course not. They like to do their attacks in the middle of the night.
The cable thing. Remember, my mother moved. She got the place next door to me, so I turned on the cable, phone, and internet, and they mailed the package out because they're not sending out any more technicians. You have to do it yourself. Well, I hooked it all up to find out that the cable was cut from their box.
Oh.
So, and no one's coming out. So I got it open. And then I got it open, and they got that damn thing on there you can't take off. It doesn't unscrew. You got to have a special tool to do it. So I got to go a grinder out and got that sucker off. Then I hooked up, ran a new line, and still don't work. I'm like, what? So I spent hours on that thing. It was crazy. Everything's all activated, good to go, but it's not working. But anyway, I don't even know how I got on that topic. Oh, the technician, they don't send nobody out. You don't get to talk to anybody on the phone. You call, it's all AI.
Oh, God.
And what did Trump say? Remember, he said it's artificially, what do you say? That's what I meant to bring up, that when I showed that video about when he said artificially injected. So he said what this, remember he said it was artificially injected. Remember that video I showed before?
I remember it was at the beginning of the show.
Hold on a second. Let me find it. Yeah, it was at the beginning of the show.
I missed like the first 40 minutes.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm looking at another monitor right now, and Cupcakes.
You're right. Induced.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Cupcakes just sent me something, and it's on YouTube, and he is asking everyone to share it. So, what do you think?
Yeah. But it says here, the title of that, what I was talking about, it says Trump admits on live TV that the C virus was artificially induced. When I heard artificially induced, I was thinking artificial, automatic, I'm thinking AI, artificially induced AI. If that means anything.
I don't know. I'm still looking at this. Hang on a second. Go ahead.
You want to share something? And welcome back, Eagles.
Thank you.
Hi, Giggles. I will. I'll drop it in the chat because the guy is asking everyone to share it. I haven't seen it. Supposedly, it's something about the 5G towers.
Good, because that's a big problem.
Let me get back real quick here. Let's see. Okay, here you go. Just asking everyone to share it. Like I said, I don't know the truth about this or nothing, so
Well, we can talk about it after we see it then.
alrighty.
Because same thing happened to me the other day. I was playing and I was like, what? Gotta make sure no mics are open.
But I do know. Has anyone seen those videos about all those towers on fire in the UK and other places?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm probably going to need binoculars to see that.
You ready?
Go for it.
A fantastic person, an insider, just someone who's really cool. Just pay more attention to this file. So within this one, the AI organization, Syria pass are victims of persecution, rape, torture, concentration camps, sex, human origin, trafficking, and organ harvesting in China, Hong Kong, America, and around the world. Not limited to democracy activists, Falun Dafa practitioners, Christians, Tibetans, judges, lawyers, and journalists tortured and killed in China. John Doe's Unlimited. Google, I'll see Facebook. I might have Facebook's on there and Google. I'll tell you what. I don't. When I said room before, I don't mean just Tesla. Obviously, it's Tesla. It's Elon Musk, Serge Byron, somebody Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk. Blah, blah, blah. Misuse of artificial intelligence, cybernetics, robotics, biometrics, bionage, 5G, and quantum computing technology. Now, do you need any more proof? Endangering the human race with misuse of artificial intelligence technology, transfer of AI weapon technology to China, complicity in genocide. China, violation of Article Genocide Convention. Go further down. Look what I'm saying, man. This is crazy. Violation of Article 4 Genocide Convention, social engineering of the human race with artificial intelligence. Biodigital social programming of the human race by use of the biometrics and artificial intelligence, brainwashing humanity with AI coding and algorithm bias, cultural genocide by misuse of artificial intelligence, breach of implied covenant of good faith and faith dealing, defamation, negligent infliction of emotional distress, creation of nefarious AI technology, masking genocide with AI technology that is clearly 5G. Masking genocide with AI technology, AI censorship and banning AI. Trump, China, and the weaponization of robotics with 5G and masking artificial intelligence dangers to humanity with use of artificial intelligence, AI algorithm misuse, and AI algorithmic biometric manipulation. Breach of privacy violation of the Nuremberg Code, creating an artificial intelligence system that can recognize and decode if humans are resistant to artificial intelligence. See? Can recognize and decode if humans are resistant to artificial intelligence. Yeah, because I know I am. And we know certain individuals, certainly people that have had mental illnesses, that have been abused and drugged for years, the class is mentally ill. We are quite immune to this stuff, and this is why we need to get a vaccine in us, because it's you cannot catch a CV. No, you can't. Not that way. No, you can't catch a virus that way. It's been proven. The person that did prove it, one of them's dead, and I'm not happy about that. I'm really not. And I will be putting that video on soon if it hasn't been taken off. Because if it has been taken off, I'm sorry, I can't prove it. But if it hasn't, I can get the information. Endangering humanity with the misuse of artificial intelligence complicitly in genocide and aiding in physical genocide inside of China by transferring AI technology, engaging in cultural genocide of humanity in controlling and programming the human race by social engineering via AI coding and AI algorithmic biometric manipulation. endangering and threatening all of the world's citizens and humanity by misusing and weaponizing artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, 5G, machines, smartphones, smart homes, smart cities, smarts. It's all dumb. Tell you. Laugh out loud. Holograms, mixed reality, nanotechnology, cloning, gen editing, cybernetics, bioengineering, and the creation of a digital AI brain. The Google search engine with the use and extraction of humanity's biometrics data, digital biometric codes, including facial, voice, health, organ, neural network, and body recognition technology, thus controlling humanity's thoughts, actions, biology, biometrics, brain neural pathways. The human body's neural networks that reprogram all human beings through social engineering and biodigital social programming without their consent, not without the consent, obviously. Of course, it ain't with this consent. This is why they're putting 5G out there now when we're all locked down. Now, I'm sick of this. It's proof here. Spread this 1,000 times. If you get this information, spread it 100 times. Share it as much as you can, not just on these other Facebook and all that. On every platform you can find, think of, even print them and post them if you've got to. Just get it out there because this is what is going on. The people take this no more. No more. I'm sick of it, man. This is your proof. You don't need no more proof. This is all we need. Transferring and providing to China. Send this to Boris and all. Someone send this to Boris for him to open his eyeballs. Transferring and providing to China, China's government and its companies' knowledge, data, capabilities, and technology to weaponize artificial intelligence, quantum computing, machines, robotics, 5G, biometrics, cybernetics, bioengineering, computer vision, and human trafficking technology. Kurwa. And technology that can give China access to artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence that endangers the world. The world, all humanity, including AI weaponry, for assessments in violation of breach of Arms Control and Disarmament Act 22 USC 25551 and Foreign Assistance Act 1961 as amended 22 U.S.C.2151. Blah, 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 blah. Now then, what do we think? It's everywhere. And Chinese companies, AI, health data, all of it. This is why they're putting out fake media. This is why they're putting fear tactics everywhere. If you need to pause it, just pause it. "50 pages of this stuff. 50 pages. Right? So I'm going to read out the code. Oh, the code is there. You put that in, that code in there. You put that into Google. See it? The 19CV 7CABAHG.
See that?
Put that into Google. You'll find this. Download it. Download it. Please download it. It's like a doctor's wrote that, doesn't it? Genocide. Victims of persecution. Genocide. This is out of order, man, innit? What the fuck? What is going on? Oh, my goodness. Please share, people. Please share.
Show the link again,
Guys,
please.
I sent this by, what shall I call him?
What's that?
Show the link again, please.
Yes. I just want to get that. I miss it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have my pen in my hand.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, hold that right there if you can, please.
Right,
Oh,
I'm trying to make it bigger. Ah, come on. I'll get it.
9. Hey, what happened?
There you go.
Bob,
it's
can
19.
There, hold that.
Go ahead. Read it out.
Okay, it's 19 CV 2407 space CAB space AHG.
Those are all capitals, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. I told you you had a job to do here, brother.
Thank you.
The best service we got, man. Don't ever
That's
give up,
awesome.
Bob.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm not. Ooh,
Wow,
all right.
that's some heavy shit.
Yep. And I'm going to be dropping a link. And thank you for that.
Who was that?
That was being, looks like IWE or LWE. I don't know. Well, I'm going to drop the link in the chat anyway, if you can grab it.
Okay. Got it. Whenever you drop it.
Yeah.
There's a lag between this and my iPad. I'm using
Mhm.
my phone to talk on. I think it got hot yesterday is what happened, and it just shuts down. So if all of a sudden I lose it again, it's because I lost the audio.
And I need links. Like
There we
Hodge
go.
sent me a link before. I lost it. And someone else sent me a link. I lost it because when I restarted everything, and I can't find it in my history because I didn't play them. And I still got to open my email. What happened there?
Excuse me.
What we got here, Hodge? This is from you in my email. Conchita breaks silence.
Oh, I did a video on it, Bob. You don't have to show the email.
Okay.
How you doing, Captain Tom?
I'm doing good. I was just going to say hi, Hodge. What is the last character in the link? Is that a G or what? Or an A?
Yes. G. It's AHG.
G, huh? 8HG. Okay.
A is AHG.
Really? I'm
Yep.
showing an 8. Oh, wait.
I'll put it in the
That
chat if
must
you
be a
want.
different link. That must be a different link I'm just copied down. Yeah, I'm copying down one out of the chat. It's got an X and then it looks like a G after it, I guess. I can't tell what it. Dang it. I wish my glasses worked better.
Hi, Captain Tom.
Hi, who's that?
Giggles.
Hi, Giggles. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, I got that one already. I got the AHG one. What was the link that you posted before that, Bob? Before all this?
I lost it all.
Okay. Watch. It's Truth Seeker 2020 HTTP YouTube.com. Watch. Question mark V equals YS8X. I can't make out the last character. It's either an A or a G. I can't tell.
The
Probably
very
a
last
G.
one is the G.
G? Okay.
Yes.
That's the what link is that to?
That's the one he told you to look up.
Okay, good. I got
Yeah.
both links in. Okay. Thank
Oh,
you.
you don't have to put my name on there. Just that code.
Yeah. I
Okay.
got you.
Okay.
Angela G. Hello. Ducksoup.com. What is that? DuckDuckGo. Okay. Wow. Darlene HCV. Boy, there's a lot of links coming up now. Okay. That's the video. That's the video from the video. I just got back in from running uptown again, man. The shelves are getting empty here, man. Couldn't get everything I wanted. No bleach, but I got a little bit stored up, so I'm not doing bad on that. And I got some. It's what's the name of it? Zep Orange degreaser. It's wonderful stuff for ants if you want to kill ants. It's it melts their exoskeleton, and if we got aliens coming in and they're ant driven, then I got them. I got. What do you guys think about this AI stuff, man? This is unreal.
Yep, that's for sure.
But I kind of foresaw it coming. I hate to say that.
We all saw it coming, but then all of a sudden, bam! It's right in our face.
Yep, just like what was it? What's the name of that movie? Predator? Not Predator. Terminator. Terminator. We were warned.
Yep.
Skylink. Ooh. Dang, man, this is scary stuff. And we're living through it. Wow, man. Wow. Oftentimes I see us as our generation have been the crest of humanity on the face of this planet. And we are the wave that is crashing on the shore. Everything behind us was the ocean that was all nice and calm when mankind was here years ago. And it built up and built up and built up, and it built up into this big wave. And we rode the crest of the wave over. And now we're just headed down, man, head first into the beach. But I think if we pull together, we can pull it out of it, man. We got to work together, though. Man.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Did you see what this case link says?
No.
Persecution, rape, torture, concentration camps, 12 sex human and organ trafficking, harvesting in China, Hong Kong, America, around the world.
Yep. Well, how many kids are missing yearly around the U.S.? 200,000 a year?
That's just the ones reported. There's a lot more than that.
Jiminy Christmas, man.
If they're in state custody, they don't get reported.
They just get sent to the dumps. They go deep underground.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, this stuff is like outrageous. And we're left with this to do something with it. Come on, guys, let's pull together and do something. Got to put a stop to this stuff, man. How?
I'm trying to crack it right now, guys and gals.
Right on, Keys.
Sometimes you have to, like, I removed those last 6 letters because you have to do that sometimes. What is strange is it has the letter CV in it and 19.
Oh, yeah. 19 CV 2407. Let me make sure. 19 CV 2407 CABAHG. Okay, I got it so I can read my writing. Copying stuff down. I just should have been a doctor. Wow. I wish I had another computer to work it on looking it up, but anyways. I'll look it up when we're done with this. This is important stuff we're on, guys. Good find, whoever found it, man.
It was Keys. Wow. And thank you for
Keys,
that link.
That?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Keys.
Another rabbit
Great
hole.
job.
You can give all the credit to Cupcakes if she ever comes in here. She's always got her eyes open.
Bob, I know you said you didn't want your channel to grow, but it's going to take off like a bolt of lightning now.
Well, what I meant by that is I'm not looking just to be a big channel. I'm looking to unite everybody across this world, and we got to unite fast.
Yeah, we really do. Fast, man. We're behind, man. We got to do something right away. And by saying this, they know what we're talking about. So we're going to have to come up with a code for something. I'm having a lot of trouble on the ham radio right now. It seems to be, I'm not getting anywheres on it, and there's nothing coming in. I mean, I could hear some things. I got Arizona last night coming in, but they couldn't hear me getting out. Hopefully, I'll be able to get something tonight going on it. Hopefully. Well, I'll keep you all posted. If Bob does another show tomorrow, I'll make it a point to be on it. And I will
I'll be on.
I will ship this over to my other channel that I'm kind of like my main channel, but this stuff is really important, man. I mean, he's been saying stuff all along, but this stuff, when he gets a hold of this, wow. I think you guys know who I'm talking about. Hodgepodge does and Bob does. I don't think you want me to say the channel.
You say whatever you want.
Well, I don't want to discredit your channel or anything or have. Anyways, you know who it is. It's Mike Morales.
Oh, that's fine. That's what we do here. I drop his links to you all the time.
That's all right.
Okay. Yeah, that's Weather Warfare, and I'm a mod on that, and a lot of people know me from that, and a lot of different channels that I work on. And I'll tell you, I'm not bragging or anything. I'm fortunate to be able to have that position, and I appreciate it here as well as on Mike's. But all of a sudden, yours just jumped in the forefront, man.
Mike's a good dude.
He's an excellent dude, man. Look at what he does and what he's going through, man. I really feel for him, man. Dang, I forgot to drop him some. Anyways, never mind.
I run Uncle.
Anybody figure out what happened with that truck with that message, Dr. Captain Tom?
Which truck?
His
what? Oh, the COVID-19 message that's coming out.
Although he had a message, a warning message come over his pickup truck.
I know what that is. That is you ever have those microphones where you could talk to somebody's radio? Remember back in the 60s they had them? Pick it up and be in traffic and you could talk to somebody on their radio station.
That meant the microphone type thing? Okay.
Yeah, and it just beeps into the system. He's got an OnStar system in there, and whether it's off or on, it still broadcasts it. And he just came within range of it. And did you look at the intersection that he was pulling into when that came on? It's a blind intersection, except for what's straight in front of you. And on either side of those buildings, I'll bet you they are. When that is actually working. They were just testing the system then. But when it's actually working, there will be loads of cops on either side with loaded artillery to stop you if you don't comply.
Huh.
I'll guarantee you that. I mean, I recognize it right away, man. If I would have been driving Mike's truck, I would have slammed on the brakes and go, wait a minute, man, we're going a different route here. That's just a situational awareness that I'm aware of about things like that. Wow.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I see it, man. If I was going to do it, that's how I would do it. And not only that, but it slows them down, man. you know, and they
Mhm.
probably have something on the next block to block the street if you get through the checkpoint. You know, they probably have a big trailer or something that they can pull right across the street. You know, it's loaded with stuff to stop you completely. You know, I mean, hey,
Somebody else just showed something on YouTube a couple days ago. I don't know if anybody watches her, but I do. Sunny. She was recording her television. I think she was on the History Channel, and in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, it says, "We are here with you."
oh no,
"We are here with you" is 223.
223.
Yep,
322.
that's the synagogue of Satan.
Oh man. Oh man.
I thought that was very
Holy,
odd.
holy crap. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And how much of the military is involved with this stuff? Or is this all military or what?
Well, I'm sure it is.
Absolutely.
Christmas. Remember when they were denying having laser weapons?
Yeah. Meanwhile, they told us earlier that they did have them, and they turn around and deny it.
Yeah. And now they're admitting it again. Crowd control.
Yep. 5G. Crowd
And
control.
testing them in Antarctica.
That's right, Leo. You take care, Calico Dawn. How you doing, Rock Uncle? And Four Will Peas, whoever else came in that I missed. Sorry about that.
Good night, Calico.
Good night, Kelly.
You know, this might answer a lot of questions that I've been having about a lot of people that I've been running into that have been really just, well, I don't want to say anymore. Just, this explains how some people can be acting like they do. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about it, but yeah. I just hope I'm overreacting. God guides us, and we are good. Much love, brother and sister. Leo the Lion. Right on, Leo.
Mm. Well, I'm just gonna save this, and I'll be digging into it tomorrow.
Are you going to leave this up for a bit?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good. 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 All right.
I'm just about jumping in this rabbit hole. I'm gonna jump in it tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the old man that runs me around and his kid over here. I take care of his kid. He's mentally disabled. I'm physically disabled, stuck in a damn chair. I mean, I can walk a little bit, not much. But I'm gonna get the old man over here. He's from Papua New Guinea, and we'll look this stuff up. And I gotta run this past him because this morning he was just pulling his hair out, going, "I can't figure it out." I go, "Put that damn newspaper down, first of all." It's talking about how some Filipino is all upset because somebody said something to him, and he's like, "It's like feeding the fire." I go, "Man, that's feeding the fire. Get away from it." You know, it's like You know, and he was already caught up in it, the negativity of it, you know. Jiminy Christmas, man. We're all the same. We're all, you know what kind of beans they eat in England? Lima beans. You know what kind of beans they eat in Boston? Boston beans. You know what kind of beans they eat in Papua New Guinea? Human beans. We're all the same family. Human beings, man. We're all human. Oh, sorry.
Wow.
How about Pinto?
Like you know, but he's from Papua New Guinea, and I ran that joke by him, and he thought it was funny as shit.
Yeah.
He liked it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
I wasn't expecting it. That's why.
No, well, sometimes when I get on a roll. Yeah, what was it? I was talking to somebody about how they're talking about going to Mars when, why don't they go back to the moon because they lost the stuff that they had how to get there. Well, in actuality, we never even went there in the first place. Now they're trying to stroke us for money to go to Mars. What the hell do they think they're doing, man? You know? I don't know. I don't think we went to the moon. I don't know. I might be wrong, but other people can.
I agree.
How could we lose it? How could we lose the technology to get there, man? It's like that's 60.
Yeah, right. It's a painful
it's like,
process to get it back.
About? Yeah. Come on, man.
Obviously pretty stupid. Look how far they got.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean,
good point, Bob. Good point there.
It's all done by design. They're doing a very well job.
Yep. Okay, man. I hope I can get this out on the ham radio tonight. Whoa. Anybody wants to listen? I'm on about in about 2 hours. I'm going to be on 20 meters, and I'll be on 20 meters and off on 40 meters. See how it works, and if I can't get any propagation, that means I don't have enough sunspots to get out. I'll switch over to 20 meters. So if you know anybody with a ham radio, start listening for me. My call sign is November Hotel 2 Lima Tahoe. And I have to talk to somebody that also has a call sign. Otherwise, I'm talking illegally. It's part of the rules on ham. So if you try to talk to me, you got to have a legal call sign. A fake one. I didn't say excuse me, I coughed.
Unfortunately, I don't have one.
Yet. I've almost got the iPad to the phone here, and it's like almost got them in sync. Yeah, it's working now. All right. Got it on. Whew. Wow. Keys for truth. You got the keys, that's for sure, man. Let's hope we can get it out there.
Welcome back, Giggles.
Thank you. I downloaded that PDF.
That's my welcome to you.
Get your pop started.
Hey, we gotta laugh in times like this, man.
Right?
Yep, that's for sure.
Rock Uncle Productions, I agree, man. How could they lose it from the 60s technology and not know how to get there again? What the hell are they talking about? Leo, you speak the truth for all of us. Okay. Boy, I'm just thinking about what I got to do tonight. I got to get in touch with my friends here on the island that'll at least listen to me.
How's it going over there in Guam?
The shelves are getting bare. Bought a bunch of seeds today. They're still selling seeds at the Home Depot. Couldn't find any bleach. I don't know if it's going to really be productive on this COVID-19 stuff anyways. You know,
It is, but it's all nonsense anyway.
I'm washing my hands a whole bunch, trying to wear a mask wherever I go and staying away from other people as much as possible. But I got to take care of the 39-year-old child that I mean, he's like a toddler, you know. It's like trying to tell him not to put things in his mouth, not to touch stuff, you know. It's like, oh my God, man. It's like, but
Does anybody on the panel think that you have to worry about touching your eyes, or even in chat, you have to worry about touching your eyes or your nose, your mouth, anything? I don't. I touch my eyes all the time.
No,
You know?
don't worry about it.
Yeah, I haven't changed a thing.
You know,
not only did I.
What was funny at the Costuless that I went to today, they had a group of workers out there, more than I've ever seen at Costuless. They're employing a lot of people. But they had a group of workers out there that were sanitizing the carts and taking them in. I said, wow, you guys are working hard. And I said, what are you guys using? Is that just bleach and water? And he goes, yeah. And I didn't smell any bleach. No bleach at all.
So even Rock Uncle, he says, I like touching stuff. Yeah, have you seen the natural doctors or explaining the virus? My first instinct on just being into the natural health is like it's impossible. It's just like a glorified cold.
Yeah. With a case of pneumonia for old folks like me. Hey, what date is it there? It's my birthday there where you guys are at, isn't it? April 5th?
4/6.
Oh, 6. You guys are 6? All right. Yeah, you're past. Anyways. Mine was
Happy birthday.
5th. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
What a present. Well, you know what? Knowledge has me forewarned and forearmed. How do I deal with it? What am I going to do, man? Suggestions, anybody? What can we do to put a stop to this? Put our heads together and come up with some stuff. I saw where they were burning towers. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying what I saw. You know, I'm not saying anybody should do anything like that.
Well, Trump said we're at war with an invisible virus.
What was that, Hodge?
Trump said we're at war with an invisible threat.
Yeah.
Okay. Invisible is 56 too, Hodge.
Huh.
Yeah.
So I got my new vest prepared.
Nice. Block them armor-piercing bullets.
Well, he said we're at war.
Yes, he sure did.
Common cold, stop the motor of the world. And welcome
Yeah,
in, William.
we're at war drug, a cartel war. What do we got? What other kind of wars we got? We got a war against COV, and we got a race war. We got a Jesus, man, everything's a war, man, and we're all scared of it. Well, like you said, man, you know, I've lived a full life, and I ain't going down easy. One time I was on a run on my motorcycle going, and I'm my brother. He went by just years later. I'm on my shovel head, and these guys, Bucks on Ted's Sportster that would do like it would beat my shovel head. But anyways, they're stretching it out to 70, 80 miles an hour, and then they'd slow down, you know, wait for me. And I knew I was going to get caught. And I kept looking behind me for that cop. And they got way ahead of me. So I kind of caught up with them. And I looked behind me, and he was like 2 inches off my back tire. I went, oh, geez, man. So I backed off the throttle and come around me on the left-hand side. And right before Clear Lake, where Highway 101 north nets down into 2 lanes into 1 going in through Clear Lake, is where the second to the last off ramp is. And as he comes around me on the left-hand side in 2 lanes, I swing off and I get off on the off ramp. And he put his car sideways trying to make that off ramp, but couldn't get it. So I went, okay, now what am I going to do? So I'm here on this frontage road running beside the freeway. And I go, okay, well, what I'll do is I just go up to the next on ramp and get on the freeway. Get on. I didn't realize it necked down into 1 lane right there, right before Clear Lake. And so I go up there, and there's 1 more on ramp, and I make the left turn, and there's the cop sitting underneath the freeway. I go, oh, geez. Well, your brain starts running real fast and everything. So I go, well, you know, I'll just act like somebody else and get on the freeway going south. And so it's like I go past him, and as soon as I pass him, he throws his car in gear and spins it around. And he's going to follow me onto the freeway. So I just went across the double yellow line and was looking right at him nose to nose. And I said, you want me? He's got his red light pointed right in my face. And he goes, yeah. I go, come and get me. I jumped on the freeway going north through Clear Lake, where all that rush hour traffic was necking down, going into 1 lane. He didn't have a chance. I went through that town. Right before you get into town, there's a big sweeping right-hand turn. I went through that town, getting into that turn, more on my side pipes than I did on my back tire.
Wow.
And by the time I get through the middle of town, the whole place, I mean, you can hear sirens everywhere all around me, man. And there's Buck and Ted. They're going slow, going, what's going on? They're looking around. And I'm doing like 80 miles an hour. I'm still trying to slow down. My brakes are overheated and stuff. And I'm trying to go fast and go slow where I can. But all of a sudden, Buck and Ted are in front of me. But there's just enough room right between the 2 of them. So I just wham right through them. And it's like, I pull into this hotel parking lot, and there's this old man out there that's coming out to see what the heck's going on. All these sirens are going off. And I go, and he's yelling, you can't come here, and he's yelling and screaming at me. So I jump off my motorcycle, and I almost forget to put the stand down. I grab it real quick, and I put the kickstand down in the dirt. And I go running across this freshly plowed field to this fence that's behind the hotel. And I hop this fence. It's like a, I don't know, 6-foot wall or whatever, and I'm in this backyard of this house, man. And this lady had come out of her back door to see what was going on, all these sirens that she's hearing. She knows that it's in my direction that I'm coming from. She sees me hop over the fence. She goes, what the hell? And that's when I realized she's got this huge Saint Bernard in the go run. I'm in black leathers. I got boots on. I go running for the gate, and here's this big Saint Bernard. He's lumbering at me, you know. And it's like I hit that gate and hit the latch to open it, and slammed it closed right as that dog hit it, boom, the whole fence and everything shook. So I run out into their front yard and turn right up their sidewalk. So now I'm going south. I start running as fast as I can, and I hear this car pull up behind me. You can tell it's a cop car. And it slams on its brakes. You can hear the door open, and I'm running as fast as I can. Now I used to be pretty quick. And you can hear that these footsteps behind me, and I guess the guy decided I was too fast, so you could hear the car stop again. You hear him get back in the car. I'm not turning around to look. I'm too busy. And as this housing complex ends, there's an orange grove right there. So I go running off into the orange grove. And I went running south, I don't know, for a while, and there's this farmhouse probably on the orange grove. So I found a shed to hang out in the back of for a while. And my cat's messing with me. And I just waited there, and after about an hour, took my leathers off and picked my boots up and wrapped them up kind of good. So I didn't look like one of the people that they was after, and crossed the 101 there and went across the street and walked up and watched them load my bike up onto a trailer and made it into a bowling alley where I called somebody to come and pick me up and get me out of that town. Oh my God. But hey, it's living proof. They tell you never try to outrun the police. Well, you know, a surefire way to never ever get another ticket. Don't stop.
They got your bike though.
My little sister went and got it the next day, saying that her boyfriend had taken the keys. She didn't know where he was, of course, but she wanted the bike back because she had the title. And they were back in the, what was this? This was like 78 or 9. It worked.
Okay,
she got
makes
it
sense
out.
now.
And then
I thought you were talking about recently.
Oh no, this was 78 or 9. No, they wouldn't work today, man.
Right.
But you know, you never hear about the ones that get away because they don't want you to know about them.
Yeah, I put the pedal to the metal a few times back in the day.
Today,
I'm just waiting for somebody to do that at a roadblock.
Yeah,
didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what did that happen to Mike when he was going through that where his radio went off like that? You know?
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have stopped because he's got his wife and everything in the car. But you know, if it gets to the point where it's going to be roadblocks for everybody every time you go out, man, people are not going to stop, man. They're going to start fighting back. Let's hope.
Yep.
That's why they're trying to disarm us. We'll have to see what the American spirit is.
Hey, Captain Tom.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you're up on the numbers, but you know how they're talking about another drug war?
Yes, with the ships and everything off the West Coast.
Yeah.
And the Caribbean. Yeah.
Well, what I caught when they first talked about it was they said narco terrorist.
Right.
And narco terrorist is 201, like event 201. Yep.
Wow.
Combat ships is 56, like coronavirus. Yeah, he's pretty much telling everybody war. That's what I see anyways. We'll see though.
Well, that video I played, he says it's gonna be full force fighting this COVID-19. You know. Like no one's ever seen before.
Has anyone seen any stories? Because I haven't, referenced to these door-to-door searches in New Jersey looking for New York people or Dallas, Texas. I haven't seen anything reference to what they're doing.
No, I haven't seen it, anything like that yet. But if anybody, Brian, High Impact Brian would know about that. I'm gonna have to get him in on this channel.
How are you guys?
Good. How you
I
doing,
got it.
William?
Good. Good to see you guys on.
Hi,
I just
Will.
arrived at New York, so I'll give you guys a little detail about New York if you guys want to hear about it.
You got your mute on, William.
No,
Let me
he's
see.
talking.
Yeah,
Hi,
so
Will.
the story in New York is I drive in New York City every day, so I'm going to give you straight up news. I send Bob
I'm not
pictures.
hearing
I
you.
don't know if he posted them up of the actual areas of New York. I checked out a couple of those tents that they placed out in different locations.
Anybody else
One
hearing
of-
him?
You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear him.
Captain
We hear
Tom.
you, Tom.
All right, my phone must be
I'll try to go a little bit
overloading or
louder if
something.
possible. You can hear me now? So yeah, these tents that they placed up in New York City, I decided to take a little ride over there and take a look at some of these places, and they're in a
I
bunch of
know. I'll
different
put on
various
the headphones
locations.
and listen to him with the headphones.
So when I checked them out, I come to find out that they've all been placed, but a majority of them are actually empty. What you've been hearing and speculating on the news and basically on Facebook or any social media is that a lot of these places are just put up. I haven't seen any casualties. I haven't seen bodies. I seen the freezer trucks and I seen one open and it was completely empty. So life in New York City seems to be normal with everybody. There's people wearing masks, jogging. There's people not wearing masks and jogging, walking babies in strollers with no mask on. It seems like life is just normal. I come to think about sometimes I question whether it's a hoax or not. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of sick people. But when you check the hospital, the statistics, a lot of them are mostly people who suffered from different elements, and they're changing their death certificates that people who passed away, and saying it's the COVID-19, which possibly not. I know a few people that have passed away, and what they're gonna do is the relatives are gonna let me know
Yeah.
exactly if things have been changed or not. So as far as social media is concerned, there's a million stories of we're at war with another country, people are on the border, you name it, everything you hear that they're coming in 2 weeks, they're coming in 5 weeks, they're gonna come at the end of the month. You know, I wouldn't even panic or worry about all this. If they come, they come. You know what we got? Most of the people got to do anyway. We have to defend ourselves. We have to, protect our families. But we can't jump out of our tables and panic every 5 minutes because we're going to drive ourselves crazy. What you guys got to really focus on, and most people, is you have a little time factor from now till then. What are you going to do from now to then? Maybe you want to start adding more supplies to your food, maybe purchasing more. You know what I'm talking about. I can't say it here because social media. You want to get yourself prepared, and in case something does go
Yeah.
wrong. But look at the overall picture. If Trump declares national closure, that means supermarkets are closed. That means stores are closed. That means everything, even the gas stations are closed. Ask yourself one question: did you guys buy fuel? Put fuel away so you can get around and do your local stuff. Did you guys take your money out of the banks before the banks close? So you have a little bit of cash so you can buy stuff and get the necessities you need? Did you store extra food as you're going along, week by week basis, so you have a little extra in case the duration is more than 18 months or even 6 weeks or a year? We don't know exactly what the time factor is going to be. So I suggest that you guys prepare for that. Um, as if you guys want a question about what's going on with the militia world, you're not going to hear nothing. Everything's quiet. They're smart. They're not stupid. They're not on social media. You're not going crazy telling them what they're going to do or how they're going to approach this. They have to do it by getting the facts. People can't just jump into things and get wild up and people get hurt for no freaking reason because of misinformation. One of the most dangerous things in survival is misinformation because that could get you killed. That can fuck you up logistically, and you expose yourself. So this is one of the things you guys got to pay attention to that. But you know, we have to question of what's really going on behind the scenes. Why did they actually drain us economically? Was this two things that come to mind. China, you know, getting involved and trying to weaken the economy. So then, meanwhile, their stocks are up if you actually look at it. And why wasn't Russia and different parts of China was not affected, but yet the rest of the world was? You have to ask yourself that one question. It makes you wonder. The next thing is, with all the liberals and all these Democrats and everything screwing up, they wanted to get Trump out so bad. And it's been predicted that they were going to pull out a virus and stuff. Did they have something to do with it? Because all of a sudden, as soon as we get the stimulus package, they try to wheel and deal with Trump. They wouldn't sign the bill unless they got their way. And what did they get? They got thousands and millions of dollars in different branches and gave themselves pay raises to, you know, what the Kennedy Center is, the arts of performing arts. What the fuck does that got to do with helping the people when they're sick? You know, I've been seeing reports of people saying that they're using dummies in the scenes. A lot of the social media is actually crop pictures that were from Italy and use them in the United States in the hospitals and, you know, promoting a lot of fear and panic. The saddest part that we have to realize is what's going on is that little do we know that our freedoms are being stripped from us day in and day out. You have the right to assemble. You have the right to do many things. No one should have to quarantine you into your house unless there is actual, pandemic. But you ever look at social media and look at them and the news? Did you see all the reporters with masks on? No. Every time they had a big meeting with Nancy Pelosi or any of these politicians, did they have a mask on? No. Even Trump, he's supposed to be in a group with a whole bunch of people talking about the coronavirus. It's supposed to be a 6 feet social distancing. Were they separated? No. So if here are these same people talking about everybody to be very careful and do this and do that, but they're not preaching it themselves. So it kind of makes you scratch your head and wonder what the hell is going on with society. So that's just one of the things I just want to bring up at the moment. I give you guys a chance to reflect on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you got to prepare. At least they said up to 18 months, you know, that this could go. So they're telling us everything we need to know in code and flat out.
Exactly. But the question is, how long can you go without work?
Okay, I can
look at
hear
all
you
these people.
bones on my phone.
What about all these people out
that's
of work?
great.
You know, if you don't have a job and you ain't got money when things get longer, how are you
William,
going
I
to buy your
couldn't hear
supplies and
you,
food?
and I went over. I can't hear you yet, William. If I put on my, I don't want to give it away what I'm doing. Now I got you. Oh, now it's echoing.
Just make sure you guys got plenty of food because, you know, a lot of people are out of work. And hopefully that you guys have enough to sustain yourself for a little time period, because we're going to go through quite a while. And if they do a national martial law, you ain't going to be able to buy anything from the stores at all. So you might want to keep stocking up and getting more as much as you can. It's better to have more than less. You know, even if you run yourself a little too dry, don't overspend. Get whatever you can to barter with your neighbors. Talk to your community, talk to your neighbors. You walk down the road, they can't stop you. You know, I travel from New York to upstate back and forth. I got to go to work. But, you know, communication with everybody is very important. And
Are you
find
going
out
through
what's going on and
checkpoints over there?
how do your neighbor feels about it. Sorry.
Are you going through checkpoints, William, over there?
There is no checkpoints on the New York State Thruway. The only time they're going to pull you over if you're not a non-essential worker, because they want to keep everybody in the house as much as possible. If there is a pandemic, then of course you want to neutralize the system by, you know, keeping everybody safe and indoors. But the problem is, if there is no pandemic, you know, then what is this whole game all about? You know, this is the new world order control, you know, population control, possible population control. You know, every country has control their own population when it's too many people. But then if you look at the statistics on all the so-called deaths, I had a friend of mine's in a hospital. His wife read out a chart about all the people that died in the hospitals, according to what the news media was saying, and almost all of them were from 60 and above. And the question is, were the charts accurate? They say coronavirus. You know, there's 8 strains of coronavirus. A common cold is coronavirus. There, you know, if you look at the COVID-19, okay, that's the most dangerous part of that virus. But not everybody's got the COVID-19. So how many people are being misdiagnosed? How many people are dying from pneumonia? dying from a heart attack and stuff like that, and they're being labeled as coronavirus to scare the population. And why is it affecting the older people more? Why? Because they're on Social Security and they're being funded by the government. So if they pass, who gets that Social Security money? The government, right? So the government's trying to grab as much money, in my opinion, as they can. You know, I wish, you know, if someone died in social, you know, your Social Security should roll over to your family. But unfortunately, not with everybody. There's a lot of old people that don't have a lot of family. You know, it just goes right back to the government's pocket in reality.
Yeah, off the bond. Go ahead, Keys. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So what do you guys think?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I think it was Captain Tom.
I'm on a big delay here. I'm on a big delay, and it's really confusing if I talk and with the earphone in my head, because I'm looking at one and hearing William and Geronimo, but on my phone I can't hear you guys at all. I can hear Hodge though. So I'm just
I
gonna
haven't said
be kind of
anything.
quiet and listen a whole bunch. Okay, guys?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Oh, okay. No, I was just listening to the gentleman from New York with the nicely cultivated beard. I can't see his name there. It's very small script.
Yeah, my name is William, and I work in New York City, but I live in the mountains
William,
upstate.
pleased to meet you, friend.
Yeah, I hunt, fish, and trap. I'm survivalist as usual. But good to meet you, Geronimo.
Good to meet you too, friend. When you were speaking to China and the sudden growth in its economic numbers, I would like to propose a theory, if you will, that may have some very real connective tissue to the spiritual warfare that folk are starting to acknowledge, but may be having a bit of trouble defining. See, China works for very bad people above any visual leadership, presidents, kings, queens, ministers, and diplomats. They're the straw men in this. China, the reason that China is experiencing economic growth and will continue to erupt into a powerhouse is because China has everything needed apart from outlying resources, which will be made readily available to her to produce everything that this new system of things will require for those that are running it and for those that go along with it. So China, for sacrificing probably 2 million of her people in a sacrifice, she is being rewarded with a high status, as you would reward somebody, an especially adept and effective and results producing assassin. You reward them well. So in the spiritual context, it's far beyond, at this stage in the game with them, it's far beyond what we concern ourselves with or what we are on the surface to concern ourselves with. It's like throwing bones to dogs. I don't mean to be disrespectful or presumptuous in obviously they see us as less than dogs. I am being polite, not in their stead though, but for the sake of sensibility and decency. They don't, they are content that we fuss over the bones that they throw on this floor for us to chew on and wonder over and try to, even to the point of breaking our teeth, to get to the marrow of where we're told the truth lies. We are in a very desperate situation. All the siege works are in the open. And although we all feel the resonant danger and alarm born of our own natural yet heavily muted instincts, we are wondering, why is a man in a uniform with a lot of stars and salad on his chest, or why is a man that you know proclaims to be for country wanting to make it into this Republican utopia of sorts, why are these people not responding to it as we believe they should, because they told us so that they do? And it's really, you could distill it down to this: welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly, and here reside. For you I have comforts, and them you might abide. I mean, they just wrap us all in this sticky cocoon, and feast at their leisure. And that is exactly what we're reduced to. And that's exactly precisely how they see us in the most generous of illustrations. They do not even, we are not equal to them as they presume to present themselves to us and to each other. Though they create nothing, though they produce no music, they produce no art, no literature, they produce no technology, they produce no comforts, they produce no food, no medicine. All they do is destroy. They wait for nations to form and to rise as they plot our demise for whom they serve. And it is that hidden hand, just sitting there in its wicked repose, like a fat green Icarus spider, just leaking and bleeding onto everything. And we cannibalize each other in the most civilized of ways, some not so subtle, to be sure. But nevertheless, we devour ourselves at their behest, at their orchestration. You won't think about any of these things when you feel the concussion of that 44, that 45 caliber bullet penetrating your shrunken, shriveled skull from starvation and disease and dysentery and typhus and and all we have to do is say no. No. We have to, and we try to reassure one another that if we just believe it, some way the hand of God will come down out of the clouds in the spirit of Deus Machina and scoop us up out of harm's way because we're innocent. We're good people. We're careful people, thoughtful people. We are exactly the reason why they want to destroy everything. And we are all that remains. And with all that remains, best to try to comfort each other, to try to in some way provoke one another, not necessarily to arms or to violence or the fire and broken glass. We would all sue for some form of peace, but peace is not our inheritance. The sword is our inheritance. It's the time we are in. We didn't create this. We didn't design it. And however we've contributed to the form and the function and the continuity of it, we have to own that at the very least and repent for it and right humility. But beyond that, we have to accept these consequences or not. If we cannot say no and mean it with every fiber of our being, then we say yes by default.
Very true.
That's all I can say about that, brothers.
You know, just listening to that makes a lot of sense. And sometimes we got to come to realization that no matter what happens, how much our world turns upside down, one thing they can never ever take away from any one of us is the spiritual mindset on how we feel and what we love and the way we were taught. You know, communication, knowledge, everything we share is a tool. You know, sometimes we have to depart from what we call our comfort zone and realize that no matter how hard things are change, it's not as bad as you think it might be. Sometimes we got to depart from this particular life. Maybe we have to live in a way that our ancestors live, whether it's in the rural mountains, whether it's going back, you know, into bushcraft ways and primitive ways in the sense that, you know, we get away from all their technology. We get away from all their nonsense. We don't play into their card. We don't become salvage slaves to them. We have to just, you know, bond with each other and stick with the communities and help each other and figure out things. And, you know, the biggest fear we all usually do is worry more about the families. All of us are old guys. We don't give a shit what happens. We deal with it as it comes along. We accept the fate of what it may be. But, you know, we always think about the babies. We think about the wives. We think about grandma. We think about everything else. I always said, you know, even to my family, don't cry for me when I go. Just smile to know that I fought for your freedoms and I fought to protect you. And I gave you with everything I had, my last ounce of blood. And when blood is trickling down my face, understand that my game is as strong as a bulldog's. And I will never give up and I'll never quit and falter because they can never take my spirit away. But for my family and for the people I love, I will dedicate myself. And whatever I can teach and educate and whatever I can pass down from what my forefathers taught me. We just can't become sheep. We have to be thinkers. We have to become wolves. You know, the predators sometimes have to learn to be self-sufficient. There's an old saying: the sheep love the farmer because he feeds them, even though one day the sheep will be slaughtered by the same man that feeds them. This is what's going on with society today. So just stay strong, guys. You know, prepare yourselves. Get a little extra time on your hands right now. Work around the house. Do things you normally do. Don't stop living. But at the same time, be aware. Prepare. You know, there's like they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. But no matter what happens, win or lose, draw, whether it's blazing glory or not, no one could ever take your love and your spirit away. And never, always remember that. And when you look at your kids in the eyes, just smile and realize whatever you do is going to be well worth it in the end, because it's for them. It's not for us. We've already had our time. We've lived our life. It's for them. I worry about their future more than I worry about anything else.
Exactly.
We'll see. We'll see, brothers. I don't have the answers to it all. All I say is just don't let your head get a crazy in the mix. Don't jump the gun. Don't assume until the facts are stated. And when it comes in front of your eyes, then you know what you have to do. You deal with it as you see fit. And God bless you. And God, I pray to the Lord that He protects every one of you throughout this transition. But if not, it is what it is. We know what we got to do, guys. We're Americans. We love our country regardless of what this country has done. You know, we're not anti-government, but if the government hates us, then we have to defend ourselves. You know.
Yes.
We worried about the people that are sick. Yes, I worry about everybody every day, but I've still got to go to work. I'm in the middle of New York City, the so-called hot zone. Every time I go to work, I dread, but if this is going to be the day that I'm actually going to get sick, and this is going to be the last time I probably see everybody. But I can't give up. My spirit says don't give up. If I can keep moving, I'm going to keep moving. I'm not going to stop living. I grab that fishing pole, go down by the lake and go fishing. I'll shoot my guns or just go out there and hug everybody for the last time. It doesn't matter. They can't take my spirit of living away from me. You understand? So we'll see how things played out in time. To speculate on what's going to go on, everything seems to be coming into play, but we don't know exactly yet. Just stay strong. Okay, guys? But I have to get off because I work at 4 o'clock in the morning. I got like 2 or 3 hours sleep. I just drove 2 hours from the mountains. I want you guys to stay safe. God bless you guys. And I'll see you again on another show. Okay, guys?
God be with you, William.
Very, very well said, William. And may I say, it's been a pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Same to you, Geronimo. You gave me goosebumps.
Brother.
You got a lot of wisdom behind you, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Thank you for being on the show. And God bless you all and all you guys above and around, even the guys that are texting on the page. Love you guys all. Just stay strong. We're going to get to the bottom of this eventually, but let's help each other survive. Let's keep moving. Let's not give up. Take care. Good night, guys.
Take care, William.
Bye-bye.
Take care, William.
Good guy.
Especially in New York City. That's a hot
Really
zone.
good guy.
New York City. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's right there, man.
Geronimo, my brother.
Man, I've hey Haji, how you doing, brother? Sorry, I drifted here with the wife.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
How you doing, my friend?
Good. How did your chicken coop come out? You started rebuilding a new one?
I told my rooster that we're building for, because we've got some hens for him. And I told him, I looked at him today and he was saying, so what's up with the chicken coop that you promised? I said, well, everything's right there. You see it? I said, I promised I'd do it. I just, trust the plan, man. I got this.
Trust the plan.
A lot of farm stuff. And the dame and I, we didn't hear the rooster crow. We were pretty tired, so got a late start. But we're looking at tackling that tomorrow.
Nice.
But thanks for asking, brother. Yeah.
It was a bit windy, and we have a limb to cut through.
Yeah, it was pretty windy as well. We had some trees to deal with and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, welcome back.
Thank you. I seen Geronimo was backstage for a while, so I figured I'll just hop down and let him up. I can hang out in the backstage and just type in the chat for a while.
Oh, mercy.
It worked out good. It's all good.
Yeah. As you were, talking earlier, before that gentleman William came on. Wow. Oh, that was a nice piece of meat to chew on. Solid words, but you know. I don't want to drift too far from the bone, but I thought this was relevant, and it's kind of a suture. But when Bob was experiencing all these, what's known as the trolls, I also thought to myself, where that comes from, and I realized that it's kind of the family of the lukewarm. And it's the things that I think that has been discussed has generated a kind of fear, and it's a kind of either join us or die a type of attack. I mean, and I just wanted to point that out for Bob personally. You know what I mean? Because the person that I have witnessed is genuine and beyond reproach with the context and the care with which he delivers it and allows it to be delivered and discussed on his channel like this. I just think that's important. The little things matter as we move along, because morale is important. Morale is the coal that fires the engine to give it steam and propulsion. Morale, that's so important. Let me plug this
Bones,
thing.
I bounced back and I'm going full speed ahead again.
Woo! That's
Yep.
good, brother. It's good that soul food is in short supply, my brother. And I knew that you needed to be replenished, and I don't know, just the thinking of it, I mean, sometimes helps to generate some needed energy. And I'm glad that I can see it on your face too. I can see the color return to your face, and that lion look again. It's like, instead of like, oh, these evil chillins,
No, it felt like it was
that's
a waste of time, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
I thought I was thinking, why bother anymore? It's like, it's too late. It's over. But screw that. I'm going to the end.
That's right.
Trolls stay in my way. I'm gonna plow right through you. I'm going.
Yeah, and when you give think about it in the aftermath, they just become fertilizer for what you're growing anyway. It's sad to say. I hate to be so crass and dismissive, but you can only. It's like I think it was you or someone that said you can lead a horse to water. Well, there it is. Yeah. There. It was Bob. Yeah. And it's true. Yeah, and it's a shame. But anyways,
I haven't said that in a while. You must have been hanging out for a while.
Well, yeah, I've been for quite a while. I don't mean to. I don't know. I just like to. This thing gives us the ability, if we use it as a tool, to be able to actually measure people. Because you let people talk long enough, and they'll reveal some odd things, but you are consistent, and I have not been disappointed. Not to say that I just mean that that's a good thing. You know, it's a hard thing to find. You know, you can get wore out. You know, looking for anything genuine, right?
Yeah.
Man. So it can be distressing and draining because, you know, you're the one that's, you know, shoveling the coal all day long while, you know, everybody's, you know, in the back car, you know, drinking martinis and smoking cigars.
I never looked at it that way.
well, you know,
no, really,
you know, when you decide to, you know, to build your locomotive on some existing track, yeah, you got to get that thing fired up. Nobody wants to just, you know, sit on an empty platform if they got to, you know, pump that thing. Yeah, you know, the truth movement isn't like particularly labor intensive. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's a service based industry of sorts. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's my trench humor. You know, you know, my little sheep. Yeah, it's like I have to herd the sheep of my own mind, you know. I got to keep these guys, you know, in check, you know, lest they stray and get me in trouble. Yeah, because if you let your sheep get away from you and they fall down a crevasse or a ravine, and you know you're holding on to a shaky root with your shepherd's hook, trying to reach down in there, sometimes, you know, being overly foolish, you go with the sheep. I'm just effervescing in a little bit of you know, zeitgeist madness, you know, the spirit of the age kind of whoo. I mean, all of us, you know, how much do we absorb every day? These digital slings and arrows and all the stuff we got to duck and dodge and, you know, hold on to, and it's a lot of work just navigating, you know, just the information stream, you know, dodging the poop.
Yeah, and like you said on one of your videos, Geronimo, you know, it's like it's amazing that we still have the wherewithal of our mind and consciousness that we can see what's going on today with the way the fluoride in the water, the chemtrails in the skies, the GMO in our foods, you know, with regular detoxing, you know, we're able to have clarity as to see what they're actually doing to us. And God hopes we can only stop this evil.
Well, here's a point that you might want to consider: psych warfare and selection. Where we are right now is that the psychological warfare that the enemy can wage against us is literally at his convenience. I mean, he has so many instruments to choose from. His arrogance and his certainty has provided him with more than he could have ever imagined. Like, you know, men like Hitler or Stalin or Mao, or you know, even like, let's say, Genghis Khan, or the Hun, or you know, any of them. Imagine what they would do in their, let's just say, primitive capacity. Imagine what they would do with what is available to the evil that has access to all these many devices, whether they are frequency based or you know, biologically based or chemically, and then all the other, the economic destruction of food, everything that provides people, the engines of industry, such as it is. And that's the kind of advantage that they have over us right now, is that the fact that they do have such a vast array of weapons to use against us at their pleasure. That is exactly where we are. And that is clearly and irrevocably, I mean, it's just so succinct in the way that it's laid out in front of us. And so when you can see, what is at your enemy's disposal, I mean, the battery, the ordnance, it's massive. So what they've done is, for all intents and purposes, right now in this moment, they've effectively cut us off from any real physical retaliation in the that might be made manifest in truther groups or whatever, like a protest or something like that, or a hunger strike, or who knows what people will come up and seeking desperate and really just but I don't think that that'll happen like that. I think that it's obvious that not only are they have laid the siege works for conquering this country, its people, really. It will take more, yes, like as William was enunciating upon earlier, about understanding the propensity of holding on to what lives in you, as far as love and love of family and love of goodness and beauty and things like that. Yes, that's very important, because that is the basis of our morale.
Yes.
But at an individual level, and even at a spiritually collective level, it is a force of its own, but not really resulting in what people in this community and others, I'm sure, are looking to attain, because they're looking to stop the death coming. They're looking to stop the torture and the madness and the humiliation and the suffering. It's going to take more than I think that you may find tomorrow, if tomorrow is as it was today, that you may be looking more along the lines of endurance to the end, or to pass through this gauntlet, but endurance nonetheless. It's either endurance or surrender that is presenting itself as the only choices remaining, because they have made it so. And unfortunately, we've not provided the sufficient amount of resistance to make it unso. So,
and today's date, Keys?
Today's date, you can look at it as 44 or 46. If you're talking about yesterday,
agenda 2130.
It's going to be the 7th here in a minute.
Yeah, I can't keep track of days anymore. I thought tomorrow was the 6th. I'm all off.
Oh, wait a
You
second. I'm
better not
sorry.
be off.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is the 6th now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazon. Wow. That's to make it easier, Bob?
What's that? Oh
This
yeah,
article?
you know. Yep. Amazon reportedly wants to turn your hand into a credit card. We knew that though. Key points from Keys. Thank you. Keys for Truth
Cupcakes.
sent me this. Oh, thanks, Cupcakes. Well, we already know about this. Technology giant Amazon is working to allow customers to connect their credit card information to their hands. A Wall Street Journal reported. Was this the tattoo or the? Amazon has already filed a patent for a non-contact biometric identification system that features a hand scanner to produce a picture of a person's palm.
Oh, Jesus.
The sheep will get in line.
Yeah, I wasn't going to interrupt you talking. I was just going to show this. You can still keep talking. Well, technology giant Amazon is working to allow customers to connect their credit card information to their hands so that they can scan for purchases with their palms at checkout areas in physical stores. People familiar with the project told the Wall Street Journal. Well, if it's already patented, then it's ready to go. Amazon will have to address concerns from card issuers and customers over how terminals would detect fraud and the amount of personal information the company will receive from the scans. But what matters? It's going to be all owned by you know who anyway, right? No matter where you go, what you do, what you think.
Well, you know, they've been trying that and doing it. Where was the first place we seen that? Was that in Switzerland? Remember that?
Yeah. On the subway.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you had Foxconn Corporation in Wisconsin.
Correct.
Well, India is a cashless society, so we should check into that too. What they do? Do they have it in their palm already?
I think
You know
it's
what I mean?
on a card.
Oh, okay. I mean, that country is already cashless.
Yeah, they were the first test bed.
Mm. And if it's patented, this was published January 18th, 2020, so it had several months more to be producing millions of them.
Are you familiar with the term fait accompli?
Yes.
Well,
No.
Fait accompli means something accomplished, a feat accomplished. And that is what the useless eliters are signaling with, neon lighting. A fate accomplished. In their minds, they're just tying up loose ends. We think that we're prepared preparing for this battle of, you know, the defending of the porch. No, to them, I'm just saying that is their, that's how they look at it. And when you see all those demons at those daily coronavirus Washington D.C. hoo-ha panels, that's exactly what you're seeing is the fate of absolute arrogance. And I can also see what little teeny tiny shred of a conscious pricking, if you will, of the Trump character. He suffers a prick of conscience, and I can see it demonstrated on his face like a neon sign. That it's more that what he was built up to be, how they strung this buffoon along with these absurd titles of I am the chosen one and I am the king of something, and look at my hairpiece on this coin. I mean, it's I can see it that his ego has been totally eviscerated. He too is discovering that how great men, as he was groomed to believe that he was set up to be nothing more than their prostitute. And he knows this because he has a high enough of an intelligence range to reckon it. And I can see it because his eyes are shrinking back into his head. It's a very physical manifestation of a deep and torturous shame. But unfortunately, it's born of ego, of him realizing he thought he was the master of the game. They told him that he was the master of 4D chess, and that he was the head of this elite Q culture club phenomenon, because that's the nature of proud and arrogant men. They're led easily by the force unseen to the likes of him. Why did I say all that? You know, I think it is because just revealing the face behind the face, behind the face. The Japanese, a fait accompli. Yeah. To them, and Trump's signal tells me that. Trump says that to me every time I look at him for a few minutes just to reckon how his day's going. I see it, you know, and it's confirmed daily for me that he knows that, and he does. There's a little teeny tiny the remaining child that existed in him, and that was the thing that they wanted to keep alive in him for this long. That's why the Rothschilds bailed him out twice from penury, from becoming a homeless bum, right? They did that. They kept that child alive in him just enough to serve them, but to make him appealing to those who he would appeal to, as he was needed to appeal to them in the appointed moment. When we crossed over from preparing to burn Hillary at the stake to him exonerating her of all her crimes and all that stuff. So he knows that, and that child in him has died. And the child dying in him is the eyes sinking back into his skull. And you can see the lids of his eyes. They don't even want to open in front of the camera. They don't want to see anything. All he can see is he doesn't see anything around him. He doesn't see the lights. He doesn't see the people anymore. He doesn't hear any adulation. He doesn't hear any MAGA, MAGA, and all that hoorah. You know, the music has died. And they were singing bye bye, right? Miss American Pie, drove my Chevy to the levee, and there I died. And so what you're seeing in Trump is the death of whatever hope that Americans had foolishly invested into him. You are seeing it dead right on his face. You are seeing it dead. The death of mom, the death of apple pie, the death of baseball, the death of the picket fence, the death of
the dollar,
all of it.
Yeah.
And it's all collapsing. I mean, it's like even this internet stuff, when Bob was having trouble with it earlier, and Keys had said, you know, all the people on it and all the activity, and they're both right, because even the weight of all the people on this fragile internet is collapsing as it is intended to collapse. And the only way that you're going to be able to communicate is, it's like what Aaron Russo or what David Rockefeller explained to David Russo, that every single facet of our existence will be conducted through that RFID chip. And so there will be no internet as people understand it. It will just be like going to the home shopping network for propaganda, you know, to get your daily fix or whatever, or, you know, and that's not going to be lasting long or anything like that. I mean, the world, the earth itself cannot sustain the abuses of men. It cannot sustain the apathy of men. The earth has been crying out for years, the death of all her sea life, flora, fauna. When I hear people say, "Oh yeah, you know, everything is gonna in 50 years, you know, the Bitcoin or some crazy futuristic," I don't know what they're thinking, because the Earth is like, "Yeah, are you sure about that?" Uh-huh. So you got plans, huh? Oh, you're drawing straws to see if you know, I'm gonna favor you or them. No, the abuses are just too far gone. And although, you know, we always will exist in the realm of possibilities as far as being able to stop this, you know, we are fast entering out of any probability that might exist to us.
Yeah.
So it comes to now endurance. How will we endure? Because we have not the force. Like I said, we have no leadership whatsoever. We have none who are even willing to organize such a look. All the head chiefs would say to any one of us, who can stand up against this beast?
Yeah.
And I would say David did. But anyway, who can stand against this beast? Well, yeah, and it's who can stand against this beast? Because, you know, a target, you know, doesn't we have they handed us a bucket of paint and a brush and said, paint yourselves as targets. Okay, how do I look? I feel like Papillon sticking my head, you know, at that isolation cell. How do I look? It killed us, man. It killed us. The internet went down.
Well, they did a test on me earlier for sure. Someone said it was a worldwide, Richard. Internet.
Really?
Yeah, they booted me, and then my neighbor texted me, asked if my internet was out, and then I had a few other people around the county asking me what's going on with the internet.
It was fine
So-
here because I was on the internet searching on and in and out of your site. So yeah, who can beat the beast? I think we're walking right into it, man. I just don't see. You know, all we can do is warn our neighbors, man. That's all we can do.
You're right on that, Hodge. It is the beast system. And
Yep.
Bob, I don't know if you were reading that earlier.
What's that?
I think you did mention it. It is, oh geez, what Trump was saying about we're starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. And I just opened up a big rabbit hole on that as far as numerology.
That's the second time you said light.
Yeah, exactly. And this title says Americans warned of Pearl Harbor moment as Trump tells parts of the nation to brace for peak, which is very important also. This might be worth reading if you want to show this, Bob.
Yep.
Okay.
Please.
This is pretty strange because I have never, when you're using the calculator, Hodge, I have never seen what has just happened with a calculator. Ever.
Uh-oh.
Basically, it told me the number was a perfect match. And I've never, ever seen that.
So this will happen.
I'm sorry?
This will happen.
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but
whatever disaster is about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he declared the entire United States a national disaster, correct?
Yep.
He did in Arizona. It was approved.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, there's that one, Bob. Yeah, this one's pretty deep. It's all about the titles.
Richard, how you doing, brother?
Just sitting here listening. How y'all doing?
Good. Thanks for holding down the fort earlier. I was in and out.
Very
What's
much
up, Richard?
appreciated.
It's all good. I'm doing all right.
You're very patient, just like I am.
Yep, we gotta be. That's the way it is.
You don't have to watch
Yeah.
that video.
Oh, okay.
Just turn the video off.
Americans warned. All right. Americans warned of Pearl Harbor moment as Trump tells parts of the nation to brace for peak. You sure you don't want to play it, or is it nonsense?
I didn't watch it, so it might be worth a watch.
Okay.
Right, sir, talking about the benefits. Why not just let the science speak for itself? Why are you promoting this?
I'm not. I'm just
You
saying,
come
very
out here-
simply, I'm not at all. I'm not. Look, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm
Well,
trying to
you
save
come out here
lives.
every day, right, sir, talking about the benefits
I
of
want them to
hydroxychloroquine.
try it, and it may work and it may not work. But if it doesn't work, it's nothing lost by doing it. Nothing. We don't have time.
Wow, really?
Really?
Hmm.
I've never had this trouble before until
Yeah.
just
I think
about
you
2
gotta
days.
slow the speed.
Let's go and test with.
How do I slow speed?
It should be one of those buttons.
We don't have time. I'd love to do that.
Closed caption.
Or put it back at pause at the beginning and let it feed through.
Yeah, take it back.
If it does that.
Why not just let the science speak for itself? Why are you promoting this drug?
I'm not. I'm just
You
saying,
come
very
out here-
simply, I'm not at all. I'm not. Look, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm
Well,
trying to
you
save
come out here
lives.
every day, right, sir, talking about the benefits of
I want them to
hydroxychloroquine.
try it, and it may work and it may not work. But if it doesn't work, it's nothing lost by doing it. Nothing. We don't have time to go and say, gee, let's take a couple of years and test it out. And let's go and test with the test tubes and the laboratories. We don't have time. I'd love to do that. But we have people dying today. As we speak, there are people dying. We bought massive amounts of it, 29 million doses of it. We have it coming from all of the labs. We're actually now doing it here because in case it does work,
29 million doses. But how many people were in the United States? 320 some million?
Yeah, if you believe that number.
Yeah.
They love that number, Hodge.
I'll start that over right in the middle when it's.
We can
There's
all agree
Dr.
this guy's
Satan.
an idiot, right?
you don't have to ask.
He's your medical expert, correct?
He's answered that question 15.
15 times.
And we begin tonight with America bracing for what could be the worst of the coronavirus outbreak in the days ahead. The Trump administration warning it could be, quote, the hardest and
Wow, why did it even go to that when it wasn't finished?
Yeah, it just jumped over that whole ad or the whole article.
All right, tell you what, I'm going to do it again. Oh.
Trump tells parts of
Promoting this drug.
I'm not. I'm just
You
saying,
come
very
out here-
simply, I'm not at all. I'm not. Look, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm
Well,
trying
you
to save
come out here
lives.
every day, right, sir, talking about the benefits of
I want them to
hydroxychloroquine.
try it, and it may work and it may not work. But if it doesn't work, it's nothing lost by doing it. Nothing. We don't have time to go and say, gee, let's take a couple of years and test it out. And let's go and test with the test tubes and the laboratories. We don't have time. I'd love to do that. but we have people dying today. As we speak, there are people dying. We bought massive amounts of it, 29 million doses of it. We have it coming from all of the labs. We're actually now doing it here because in case it does work, we want to have it.
And would you also weigh in on this issue of hydroxychloroquine? What do you think about this? And what is the medical evidence?
That question?
Yeah.
Maybe 15 times. You don't have to ask.
He's your medical expert, correct?
He's answered that question 15 times.
So he said 15 times twice. It's 30.
Everyone at Honda wants you to be safe.
Come on.
Yeah, just turn that off and read what it says. You can read a little bit, Bob, if you want.
Yep. Okay. Americans are being advised to steel themselves for one of the most agonizing weeks in living memory, as President Trump and his advisors predicted parts of the country were nearing peak of cases of COVID-19, the disease caused by the novel coronavirus. See if I get it bigger. The president at Sunday's White House coronavirus task force briefing hailed numbers from New York showing one-day decline in deaths, while warnings of New York and New Jersey, they've really become a very hot zone. Still, Trump, along with Vice President Pence, projected confidence not matched by the White House medical advisors. We're starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. Uh-oh. Trump said Sunday, even as Anthony and Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, hedged earlier in the day, saying, I will not say we have it under control. We are struggling to get it under control. Fauci, when asked if dire predictions were at odds with the promise of light at the tunnel's end, said the peak suggests a possible turning point in the path of the virus, but doesn't take away from the fact that tomorrow or the next day is going to look really bad. The dead in the United States already number more than 9,500, triple the toll of the terrorist attacks that brought the nation low on September 11, 2001. U.S. Surgeon General Jerome M. Adams reached back further to find an analog for the sense of national alarm, as the country surpassed 333,000 known cases. Yeah, oh,
333.
can't make this up. He said the coming days could bring catastrophe comparable to the attack that drew the United States into World War II in 1941. Wow. This is going to be the hardest and saddest week of most Americans' lives. Quite frankly, the Surgeon General said in a Sunday appearance on Fox News, this is going to be our Pearl Harbor moment, our 9/11 moment. Oh, yeah. Only it's not going to be localized, it's going to be happening all over the country.
Here we go.
Yep. Everything's falling in place. The virus was transforming life, not just here, but globally, sending Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson to the hospital Sunday, 10 days after he learned of positive tests. A spokesman for a Conservative Party leader said the hospitalization was a precautionary step as Johnson continues to have persistent symptoms. But news jolted the United Kingdom, which has recorded more than 48,000 cases and nearly 5,000 deaths, as Queen Elizabeth II, in a rare televised address, urged resolve. She said the moment recalled her first public speech in 1940. She has addressed children evacuated from their homes because of the war. Wow. as she addressed children evacuated from their homes. Today, once again, many will feel a painful sense of separation from their loved ones, she said in a pre-recorded video produced at Windsor Castle. Suppose it's not just going to be a gun grab, it's going to be a kid grab, huh?
Take a good look at that photo. Look at the faces.
Yeah.
Jeez. Where's their gloves? They always wear gloves. Now they got masks on all of a sudden.
Looking for signs. See, he's got a 5 on his sneaker. What a 6. I don't know. All right. Trump chose different words but sounded in a similar note, predicting a horrific point in terms of death. As a treatment for novel virus, he continued to tout hydrochloroquine, an anti-malarial drug with promising but unproven effects for patients with COVID-19, while acknowledging, "What do I know? I'm not a doctor." He said the federal government had purchased and stockpiled 29 million doses of the drug, and later blocked Fauci, who heads the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, from answering a question about the treatment course. He also said more than 1.6 million tests had been conducted in a country of about 330 million, and that his administration was gathering equipment from every corner of the earth and delivering it across the country. But places hit hardest by the outbreak continued to report shortages of critical medical equipment, including ventilators, moving states to undertake ad hoc efforts to share the life-saving breath devices. Governor Jay Inslee said Sunday he would return more than 400 ventilators to the national stockpile so they could be used by states facing more dire circumstances. A day after Oregon prepared to dispatch 140 ventilators to New York, Louisiana Gov. John Bell Edwards said he expected the state to exhaust its supply of the machines as soon as Thursday, with ICU beds running out 2 days later. Still the worst area of American outbreak, New York topped 4,000 deaths on Sunday. The state's governor, Andrew Cuomo, said there were hopeful, though inconclusive signs. There were fewer fatalities Saturday than Friday. He noted at a briefing in Albany, adding, "You could argue that you're seeing a slight plateauing in the data, which obviously would be good news." Fauci said the measures he was attuned to nationally was the increase of new cases, predicting the death toll would continue to climb even after the country successfully slowed the spread of the outbreak. This next week is going to look bad because we're still not yet at the apex, he said Sunday on CBS Face the Nation. Within about a week, Fauci said he hoped to see a flattening out of the curve and coming down, especially in New York. Other states were confronting projections that showed critical caseloads arriving as little as a week after the surge battering New York. In, in New Jersey, which had more than 37,000 cases as of Sunday, Governor Phil Murphy said he had secured an additional 500 ventilators. A spokesman for the governor said the allocation from the national stockpile followed 3 phone calls on Saturday with Pence and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and senior advisor, as well as Adam Brett Giroir, the assistant health secretary. The state has received just over half of the 2,500 ventilators it had requested, said spokesman Mayan Gunaratna. In addition to places such as New Jersey and Louisiana, where cases have already surged rapidly, Deborah Birx, the coordinator for the White House task force, said over a weekend she was concerned about emerging hotspots in Pennsylvania and Colorado, as well as Washington, D.C. At the same time, she said she was anticipating a stabilization of cases across these large metro areas where the outbreak began several weeks ago. Washington Mayor Muriel E. Bowser on Sunday closed the Wharf's Fish Market after customers crowded the open air venue on Saturday, defying the social distancing rules tightened under a stay at home order issued last month. Known cases stood at more than 1,000 in the district. Pennsylvania, meanwhile, has reported more than 11,500 cases, more than doubling in the 4 days since Governor Tom Wolf issued a statewide stay-at-home order. This is really scary, Wolf said in an interview Sunday. He rejected the analogy of warfare, saying an enemy in battle is something you could actually see. The other difference, he said, is that ordinary people are on the front lines of the quest to contain the virus, noting that his wife was sewing homemade masks. We need to buy time, he said. States across the country are under directives such as Pennsylvania, but 8 Republican governors have yet to call for all residents to shelter in place. Asa Hutchinson, the governor of Arkansas, said Sunday on NBC's Meet the Press that his targeted approach was better. Trump on Saturday said he would not press governors to take more sweeping measures as members of his administration beseeched governors to clamp down. I just don't understand why we're not doing that, Fauci said on CNN. Birx said even critical activities such as curtailed, if possible, for a while. This is the moment not to be going to the grocery store, not going to the pharmacy, but doing everything you can to keep your family and your friends safe, she said. The guidance required a painful sacrifice for many Americans, especially those preparing to celebrate religious holidays that mark the onset of spring. Passover, which commemorates struggles for freedom, begins Wednesday night. And Easter, which is Sunday, was the day Trump initially said he hoped a lift federal guidance and on restrictions to stem the pandemic because that would be a beautiful thing. Yeah. It would it would have been beautiful, said Solomon, the senior pastor of Detroit's Triumph Church, especially in places such as Michigan, where the virus has exacted a terrible toll on vulnerable populations. The process has robbed us of the ability to have authentic relationships, he said in an interview. Michigan did not specifically carve out exceptions to this stay-at-home order for religious services, as did other states, though it did stipulate that religious worship in violation of the order would not bring a penalty. Kinloch said the congregation is doing everything it can to keep its members safe, hosting and streaming drive-in services that allow congregants to pull up a large scale in the parking lot of the church. They can even take communion if they bring their crackers and juice from home, he said. Wow. We're in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. Is there something in this picture you want to point out, Keys? Am I missing something other than the
No, I
mask?
just wanted you to pause on that earlier
Yeah.
so I could take a good look at it. You know, they're not armed. They're not armed either. You notice that?
Yeah.
They said 1941. That means bombs.
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Right. That's the light. The flesh. I keep forgetting how that was said. The flash of light, right?
Well, I'll tell you what I got from this one and then the other one from the other day. They keep talking about that burst of light. So, from that story right there, they told us to brace for peak. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Brace for peak is 101.56, 223. Those are the ones that stand out the most. And then we're starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. That just opened up a huge can of worms. There's numbers, a lot of prime numbers in there. You know what I mean, Hodge?
Mm-hmm.
One in particular is 496. I think I've got, let's see, 496 turned out to be a perfect number, and I've never seen that on this calculator. Yep. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I'm good. I was just saying I dropped the link. You're welcome. Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, God.
And I hope to God that people do not take this malaria drug. And, you know, and there's also, because I looked at all that stuff, there's also generic drugs for that, and it isn't good, you know. Because
Well, Richard looked it up.
they have the people in fear, and they think, you know, they have them thinking that, oh my God, I better take this cure, or we might all die. See what I mean?
Even though it's not FDA approved yet.
Yeah, in the same essence, they put out videos saying, well, they're closing all the alcohol shops down because alcohol can cure you from it. I just hate their flip flop. Yeah,
I think I'm gonna have a drink.
I'm serious. What the hell? Well, you used that phrase again, very. You said very. What was it, Bob?
Very painful. Very, very painful.
Yeah, but he used very in this article as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still got that list pulled up of all the stuff he said. That's what I keep track of. A lot of death ahead. 121.
But it's getting better.
And this comes from me, not from what anyone said. COVID Revolution 201 and in Jewish 2020. New test that Trump said that he took, which we know he didn't. Nasopharynx, you know, the swab up the nose.
Mm-hmm.
And coronavirus match 3 out of 4 ciphers.
Ooh.
Yeah. He said, ride it out. That's 121.
Ride it out.
We already know about the narco terrorist and combat ships. Okay, here it is. Bob, it's going to be like a burst of light. 322. And then I wish you would have told us. That was Trump speaking to Mike Pompeo. 121.
Mm-hmm.
Ventilators and coronavirus
Yeah, ventilators seem to be everywhere.
match 3 out of 4 ciphers. And then PAPR, the abbreviation for, I forget it every single time. I don't have it pulled up right now, but that's 201. It's the abbreviation for those ventilators. You know, World Health Organization 121, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation 121, Johns Hopkins University 121, coronavirus outbreak 121, Revelation 121, and then Trump saying a gift from God 121.
Surrender 121.
And this is the big deal right here, because Governor Cuomo, if you look, he is the 56th governor of New York, and he said, I believe it was last week, he said time is short.
Mm-hmm.
And coronavirus match all 4 ciphers.
Wow.
Yeah. Gavin Newsom, he matches 3 out of 4 ciphers with coronavirus. Nancy Pelosi, 56 also. So it's like they're all, you know, part of this huge psyop. Not a coincidence. No such thing as coincidences.
Nope.
I used to wear a device when I was welding over in Quartzsite, Arizona years ago. And it's a special welding hood. And on my tool belt, it was a square box with a battery and a fan, and then a hose that came from that and blew fresh air into my hood. Because galvanized steel when you're welding that, there is poisonous fumes that come off of there that's like a yellowish green, like white plumes.
Mm-hmm.
I had to do that for, I think, 2 weeks because the guy that was doing it for, I think, 2 or 3 years, he got sick and he ended up in the hospital for a couple weeks. Because it'll kill you, Yeah.
What are you working on, Bob?
My email.
That was a great article, Keys.
That was.
Yeah. I get tired, my eyes get tired after a while. But that, as far as that other deal, man, that one's tough. That's probably going to take me a while. Those codes and numbers, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That everybody was writing down. It's kind of strange because it has CV in there and 19.
Well, just what that article title has got me back to thinking about that Hoover Dam.
Yeah, what you said earlier, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of nerd through this one guy's videos because he repeats himself and it double overlays. So I'm just going to put it out as all one video tonight.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's got my sonic themes written all over it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. See, the public, they don't, most of the people, when, if they're busy, they're, with their family, they're in the kitchen, in the living room, whatever, and if they have the TV on, the news or something, and they're not really paying attention, they're just not going to hear what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to say, we did tell you, but they really didn't.
Yeah.
It's terrible what they're doing.
I was worried when they closed it the first time. October 1st, 2019. And to be closed all the way till February for lobby maintenance, give me a break.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to blow it up.
You think so?
I do.
Don't you remember everything about the Oroville Dam and then how that just kind of quieted down,
Exactly.
Because we were all talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Now it's going to shift to the Hoover Dam.
It sure would cause a lot of damage. I'm sure you have probably been to the Grand Canyon before, Hodge.
Yes, twice.
That was full of water.
Yeah.
Before we were here. A lot of people lived over in there. Probably some very large people. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not too sure what to think about all that, but there was definitely some
Dams
other.
were built to fail. Jay giggles.
Yep. That's just like the lost my train of thought. The where they pump the, pumping stuff into the ground to pull the steam out. What am I speaking of? Help me out.
Fracking?
Well, well, yeah, that, but the other thing that they're doing, I forget what they're called.
What is it? Hydroelectric?
Something like that. Yeah. Everything that they've said is a lie. $40 meters. Right on. I wish I had my dad's equipment. I'd be talking to people on the moon.
I've never run. Can you run trust the plan and calm before the storm? Just curious.
Captain Tom is firing up the ham radio. Will keep us posted.
Let me look.
Trust the plan and calm before the storm.
Yeah, giggles, unfortunately. That's why it's so hard to wake people up. Did you hear me though? Captain Tom says he's firing up the ham radio starting on 40 meters. We'll keep you posted. I have no idea what 40 meters even is. Is that like a channel or to tune in?
Take care, Captain Tom.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't even know anything about them ham radios. I know that they work good when they work.
Just missed that one by one.
Uh-oh.
Calm before the storm. That's going to take a little bit of work, but 99 is, I think, the United States of America. And in Jewish 665, Jewish ordinals 188. You know where that 188 comes from?
No.
You take the 1, the 2, the 5, the 10, the 20, the 50, and the $100 bills, and you come up with 188.
Okay.
I'd have to break all those numbers down. But yeah, I've never seen that come up like that before. When I ran 496, it's the 31st triangular number, and down below, I've never seen that come up. It's a perfect number, which is 992. Never seen that. And then, since that's the 31st triangular number, 31 is the 11th prime. See where it's going?
Yeah.
11 is the master builder number. And then 101 is the 26th prime. 479 is the 92nd prime. 7.180.
This is going to be a bad, bad month, I feel.
Absolutely.
You know, I did
Hopefully
something. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hodge.
next month we got Cascadia, maybe.
We just never know.
Great earthquakes in May.
Or San Andreas.
You know, it's really hard for me to grasp that those that are in the military would be doing the things that they're doing, you know.
You know, they're probably they're just sheeple like we think they are. They don't get it. They
Here to
think they're
push this
doing
button.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've sat and thought about this for a long time. Those that join the military, you know, they were watching TV before they got there, right?
Yeah, probably with their parents.
Well, sure wasn't hell awake already. If you're awake and you join, wow. You know?
Yeah, hey, it's like the water boy. You drinking the wrong stuff.
It isn't like when, you know, years ago when my dad, my cousin, my uncles, actually more than one cousin, but in particular my one cousin that was in Vietnam. It was different, you know what I mean? But it was still the same, so to speak. They were forced, you know. They were forced to go there.
The draft, yeah.
And I signed the draft when I was 17. It's crazy when you think about everything that they've ever done.
And now they don't have enough that they have to recall people.
Right. It's mind-boggling the things that they have seen and done. Both my uncles were in the Korean War, and both of them had malaria. Got malaria over there, so they were probably giving them that crap, that drug that Trump's trying to push right now. And it probably won't be that drug. It might be something else, you know?
Mm-hmm. We got any updates from that woman? I think she was in Washington that took that shot. Supposed shot. The vaccine.
As soon as I seen about that woman, that's fake news. I ran the numbers on her name, and I still remember her name because her name is Jennifer Haller, and that equals 74 Masonic.
Okay.
right
That's
back.
what I'm expecting.
Too much
And
water,
yeah,
boy.
yeah.
I feel like a nice glass of water right now. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's just like the other night here in Arizona, Hodge. I'm sure you've seen it. Maybe you didn't. Christy.
I actually try to avoid the news.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know, on YouTube, you'll see something that catches your eye from ABC 15.
I probably missed it then.
Christy equals 42, and Philip equals 42, and they were both 42 years old, a married couple, right?
Okay.
And their last name was Bobbitt. Said that the husband shot his wife. And if you run Bobbitt, you'll see what that is. You remember that story?
Yeah.
Fake news again, you know.
From Florida to Arizona. Used to be, is this Germany or Arizona or
Man.
Florida?
Yeah, can you imagine that? Sewed it back on, and then he became, well, you know what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm sure everything would work perfectly again, right? You know. Yeah, there you go, Kibo, Lorena. Bobbitt.
Kibo. Oh boy. I was glad William got on True Seeker. That was good.
Yeah.
Always good to hear an update.
Captain Tom says he's getting in China there. 14.270. See, I still remember all that stuff. Wish I had all that equipment.
Did we see the U.S. Surgeon General on coronavirus next week will be our Pearl Harbor moment?
Is that another one?
Is this
Just
a video?
13 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, run it.
All right.
This guy gives me the heebie-jeebies, though. Just saying.
I've ran his name. That should give you the heebie-jeebies.
I'm sure you did.
Okay.
He's the, you know, he speaks very well, you know, Hodge. You see how he speaks, right?
Exactly.
He's he's soft, you know, gentle with the people.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Because the words I saw was Pearl Harbor moment, and it had the was not the parentheses on each side of it, quote.
Surgeon General, Vice Admiral Jerome Adams. Dr. Adams, the U.S. is now reporting 30,000 new cases a day. And I want to put up a chart that shows the curve of cases in Italy and China, which have leveled off and are now going down, and the curve on the far right there, here in the U.S., which is still in the early stages and still headed up sharply. Given the course of the disease in China and Italy, and that we are weeks or months behind them, how bad is this epidemic going to be in America, and how long will it last?
Well, it's tragically fitting that we're talking at the beginning of Holy Week, because this is going to be the hardest and the saddest week of most Americans' lives, quite frankly. This is going to be our Pearl Harbor moment, our 9/11 moment, only it's not going to be localized. It's going to be happening all over the country. And I want America to understand that. But I also want them to understand that the public, along with the state and the federal government, have the power to change the trajectory of this epidemic. You mentioned Italy and Spain. They had a very, very hard time, and they're still having a hard time, but they seem to have reached their peak and are coming back down on the other side. And you say weeks, months behind, I would actually push back a little bit. When you look at their trajectory from about a month ago is when they really started to lean into their aggressive mitigation efforts, their really aggressive mitigation efforts. And so I want Americans to understand that as hard as this week is going to be, there is a light at the end of the tunnel if everyone does their part for the next 30 days. We're seeing Washington actually, where this started, doing a much better job. California's trajectory has leveled off. And so there is hope, but we've got to all do our part.
Let's talk about mitigation, because the president's top health advisors, including you, say the most important thing we can do, all of us, is to stay at home. And yet there are still 9 states. There are still 9 states with millions of Americans that still have not issued stay-at-home orders. President Trump was asked about that this week. Here he is.
I leave it up to the governors. The governors know what they're doing. They've been doing a great job. I guess we're close to 90% anyway. And states that we're talking about are not in jeopardy. No, I would leave it to the governors.
But Dr. Adams, the coronavirus is not a state issue. It doesn't follow or respect state borders. Dr. Fauci says he believes that there should be a national stay-at-home order. Is he wrong?
Well, Chris, it's important to understand that most people across the country are doing the right thing. Over 90% of the country is staying at home, and a good proportion, more than average, are staying home even in those 9 states. But the last time you and I talked, it was about opioids. People don't know, but I've run a state Department of Health. I've been involved in health for years. And diseases don't respect state lines, but we live in a country where we have a system of federalism. And when it comes to opioids, states have different rules and regulations and laws regarding treatment, regarding syringe service programs, as you and I have talked about. I actually put out a report on tobacco cessation earlier this year, and we know that states have different laws there, and more people will die, even in the worst projections, from cigarette smoking in this country than are going to die from coronavirus this year. And so we always are struggling with trying to get information out to guide people that we know will help them be healthy with states' rights. But it's why we put out these 30 days to stop the spread guidelines. These are essentially our national stay-at-home order, and we're working with governors to figure out their needs, their desires. One more important point, the 9 states that haven't yet done shelter-in-place orders are states that actually produce a large amount of our food. So they're struggling with issues concerning how they can provide for the rest of the country to be able to stay at home. But right now, what I would say to those governors is, if you can't give us a month, give us what you can. Give us a week. Give us whatever you can to stay at home during this particularly tough time when we're going to be hitting our peak over the next 7 to 10 days.
But Dr. Adams, there's a big difference between opioids and cigarettes, which are something that people decide to use or not to use, and the coronavirus, which people catch. It's not an individual choice. And you know, when President Trump says that he's a wartime president, during World War II, FDR didn't say, well, it's up to each state to decide what to do. He mobilized the nation. Again, why not a national stay-at-home order? The coronavirus doesn't recognize states' rights. So does the federal analogy really work here?
Well, Chris, I know a week ago is forever in coronavirus time, but I would remind people that it was just a week ago when the idea of a federal quarantine for the New York City area was being floated, and Governor Cuomo said that would be like declaring war on the states. The governors are intensely protective of their right, and rightly so, to be able to decide what's best for their states. And we're going to do everything we can as scientists and as physicians, as medical professionals, to help them understand what we think the right thing is for them to do. And so I just want everyone to know that from a national perspective, the Surgeon General is saying no matter where you are, stay at home, at least give us a week or two if you can. We want you to do it for 30 days, but even in those 9 states, give us what you can so we can get this peak and start to come down on the other side.
Oh,
Dr. Adams, for days, President Trump has been talking about hydroxychloroquine as a possible treatment for people with the coronavirus. But yesterday, in his briefing, he took it even further. Take a look.
What do you have to lose? In some cases, they're in bad shape. What do you have to lose? I may take it. And I'll have to ask my doctors about that, but I may take it.
Dr. Adams, as the nation's top public health official, are you comfortable with people taking an unproven, untested drug, even people who don't actually have the virus?
Well, here's what we've advised the president, and here's what I've heard him say consistently. When people are in a tragic situation where they're in the hospital or a loved one's in the hospital with COVID-19, we want them to be able to have a conversation with their healthcare provider about everything that they could possibly do to save their lives. There are some accounts, some stories out there regarding hydroxychloroquine helping, and we know it's been available for years, so we feel a little bit better regarding its safety than we do about a completely novel drug, even though this is being used at much higher dosages. And so we just want to be able to facilitate physicians and patients having that conversation. That's what I tell people. That's what I've heard the president tell people.
Finally, and I got about a minute left here, Dr. Adams, the CDC now recommends that people use face coverings in public. And in fact, you're in a CDC video in which you show people how to make a mask themselves that they can wear. But President Trump was clear that he is not going to be following that guidance. Take a look here, sir.
I think wearing a face mask as like presidents, prime ministers, dictators, kings, queens, I don't know, somehow I don't see it for myself.
Does that statement by the president send a mixed message about taking this recommendation seriously?
Well, if you look at the CDC guidelines, they actually emphasize that number one, they're voluntary, and number two, and the most important part of this is they're not a substitute for social distancing. I was at the White House yesterday. I'm going there immediately after this. The White House doctors and Secret Service are taking pains to make sure everyone is social distancing in regards to the president, the vice president, and each other. And so the president is making a choice that's appropriate for him. What I want Americans to know is if you're going out in public and you're going to be closer than 6 feet to other people, you can use a cloth facial covering. And here's mine that I made, very easy to use. And it protects you, Chris, from me. We want people to understand you're wearing this not to protect yourself, you're using it to protect your neighbor. And that's what this week is going to be all about. People staying at home to protect their neighbor, people wearing cloth facial coverings if they have to go out in public to protect their neighbor. It's going to be a test of our resolve. It's going to be the test of our lives. But I am confident that we can come out on the other side based on the data and based on what I know about the American people.
Dr. Adams, thank you. Thanks for your time during these very busy days. Please come back, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, scumbag. Unreal. Wow.
Did you see that in the chat, Hodge?
No, I didn't.
Wow.
What did I miss? I'll go back. Reality dose.
Yep, exactly. Here's the link to that one
Yep.
if anyone wants it.
Yep. I got a picture of that, that's for sure. 201. Imagine that.
So where'd this guy come from as the Surgeon General? Is he from the CDC as well? Did he replace Dr. Timothy Cunningham, who apparently suicided himself?
You mean the guy that went swimming in the freezing river?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, maybe. I don't know.
Wow. I wouldn't be shocked.
See how they all play a role in this?
Exactly.
Yep. Everything's scripted.
So that's two people saying 9/11 type event coming this week.
Not
That's how I
just
feel.
that. World War II.
Looks like World War III.
That's because he says it's going to be worse than World War II, didn't he?
Yep. Pearl Harbor. What do you think of when you hear Pearl Harbor?
The Big Bang.
Who do you think?
Well, the first thing I think is ship sinking. And all wars start off as ship sinking or trade wars. I don't know. I just don't see that yet. I do see bombs though.
About the national anthem? Don't you love the words to that?
Yeah, with the light again?
Gleaming. And the rockets. Red
There it
glare.
is, right there.
Yep.
And the flag's
The
still
bombs
standing on the moon.
You got the bombs bursting in air.
Mm-hmm. It goes back to Kansas and maybe that the EMP warning. Who knows?
It's kind of hard to deny this code that they use.
What do you think, Richard?
Thank you, Giggles. Giggles doing some research. Bill Gates calls for a national tracking system for coronavirus during Reddit. AMA.
Just hate seeing his picture.
I know.
Get a rope.
Okay, you got the Global Fund. The Global Fund's 6th replenishment. 9/10 October 2019. What's that say? Lyon, France.
October 9/10. Oh, just right before October 18th. Huh. Event 201. 1 week before.
Well, top line. A week after stepping down from the boards of Microsoft and Berkshire Hathaway, Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft and the second richest person in the world with a net worth of 97.8 billion, took a Reddit for an Ask Me Anything on the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, sharing his thoughts on how best to deal with the outbreak and its possible long-term effects on the world. A TED Talks by Gates from 2015 recently emerged called The Next Outbreak. We're not ready, given during the Ebola epidemic, but as the White House administration faces criticism for not reacting quick enough, Gates reiterated that we did not know it would happen at some point, either with a flu or some other respiratory virus. There was almost no funding. Following the eventual end of the pandemic, Gates hopes that countries can work together to better prepare for similar situations, including the need to have the ability to scale up diagnostics, drugs, and vaccines very rapidly. The technologies exist to do this well if the right investments are made. The 100 million his and his and his wife Melinda Gates Foundation donated to fight the coronavirus is focused on those three areas. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, this week said the mass production of vaccine would likely not occur for another 12 to 18 months. And Gates concurred, saying that lots of manufacturing will need to be built to provide billions of vaccines to protect the world, and that first vaccines, which would go to healthcare workers and critical workers, could happen before 18 months if everything goes well, but we and Fauci and others are being careful not to promise this when we are not sure. A study released this week by Imperial College in the UK stated that even with mitigation, the US could see around 1 million deaths from the coronavirus. Gates cautioned that the parameters used in that model were too negative, pointing to China as the most critical data we have, and that its social distancing approach was able to reduce the number of cases. Responding to a question in the Netherlands controlled distribution strategy, Gates countered, saying, the only model that is known to work in a serious social distance effort shutdown, estimating that if country does a good job with testing and shutdown, then within 6 to 10 weeks they should see very few cases be able to open back up. However, he also admitted that the U.S. is still not organized on testing. Gates called for a national tracking system similar to South Korea. What? Saying that in Seattle, the University of Washington is providing thousands of tests per day, but no one is connected to a national tracking system, and that whenever there is a positive test, it should be seen to understand where the disease is and whether we need to strengthen the social distancing. With social distancing and many of his other answers, though, he addressed the difficult schism between wealthy and developing nations, saying that rich countries that push for the testing and practice social distances should avoid high levels of infection within 2 or 3 months, though. Though I worry about all economic damage, but even worse will be how is This will affect the developing countries who cannot do the social distancing the same way as rich countries and whose hospitals capacity is much lower. Crucial quote. Gates addressing a now deleted question. My retiring from public boards was not related to the epidemic, but it does reinforce my decision to focus on the work of the foundation, including its work to help with the epidemic. Key background. Gates, who is now focusing more on the Gates Foundation, was joined by the foundation's global health lead, Dr. Trevor Mundell, and his chief scientific advisor, blah, blah, blah. According to a Johns Hopkins University, there have been 214,894 confirmed cases of the coronavirus, with 8,732 reported deaths, along with the White House's recommendation to avoid groups of over 10 people. Some cities and counties in the UK, like the Bay Area and California, may soon order shelter in place measures to further curb the spread of the virus.
When did this article come out? Because I remember Friday night it was like at 2:13 and we're getting 6,000 possible cases an hour.
Oh, this is March 18th, 2020.
Okay. So that number, again, showing the deception of being way off from what they are reporting now or what they reported then.
Crazy. I'll drop this link too. Thanks, Giggles.
Has anybody heard from Marcia? I didn't see her in here tonight.
Mm.
Thank you, Giggles. This whole thing just kills me, you know, how Bill Gates just goes around and does his vaccines, you know, and with the World Health Organization in Africa all the way back decades ago, you know, wiping out people, man, and civilizations.
Mm.
And then they come up with a miracle vaccine for it. Huh.
Thank you, Giggles. Richard, you all right up there?
He must be on the roof. How you doing, Tommy?
Okay. Multiple Australian television news broadcasts declare New World Order is here. Wow. March 29, 2020.
Aren't they cute?
Yeah, see that? Scumbags. Okay, I woke up Sunday morning to several Australian broadcasts declaring New World Order is here. I know many people waiting on an anonymous queue to save them, but won't believe it. But this is the mainstream media declaring it. They are apparently okay just putting it in the people's faces because they know they aren't doing anything about the infringements of their liberties now. It's true. Take a look at the two broadcasts. Pardon language. Those videotaping are upset.
But who's in the New World Order? We know it's the China, Australia, United States, United Kingdom, and Israel. Of course they're here.
Keep in mind that this is coming out of the very continent that shut down the entire world from carrying and commenting on the alleged Christchurch mosque shooting and threatened to people from their countries for carrying the video and pointing out what appeared to be an obvious hoax. In fact, several people went to jail over a decade for just having the video in their possession.
So because they did a lie, the truth hurts.
Christ used to silence free spin of the false flag event globally. Things are way out of control, and this is happening not just in New Zealand, Australia, and the US, but globally. All right, video here. I don't know which one to play. All right. Guess I'll try this one here. News. Hold on. I gotta put it on. Okay. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where am I? Here we go.
She's about to say it on national TV.
At 7 on 7. The nation's death toll climbs to 14, with more than 1,600 now infected across the state and rising. This is a special edition of 7 News, bringing you the latest on the coronavirus crisis. Here's what's coming up. The New World Order, our army, comes marching in, partnering with police to help enforce the country's tough new quarantine laws. Plus, Hotel Hell,
Are you for real? New World Order. That's what she said. And what have we all been telling you? You need to wake up, people. You need to hear us. We care. These people don't give a shit about you. Okay, they're rich. They own the frickin' media. They're drumming fear into you so you'll comply. That's their words, comply. Really? Are you a slave now? Let's see what else they got to say, because I didn't get this far.
Reveal what life is really like inside Sydney's isolation hotels as guests discover the service is anything but 5-star. Plus, is a full lockdown looming? The National Cabinet set to meet tomorrow afternoon to discuss shutting the country down. And Silent Night, eerie images of Sydney's most popular Saturday night hotspots with not a soul in sight.
Okay, it begins. The streets are getting emptied. The hell on in the hotels. Lockdown's looming. What have we been saying for over a year? I lost a lot of people in my life because I stood for this, and I predicted it, just like many others around the world. It's not magic. It's paying attention across the world, not just what you hear on the TV. You got to listen to people in other countries. You got to look at data. You got to ask the questions yourself. If something doesn't seem right, go onto your internet and ask that question that doesn't seem right, and keep looking and looking and looking. I know it's hard. I've got 9 years of this, and I copped a lot of abuse for this from a lot of people. And what did she just say? New World Order. This is a pleading voice.
Wow. The New World Order is here. Here's another one. Sky News from Australia announces New World Order.
And also the New World Order that will come into force at 12 p.m. at midnight tonight. New restrictions on various businesses, David S.
New Zealand pleaded to be in a mosque shooting began.
Careful on that one, Bob.
Yeah. Be careful on all of this. Yep. Ooh, New Zealand bans guns, non-compliance from gun owners. Estimated 1.2 residents. New Zealand police report of Tuesday night, 37 firearms have been surrendered nationwide. Here we go. New Zealand, door-to-door gun confiscation targets 1 man dead. Have been targeted in door-to-door gun confiscation. It's being reported 1 man is dead due to the tyrannical policies of New Zealand. This is definitely a worldwide event happening everywhere. You want me to open any of them?
I say we get them all on like rationing.
Crazy. You know, link again. You know, Giggles already dropped it before. Thank you, Giggles.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
good
keeping
one.
all these tabs open. Yeah.
A lot of videos were taken down when that happened. Mm-hmm. And that fake channel PewDiePie. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's a government channel.
Yep.
I know,
Hutch.
I know, Hutch.
You also know that PewDiePie started jumping on that D Live, tried to bring everybody from over here over there. China owns that. You know that? You guys know China owns that D Live? Sorry, Keys, I didn't mean to cut you
Giggles
off.
is on fire tonight. Australian
So what's she
Prime
doing down there?
Minister.
Get up here, girl.
Prime Minister. Life won't return to normal until there's a vaccine. Dun dun dun. A scumbag.
You need to have a little button where you can push, and that makes that sound effect.
Yeah,
And
right.
also, I'll tell you what finger.com.
We have some of the same psychopaths and tyrants continue to parade their cocktails as saviors of mankind. While in the UK, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown call on a one world government to save us from coronavirus. Wow, see, this is it, folks. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison is telling the people he represents that he is not going to let their lives go back to normal until there is a vaccine for coronavirus. Morris warned the people of his country that it will be at least 6 months before things return to normal. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has reiterated that life as we know it will not return for months as global leaders race to find a coronavirus vaccine. He said he had been very upfront with all Australians to say you're looking at least 6 months for this, and that's why we have to adopt. That's right. He's ready to continue to impose tyranny upon his people until a magic vaccine arrives. But then what? Will people be forced to take a vaccine before they can return to normal? Of course. Morrison told the latest that while many states have managed to push the curve down, ultimately there needs to be a vaccine. And there are some promising signs in a number of these, and we'll continue to work with other countries along those lines. A vaccine ultimately enables everyone to go back to life as it was here, right? Well, now again, it enables everybody to go back to life as it was, really? Or just those that take the vaccine and maybe even get their invisible tattoo to show they have a vaccine and are not a threat to society. Haven't heard about that? In December 2019. What's that?
How about a lead vaccine for all the 1%ers? And then their caskets as their certificates show that they've taken it.
Yeah. We've done our own test. The lead's actually good for you.
Yep, that's why they took it away. I used to chew on lead paint when I was a kid, and I'm still alive.
Well, because it's becoming difficult for the ruling class and big pharma to keep track of people who have been vaccinated and those who have not, a suggestion to use tattoos has surfaced. A new technology created by researchers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology can now help authoritarians track the unvaccinated. According to Futurism, this means that they have found a covert way to embed the record of a vaccination directly in a patient's skin rather than documenting it electronically or on paper. This tracking seems to be a lower risk tracking system than vaccines themselves, at least, and it could greatly simplify the process of maintaining accurate vaccine records, especially on a larger scale. In an area where paper vaccination cards are often lost or do not exist at all, an electronic database are unheard of. This technology could enable the rapid and anonymous detection of patient vaccination history to ensure that every child is vaccinated. It was that. What's that? If that if that's what it's used for, it will eventually also be used to force vaccinations on those who wish to not receive them. There's an obvious agenda here to when you follow the money. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded the team's research. This new research, which was published in the journal Science Translational Medicine on Wednesday, came about after following a direct demand from Microsoft founder Bill Gates himself, who has been personally involved in efforts to eradicate polio and measles through vaccinations, according to Scientific American. The invisible tattoo accompanying the vaccine with a pattern made of minuscule quantum dots, tiny semiconducting crystals that reflect light, that glows under infrared light. The pattern and vaccine gets delivered in the skin using high-tech dissolvable microneedles made of a mixture of polymers and sugar. This futurism. Researchers have already tested this new tattoo on rats and human cadavers. It's possible someday that this invisible approach could create new possibilities for data storage, biosensing, and vaccine applications that could improve how medical care is provided, particularly in the developing world, MIT professor and senior author Robert Langer said in the statement. Here in the US, people like Dr. Ben Carson have supported mandatory vaccines, and so has President Trump. Just remember the previous lies and hoaxes that have been perpetrated on the people of the United States before. Consider there are informed people who reject vaccines, and especially mandatory ones, and have taken stand to let the public know. As unlawful mandatory vaccinations talks heat up, remember the 22,000 nurses that have refused them. We won't back down. Finally, consider this beast system whether in Australia, the UK, China, or the US have endorsed the murder of the unborn. In America, that number has topped 60 million. Do you honestly think they are about your health and safety? think and then consider that vaccines have been the very thing that caused problems and have been a part of the pagan rituals for centuries. Crazy. Wow. Thank you, Giggles. I'm going to keep all these tabs open so I can show people. Actually, I'll just save it. Did I miss any more?
Hey Bob, can you that one you just read, that article, can you email that to me?
Okay.
Thank you. So let me get this
Yep.
straight. They've practiced this on rats and dead people, on cadavers. And I'm supposed to be happy that I'm going to get diabetes from this sugar that they're going to inject in me with the tattoo to say that, hey, I've had the shot. Wow, these fatherless figures that run our country. Wow, I'm at loss of words right now.
Send this to you real quick. Then I got another one for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was just showing how they store medical information below the skin surface. Specialized dye delivered along with a vaccine could enable on-patient storage of vaccine history. Every year, a lack of vaccinations leads to about 1.5 million preventable deaths, primarily in developing nations. One factor that makes vaccinations campaigns in those nations more difficult is there is little infrastructure for storing medical records, so there's often no easy way to determine who needs a particular vaccine. MIT researchers have now developed a novel way to record a patient's vaccination history, storing data in a pattern of dye invisible to the naked eye that is delivered under the skin at the same time as the vaccine. In areas where paper vaccination cards are off, that was the same thing as before. Researchers showed that their new dye, which consists of nanocrystals called quantum dots, can remain for at least 5 years under the skin where it emits near infrared light that can be detected by a specially equipped smartphone. McHugh and former visiting scientist Li Hong Jing are the lead authors of the study, which appears today in a Science Translational Medicine. Anna Jacquelinek, a research scientist at MIT's Koch Institute for Integrative Cancer Research, and Robert Langer, and blah, 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 blah. Several years ago, the MIT team set up to devise a method for recording vaccination information in a way that doesn't require a centralized database or other infrastructure. Many vaccines, such as the vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella, require multiple doses spaced out at certain intervals. Without accurate records, children may not receive all the necessary doses. We gotta make sure they don't miss any. In order to protect against most pathogens, one needs multiple vaccinations. Jacquelinek says, in some areas in the developing world, it can be very challenging to do this, as there is a lack of data about who has been vaccinated and whether they need additional shots or not. To create an on-patient decentralized medical record, the researchers developed a new type of copper-based quantum dots, which emit light in a near-infrared spectrum. The dots are only about 4 nanometers in diameter, but they are encapsulated in biocompatible microparticles that form spheres about 20 microns in diameter. The encapsulation allows the dye to remain in place under the skin after being injected. The researchers designed the dye to be delivered by microneedle patch rather than a transitional syringe and needle. Such patches are now being developed to deliver vaccines for measles, rubella, and other diseases. And the researchers showed that their dye could be easily incorporated into these patches. The microneedles used in the study are made of a mixture of dissolvable sugar and polymer called PVA, as well as the quantum dot dye and the vaccine. When the patch is applied to the skin and microneedles, which are 1.5 millimeters long, partially dissolve, releasing their payload within about 2 minutes. By selectively loading microparticles into microneedles, the patches deliver a pattern in the skin that is invisible to the naked eye, but can be scanned with a smartphone that has the infrared filter removed. The patch can be customized to imprint different patterns that correspond to the type of vaccine delivered. Wow. It's possible someday that this invisible approach could create the possibilities for data storage, biosensing, the vaccines applications that could improve how medical care is provided, particularly in the developing world, Langer says. Tests using human cadaver skin showed that the quantum dot pattern could be detected by smartphone cameras after up to 5 years of simulated sun exposure. So you gotta get another one. Yeah, just use rats. Talking about healthcare workers.
Seems to be, Bob, like they want to, if it didn't get you, 5 years later, they got an update version for you. Make sure they get you good. Right. Evil little
scumbags. That's what I call them.
That's you giving it too light a credit for them. But that's cool. I'll
Yeah.
take that. I'll take that as an answer. Oh, Bob, I'll take that as an answer for 500.
Yep.
Yeah, that just blows me away. These guys. I mean, hey, guess what, guys? We're gonna give you this little tattoo, and it's got some microplastic fibers with some sugar in it. And in 5 years, if you're not dead, we're gonna give it to you again. I would like to do that to them and have my own little tracker app, see where they go at night, see where they go home, follow them to their bunkers, keep an eye on them. Wonder how they would feel about that. You know that old saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think they need a little taste of their own medicine.
Yep. Like I said on that one live stream, my title was "Take Your Needle and Shove It." Oh, you're killing me now, Giggles.
Giggles is on it. Thank you, Giggles.
Yeah, she's on it.
My eyes are shot.
Bam.
Small print here. That's all right. Get it. Where's the title? Sustainable Development Goals. Partnerships Platform. Below is a listen where government, entity, organization, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is listed as a partner. Let's see. The Survive and Thrive Alliance is a public-private partnership established to achieve significant reduction in maternal and neonatal morbidity and mortality in low resource settings through strengthening and performance of providers, as well as improving the quality of facility-based maternal, newborn, and child health services to prevent maternal and child deaths. The U.S. government has joined with country nationals to implement, facilitate, and integrate evidence-based interventions by mobilizing multi-sector technical experts from pediatric obstetric and midwifery professional SO. All right. As a collaboration between multi-sector partners, including the private sector, NGOs, donors, academia, and ministries of health, and the Aspen Management Partnership for Health addresses the root causes for suboptimal health services at community level, working with countries that have a bold vision in their community health system. The partnership provides a menu of support to MOHs to strengthen management and leadership capacity through the AMP Health Platform. Partners actively problem solve a range of real-time community health systems challenges and collaborate. Yeah, I'm not going to open all these up. She's got a lot of micro leads. Projective last mile. Okay. Is there any one of these you want me to open up? The micro lead, although microfinance global outreach has increased tremendously over the 30 years, an estimated 2.7 billion people around the world do not use formal financial services. About 56% of adults worldwide remain unbanked. Wow. Sucks for them, don't it? Access to financial services underpins the ability to low-income people to achieve sustainable progress in their own terms. Microlead began in 2009 when UNCDF, in partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, initiated a flagship global microfinance program to provide loans and grants on competitive basis to microfinance institutions, commercial banks, and more. Coca-Cola, what? Project Last Mile, partner between the Coca-Cola system and its foundation. The Global Fund and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation facilitates acknowledged transfer from the Coca-Cola system to ministries of health and develop their capacity to create and sustain efficiencies to improve health outcomes in Africa. The Coca-Cola system brings over 85 years of global and local expertise operating across Africa to the partnership. PLM links these experts skilled in distribution, logistics, marketing, and HR with ministries of health to improve access to medicines and health. Wow, come on. This stuff's real. Welcome to the United Nations. All right, I'll drop the link again for this one. Giggles. Yep. Did I miss any? Oof. Okay.
It's getting deep.
It is.
It's getting really, really deep. They're talking about flattening the curve here, Hodge, in Arizona.
George W. Bush in 2005. If we wait for a pandemic to appear, it will be too late to prepare. Posted 9:51, April 5th, 2020. You know, bam! In the summer of 2005, President George W. Bush was on vacation at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, when he began flipping through an advanced copy of a new book about the 1918 flu pandemic. He couldn't put it down. When he returned to Washington, he called his top Homeland Security advisor into the Oval Office and gave her the galley of historian John M. Barry's The Great Influenza, which told the chilling tale of the mysterious plague that would kill more than the outbreak of any other disease in human history. Let's see what this sucker has to say.
Today I've come to talk about our nation's efforts to address this vital issue to the health and the safety of all Americans. I'm here to discuss our strategy to prevent and protect the American people from possible outbreak.
The President's made perfectly clear that our number one priority is, in the event of a pandemic, is to save lives. The President has a plan to do just that.
First, we must detect outbreaks that occur anywhere in the world. Second, we must protect the American people by stockpiling vaccines and antiviral drugs and improve our ability to rapidly produce new vaccines against a pandemic strain.
We need to have a surveillance plan that allows us to identify when an incident has occurred in the world. The sooner we know, the more quickly and more adequately we can respond.
We thought it would be irresponsible not to take on the pandemic planning.
They don't want me to play the videos.
Sure that whenever it is, under whatever president's watch, that as a nation we're better prepared because it's the right thing to do. It can't be avoided.
The pandemic is unlike other natural disasters. Outbreaks can happen simultaneously in hundreds or even thousands of locations at the same time. And unlike storms or floods, which strike in an instant and then recede, a pandemic can continue spreading destruction in repeated waves that can last for a year or more. And one day, many lives could be needlessly lost because we failed to act today.
It's been planned for a long time, Bob.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. Phoenix area restaurants transformed. Got a bunch of different things here.
See that? This happens
100
every
years.
100 years.
Yeah. You've got to read this. Remembers the president telling her this happens every 100 years. We need a national strategy. Thus was born the nation's most comprehensive pandemic plan, a playbook that included diagrams for a global early warning system to develop new rapid vaccine technology and a robust national stockpile for critical supplies such as face masks and ventilators, Townsend said. The effort was intense over the ensuing 3 years, including exercises where cabinet officials gamed out their responses, but it was not sustained. Large swaths of an ambitious plan were either not fully realized or entirely shelved as other priorities and crises took hold. But elements of that effort have formed the foundation for a national response to the coronavirus right now. Despite politics, despite changes, when crisis hits, you pull off the shelf and work from there, Townsend said. First told his aides he wanted a potential global pandemic, many of them harbored doubts. My reaction was, I'm buried. I'm dealing with counter-terrorism season, wildfires. What? Townsend said. He said to me, it may not happen on our watch, but the nation needs the plan. Over the ensuing months, cabinet officials got behind the idea most of had governed through the September 11th terror attacks, so events considered unlikely but highly impactful had certain resonance. There was realization that is no longer fantastical, raised scenarios about planes falling from the sky or anthrax arriving in a man who worked in the Bush White House and went on to serve as Homeland Security Advisor in Trump. It was not the world we living in. It's the world we live in. According to Bossert, who is now an ABC News contributor, Bush did not just insist on preparation for a pandemic, he was obsessed with it. He was completely taken by the reality that was going to happen. In a 2005 speech at a National Institutes Health, Bush laid out proposals in granular detail, describing with stunning a pandemic in the United States would unfold. Among those, Anthony Fauci, of course, the crisis response, who was then and still is now director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. A pandemic is a lot like a forest fire, Bush said at the time. If caught early, it might be limited damage. If allowed to smolder undetected, it can grow into an inferno that can spread quickly beyond our ability to control it. The president recognized that an outbreak was a different kind of disaster. The federal government had been designed to respond to a pandemic. We need medical personnel and adequate supplies of equipment. In a pandemic, everything from syringes to hospital beds, respirator masks, active equipment would be in short supply. Bush told the gathered scientists that they would need to develop in record time. And this is in 2005, he said this. If a pandemic must have a surge capacity in place to bring a new vaccine online quickly and manufacture enough to immune American against the pandemic. Bush said $7 billion building out his plan. Secretaries urged their staffs to take preparations seriously. The government launched a website that is still in use today. Tasks became increasingly difficult to justify funding, staffing, and attention. Have an annual budget commitment. You need to have that can survive any, and you need to have leaders. All three of those can be affected by our wonderful and unique form of government in which you transfer power every 4 years. Bush declined through a spokesman to comment on the unfolding crisis or discuss the current response, but his remarks from 15 years ago still resonate. If we wait for a pandemic to appear, he warned, it will be too late to prepare, and one day many lives could be needlessly lost because we today. What a nice day. Well, let's see here. Did Bill Gates just reveal the real reasons? Let's find out. Oof. I got a few minutes of it. It's 51 minutes.
Hello and welcome to everyone joining us from around the globe. Thank you for being part of day 2 of our special series, TED Connects. This week, we're bringing you interviews from some of the world's greatest minds to offer tools for us to navigate through and thrive, and switch gears a little bit today from thinking about our own personal mental health.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Well, I think this is a unprecedented, really disconcerting time for everyone, with things being shut down, not knowing exactly how long it's going to last, worrying about the health of all the people we care about. I'm lucky that I get to connect up with video conferencing using Teams a lot, so that Foundation is stepping up, and there's a lot of great people trying to help with this crisis. But it's scary for everyone.
Are you basically stuck at home like many of us watching?
Yeah, almost all my meetings are using Teams now. I'm getting used to that. I've gone days without seeing any co-workers.
Let's start here, Bill. 5 years ago, you stood on the TED stage, and you gave this chilling warning that the world was in danger at some point of a major pandemic. People watching that talk now, the hair stands up on the back of their neck. It is exactly what we're living through. What happened? Did people listen to that warning at all?
Basically, no. I was hopeful that with the Zika and Ebola and SARS and MERS, they all reminded us that particularly in a world where people move around so much, you can get huge devastation. And so the talk was to say, hey, we're not ready for the next pandemic, but in fact, there's advances in science that if we put resources against them, we can be ready. Sadly, very little was done. There were some things. The Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, CEPI, was funded by our foundation, Wellcome Trust, and a number of governments to do some of the platform vaccine work. But in the area of diagnostics, antibodies, antivirals, basically doing the disease games that I talked about where we'd simulate what needed to be done, we hardly did anything. And so now here we have a respiratory virus that is sadly fulfilling some of the more negative predictions I made.
I mean, last month you said that this might be the big one. You wrote that this could be the sort of once in a century pandemic that people had been fearing. Is that how you think of it still?
Well, it's awful to say this, but we could have a respiratory virus whose case fatality rate was even higher. If this was something like smallpox, that kills 30% of people. So this is horrific. But, in fact, most people, even who get the COVID disease, are able to survive. So in that, it's quite infectious, way more infectious than MERS or SARS were. It's not as fatal as they were. And yet the disruption we're seeing in order to knock it down is really completely unprecedented. So this is it's going global. It's respiratory. That was the great fear. How many people end up dying? Hopefully, if we do the right things, it won't be a gigantic number. So it's, we should end up not having a 1918 flu situation. We should be able to do a lot better than that.
And that's because of actions that we would take. I mean, left without the right actions, the prospects are pretty deadly. I mean, if we knew what we knew in 1919, this thing could take out many tens of millions of people around the world. Because, like you said, is the key thing here that it's got this sort of strange combination of being certainly more dangerous than flu, not as dangerous as something like Ebola or SARS, but more dangerous than flu by a factor, but infectious, and also infectious before symptoms have started. Is that part of why it's been really hard to respond to?
Right. So Ebola, you're actually flat on your back before you're very infectious. So you're not at church or in a bus or at a store. With most respiratory viruses like the flu and COVID, at first you only feel a little bit of a fever and a little bit sick. And so there's the possibility you're going about your normal activities and infecting other people. And so, human-to-human transmissible respiratory viruses that in the early stage aren't stopping you from doing things, that's kind of a worst case. And that's where, I did a flu simulation in the 2015 talk and showed how quickly it spread. Versus 1918, people move around a lot more now than they used to. And so that works against us. Now, the medical system that steps up to treat people is also far, far better.
But when was it clear to you that that unless we acted, this could be a really deadly pandemic?
Well, in January, it was discussed that there was human-to-human transmission taking place. And so, the alarm bells were ringing that this fits the very scary pattern, that it will be very difficult to contain. And on January 23rd, China did their equivalent of the shutdown, did it in a fairly extreme form. The very good news is that they were able to reduce the infection rates dramatically because of those actions. But it's January, where everybody should have been on notice. Let's get our act together with testing. Let's get going on therapeutics and vaccines. We've got to get organized because we have this novel respiratory virus whose infectiousness and fatality put it in that super scary range.
And so what did happen? Because it's such a mystery to me about the sort of the lost month of preparation. Certainly, I mean, in many countries, and certainly in the US where we are. Were you on the phone to people during early February, late January, early February, saying, guys, what's going on? This is a really big deal. What are we doing? What was happening behind the scenes during that period?
Well, you'd like to have government money show up for the key activities. We put out 100 million. We created the Therapeutics Accelerator. There's the period between when we realized it was transmitting and now where we should have done more. I think the most important thing to discuss today is that in the area of testing, we're still not creating that capacity and applying it to the people most in need. And so we have health workers who are symptomatic who can't get a test. And so they don't know should they go in and not go in. And yet we have lots of tests being given to people who aren't symptomatic. And so the testing thing to me, it's got to be organized. It's got to be prioritized. That is super, super urgent. The second thing is the isolation that, various parts, just focusing on the US, some parts are doing that in a fairly strong way and other parts not yet. And, it's very hard to do. It's tough on people. It's disastrous for the economy. But the sooner you do it in a tough way, the sooner you can undo it and go back to normal.
So we'll come to the isolation part in a minute, but just sticking with the testing thing, I'm just so confused as to why, with more than a month's notice, I mean, there are so many smart epidemiologists in the US, for example. You plug numbers about infectiousness and fatality into any simulation, and you see that if you don't do anything, millions of people will die. And there's a month. So what's your explanation for what do you think happened here as to why there was almost no test? A month later, there was no viable test in the US. Was this just government complexity, too many chefs in the kitchen? What on earth happened here?
Well, we certainly didn't take advantage of the month of February. The good news is that the actual process, the PCR machines, we have a lot in the United States. And so there's models like South Korea who took advantage of February, built up testing capacity, and they were able to contact trace, and their infections have gone down even without the type of shutdown that, because we're late, we're having to do. One thing that is good news just this week is that people had thought to do this test that you had to have a nurse or doctor shove a swab way up all the way to the back of your throat, which hurts a lot, but also you're going to cough and potentially spread the disease to that healthcare worker. So they have to have protective equipment and change that. What we sent data to the FDA this weekend showing that just a individual by themselves swabbing up to the tip of their nose, they're able, the accuracy of that test is.
Yeah. I played the whole thing, but it's over an hour, or about an hour long.
Oh.
And we got Giggles
Hello.
up here. Hello, Giggles.
Hello. Hello, Keys, Richard. Thank you, Bob.
Very welcome.
Hello, Giggles. Good morning, Giggles.
Yeah, the article pretty much sums up key points that I don't even want to say it, person made. That was from a recent TED Talk.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. I'm going to drop that link in the chat again. And thank you for that, Giggles.
Oh, yeah.
Got a lot of information tonight. It just backs everything up. It's on.
It is.
It's on. Yeah.
And he also. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go.
I was just going to say that he makes a point that before everybody can reopen up globally, where whatever it's going to be, we know what it is, but he's saying that they have to have vaccination records. The goal is to get everybody vaccinated before they'll let up on this shutdown. That was the point of the article.
Hmm.
And I can find article after article of the way they can see if you've been vaccinated, and all these companies that are bringing the vaccines and eesh. Sorry, Bob.
No, that's right.
Hodge, look in the private chat.
I don't see Hodge.
What happened? How's everything going, AB? Everything all right there? I don't know how long you've been here, but wow. Article after article. You can't? Do you want me to drop that in the chat? Keys?
Sure, go for it. I tried to, but it wouldn't go in there. I think it was too many characters or something.
Maybe. We'll see.
That's what Hodge and I keep looking at.
And when looking at this stuff, you have to really look at the whole picture, you know. And that article I just dropped, for anyone that's interested, in Italy, they can't go back to work unless they can prove they have antibodies against this, which means vaccinated.
Yeah, it's game time for sure, AB.
Yeah, that's a pretty stupid rule.
Yep. And then you got the WHO guys saying that they need to come into households and get sick people out of your house. You know, so to justify the door to door, and then they're signing things, courthouses around signing things to take your guns and to force vaccinate. And every state is doing that. Nobody's immune to this. Well, except for the scumbag elites.
Boy, it's a shame that they're not the ones that have to go door to door.
I heard that.
Yeah, Keys knows just by that laugh. Yeah. Can only wish.
They've told everyone. Very, very painful. They've said so many things. You know?
That's right, Don.
I see. Oh, that's uh.
And for the people that think that this is going to end soon, there's articles saying that the Postal Service is going to shut down by June. And you got other countries saying they can't go back to work till they have a vaccine and can prove and da 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 da, you know, for the naysayers.
So what they're doing is they're shutting down any way of delivering this so-called help you vaccine, quote unquote, and then they're giving you one way in and one way out. Seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Yep. And they have been taking the food supply and then seeing those articles about the can't have gardens, not selling seeds. They want you to depend on them for rations. Yeah, it's a wonderful new world order, huh?
Oh, yeah, especially when they're going to tell you that, and then when it comes time to having out the rations, they're going to come up with every excuse in the book why they don't have the rations. Then you're going to just starve.
Yep. After you get more of in your body of what they want in there, which we already have a lot of that. I forgot to give you links for the frequencies too. That's another thing to this puzzle. A lot of people aren't talking about.
Shoot those links to, if you got my email, shoot them to me.
I will.
Send them to my email. I'm interested in that frequency thing.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
because if you look at the symptoms of radiation sickness, microwave sickness, it has everything the same as what this stupid thing does. You know, causes the pneumonia and everything, and that's what's really killing people.
And Keys made a good point too about that. They're heating your body up too. I wonder if
Yes, it
that's
does.
part of it as well. Yeah.
Causes heart palpitations and everything. That's what's dangerous. That, you know, every time there was an epidemic, like in, what was it, 1918, it was radio waves were introduced. You know, a whole bunch of people got sick, and it goes on and on. That's the key. That's what people should be protesting, but now they've got everybody locked up voluntarily. I have to laugh at that. Not really.
Even all the hospital staff are gonna suffer also. You know what I mean, Giggles?
Well, yeah, because that's where it's most concentrated. The frequencies are in the hospitals and the public places.
Mm-hmm.
And when people get sick and they put them on the ventilators, that's how they die.
Yep.
That goes back to Georgia Guidestones. They also have a depopulation agenda. So does Bill Gates, partnered with the UN, who is behind implementing this whole thing. Rat bastard. Oops.
How about we depopulate him and his little minions? Maybe we could strike some fear in these little suckers.
This was planned a long time ago.
Yep.
Yep.
And when you think of solutions to protect yourself from these radio frequency waves, I was looking for Mylar bags, and those are hard to come by now. It's just like the lead paint. The lead paint protected our homes, but they had a huge campaign, what was it, in the 50s, to get rid of that and make everybody scared of it because they were planning this. They didn't want people's homes protected. And now people
Did
are.
you look?
Go ahead.
Did you look up Mylar bags or Mylar blankets?
I was just looking at stores, what I could get off the record. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. And what was it I found? Was it 98% that Mylar bags will protect you? I mean, it's something.
95.
95.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get those, I mean, if we can get past these false positives and what's coming around, that's what people got to worry about now. While they can get this stuff, you know? Because now that people caught on to the Mylar, I noticed they've been getting pulled off the shelves. I went to about 15 different stores. Couldn't find any at all. They used to always sell those, you know, like the Mylar blankets and everything. Not there.
Yeah, I got mine on eBay like 2 years ago. I think it was like 10 for $10. Pretty big too, like 7 by 9 or 7 by 10 feet. Enough to wrap yourself right up in it. I know you'd like to do it off record, but
Remember what they kept saying?
what's that?
Protect your families. Remember?
Yeah, and earlier said they want to take the kids too. Take the kids out of the homes.
No, but they kept saying in those news articles to protect your families.
Yeah. And
because they know. Go ahead, Giggles.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, and for people that don't believe, like with the taking the children, what do they do now? You know, social services and agencies before that have been taking children away from their families for time immemorial. And those kids end up getting trafficked, organ harvested, everything else. And that, what was that? That court thing you brought up earlier, Bob. That shows all of that in there. You know, so I don't know how people don't see this.
Take care, Born Eraser. You have a good one. Saying good night to everybody.
I didn't even see him. Good night, Born Racer.
Yeah, Born Racer, good night. Have a good one.
The way I took that is they're telling people to protect their families from what is coming. That's how I take it.
I
agree.
But others might think protect your families from the invisible virus. That's probably what they think, Bob. And I'm being serious, you know.
Yeah.
It's
well,
pretty sad.
These idiots that are coming, they got the technology to find us even if we bury ourselves underground. So it's kind of futile to think that we can protect our families. It's kind of like Geronimo said, if we don't stand up to this tyranny, we're dead in the water. I've been racking my brain all night with this, and this is what I'm seeing. I mean, I know family in the military too, and they can find a dime from their satellites forever. It could be buried 10 feet underground, and they can find it. You know, it's going to be pretty hard to protect your family if you can't even hide them.
That's a very good point.
Tell you what, though, I've already got my sign in front of my house. It's a picture of a revolver smoking. It says, never mind the dog, worry about the owner.
There it is.
Hatch says a bunker needs to be 40 feet deep for nuclear.
Yeah, well, California, they passed zoning laws and strict guidelines. You can only dig 20 feet deep. They say something about...
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. They say you can't go any deeper because you touch something that's called hardpan, and it says that messes with the water table. You can contaminate the well water out here, which is just a flat out lie and a half.
Hmm.
Did you ever see their bunkers that they can get for $1 million something? Swimming pools and everything else? Yeah.
Yeah, I think didn't I send an article last month, Bob, on that where it showed like indoor gardens, swimming pools with slides, and I mean you could literally host a couple families in there. It was like a giant getaway, and it was just a small bunker. That's one of the small ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, for everyone, it's still raining out there, but I think I'm gonna pull it. I'm getting pretty tired. For you guys, it's already 6 in the morning on the East Coast.
Yep. It's about that time.
Great. That time. You're getting ready to see the sunrise.
Yep.
Same here.
Yep. All right, everybody in chat, have a good one. Giggles.
You too, Richard.
Keys. Bob. You guys all have a good one. See Captain Tom. Reality Dose. Don Morning. Leo Lion. Have a good one, brother. Stay safe. Kibo. Hodge. What else we got here? Not very many in the chat, but Foreign Racer, I believe Foreign Racer is already gone. Yeah. All right, everyone. Pretty much.
Good night, Richard.
Have a good one.
Night, brother.
And
Night, brother.
Yep. And we'll see you again later tonight. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully these weirdos don't pull a swoopty on us and try to catch everybody off guard. Throwing all these
They're going
false
to.
flags. Yeah, they're trying their best. I don't know. I don't know if Bob, if you still got that link you might want to send. I know Keys doesn't like them, but it's really informative how he caught that Surgeon General saying that it's stupid what they're doing. I mean, more people die of smoking than this thing will ever touch. So he just literally admitted that it's fake.
Oh, I seen it.
Oh, you saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was from that guy, that Florida Maquis. And he caught it this morning.
on national TV. So it's just one of those things, you know. These guys, they think we're so ignorant. They don't realize how many people are awake, and they just don't realize our morals. We won't step down to their morals of ethics. That's garbage. We're bigger than that, and they're kind of lucky that we don't, because if we did, we could wipe them out in half a second. That's all I gotta say. It's just they don't realize that their brains are so wrapped around greed and evilness. They don't realize that they're 1% of 100%. We're the other 99%. You can't. The numbers don't, like you say. The numbers don't lie. We could wipe them out in a second. All right.
All 25 of us.
Yeah. No, there's a lot more. It's just we're just one little small group. I'm sure there's so many other groups everywhere thinking and doing the same kind of think tanks as we are. It sucks because they're the ones that are throttling all of us. They're keeping us from connecting with one another, and they're scared. I'm telling you right now, I think that's why they're ramping up. They're seeing everybody's getting agitated. Like if you were to mess with the beehive and swat your hand at it and they feel the wind, the bees get agitated. That's what they're doing right now. They're swatting all the bees. They better be careful because they're going to get stung real bad. They better watch out. There's a lot more of us than them. Just saying. I've said it before. Virginia was a good marker. They made it perfectly clear. If there's 8 million that are registered, and just imagine, hypothetically, how many haven't registered. That's an awful lot. It's an awful lot. You get all them together, you could do something. All right, everyone. Have a good one. Everybody think positive. I'm out.
You too, Richard.
Thank you. You take care of that.
And on that note, I'm going to do the same thing. Bob, thank you for having me.
Very welcome. Good to have you here.
Giggles.
As always.
Richard. You guys take care of yourselves.
Reality Dose. Have a good night.
Kibo, Captain Tom, Hodge, Leo, Dawn, Reality Dose, Tommy, James, hope everybody sleeps with one eye open, because you're going to need to.
Yep.
And I'll tell you one thing. I'm probably not going to be on here too much. Just so you know.
Well, just let us know, you know. Send a text or something.
I will.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Take care.
You too.
Have a good day.
Stay safe, sir.
You too.
Night, brother. Much love.
Kibo dropped a link several times, so I'll play the video that he dropped here. One of them at least. Before I end it, you take care too, Giggles. And thank you, everybody, for all the awesome information we went through tonight. Wow. But I'll play this one here from Relentless. Let's see what we got here.
Good evening and welcome to Relentless Maverick. It's no accident that you're here. I thought I'd take a minute tonight and show you how busy the ocean is while every country in the world around the globe is on lockdown. All of the people, all of the businesses, all of the banks, all of the barbers, all of the nail salons, all of the restaurants, all of the manufacturing, all of the industries, all the private industries, private companies, mechanics, welders, plumbers, you know, all of them. Everybody's shut down, but it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on in the ocean. Strange enough, let me make my point a little bit clearer in the next slide. Just take notice, this is called marinetraffic.com. If you'll notice all the different colored dots on the screen, if you'll zoom in or take a good look, you'll see that those are vessels, marine vessels. They're actually ships on the ocean. So while everybody's locked in their houses, the oceans are pretty busy. Looks like they're pretty busy. And mind you, all of the red ones are gasoline. They're all gasoline tankers, taking advantage of low oil prices. This all means something, but it just doesn't look like what it looks like on the surface. You'd like to imagine that this is all commerce and trade taking place, but you got to ask yourself, if nobody's at work, who's making all the products? Who's packing it all? Which port in the world is receiving all this stuff? I saw reports that our ports in California were looking a little empty and barren. But, you know, I'm just saying, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye, you know. I think it's important that we stay on top of this day by day, hour by hour, because there's some things changing in our world, and it doesn't look like anyone seems to be catching it. Things are changing for us, but it doesn't look like things are changing for trade, considering this is the world trade market going on in front of your face. This would be, all of this stuff going on in the oceans would be listed on the dry Baltic index. But if the dry Baltic index is at all-time lows, or is it? You see, because there's a whole lot of stuff out at sea. Or is it out at sea because we're fixing to have a world event, a global event, one that you couldn't stop, and one that you wouldn't want all your ships to be sitting in port against the sea or against the seawall? You know, you wouldn't want all your ships in port right now, I don't think, if there were going to be a large worldwide situation. But we're going to move on to the next clip here, because I got some other things to show you.
Wow. Unbelievable. I'm going to drop the link of that in the chat. from Relentless Maverick. Thanks for that, Kibo. There you go. And thank you all. Yeah, definitely not. You jump on for a minute? Okay, AB. Come on up. Oh, that wasn't what I was supposed to paste. That was from earlier. I gotta get the link. Yeah, that was a good one, Kibo. Thank you for that. I know you sent me another one too, but maybe we can get to it tomorrow. Yeah, that's crazy. How you doing, AB?
Man, I'm sipping on some hot coffee. Sorry, I've been out. I took it as like might be not be able to do some things for a while, maybe because of money or whatever. I don't know. I just had that gut feeling. I went fishing Friday and yesterday. Me and my son and my daughter went Friday, and me and my son went yesterday. And now it's back to business. I didn't even look at much of nothing all weekend. I just kind of threw it out the window for a little while to change the pace and have fun with the family, I guess. And but this morning, and I done seen some or got some text. Hey man, you know, rates may be dropping. What I'm seeing right now, freight is slowing up for the trucking side, just getting on brokered load boards. We'll find out as the day goes on. Usually it's a little slow at first. It's still early. But I knew that was coming once they got stuff in the stores and there's less people going to stores and people with less money. It just makes, I don't have to brainstorm that. It makes sense what I think is going to happen for a bit.
Yeah.
Everything else is a toss up, man. I mean, I'm pulled in so many different directions of what the hell could come, and I don't know, man. I just.
That's what I hear you.
It's just a big, huge, gigantic, somewhat a question mark. We all know something not pretty's coming. Whatever, like it's gonna be a bad week, month. I mean, still waiting to hear about and see about blackouts. Hang on a second.
Well,
Have
I don't
a
know
good
how
day.
long you've been here. I don't know how long you've been here, but we went through all kinds of information. It was all coming out of their mouths. They're not hiding it anymore. Everything that
I'll take care of it.
Everything that we were called conspiracy theorists about came right out of their own mouths.
Oh my God, the cat jumped in the garage and he's eating dog food. Come on, cat. Well, this world's getting strange. Way to start the morning. But yeah, it's we'll see. We'll see what next few days. I'm ready. All I can say. Okay, well, cat disappear somewhere else.
So you're staying home then?
No. I mean, not by choice.
Wow.
I mean, if there's money to be made, I mean, that's just the way I am. It's like I told you. If I get sick, I get sick. I'm just not gonna. I've done what I need to do for my immune system, and I've been dealing with a lot of crap. And man, we went Friday and we got done fishing. I was getting the pollen out of my nostrils, if you know what I mean. But I've been busy this week, getting stuff in the ground, getting a little garden going, and we'll just see. I mean, like I said, I don't know.
Do you want to hear some? The health guy, the leader. I forget this. Let me see if I still have it. I probably don't.
Hey, I
But
did
even at
see
his own
something though. The Surgeon General, somebody I don't remember. I saw it on my phone. The Surgeon General said, "It's obvious cigarettes." He's talked about opioids.
Exactly.
And
Come
said
on,
cigarettes.
AB.
Well,
Don't
I
worry
mean,
about no virus. Been saying that from the beginning. It's nonsense. I knew that from the very beginning, just from being into the natural health and then researching it and hearing from these other doctors just confirm it. You know, I mean, I know a lot of people are saying that it's real, it's real, it's real, it's real, but
I know, like my next door neighbor.
I'd worry more about you out there on the road and coming up on a damn roadblock. You know what I mean? And then you
Dude,
get
I'll turn right
tested.
around. You'll look. Unfortunately, this is the. I am an educated. I don't even use redneck. I'm an educated country boy. Okay. The sad part of that is, if that does happen, I promise you, or like I said, me and my wife even talked about it. If there's a knock on my door, there was a movie, Young Guns, and that song, what's his name sang, Going Down a Blaze of Glory. I mean, I'll be on television because I just ain't, And that's what me and my wife talked about. I ain't going down that road. You'll see me on the news. Truck driver has shootout, or I mean, I shouldn't even say that, but I mean, that's ridiculous to me, and I won't be put into that scenario. I mean, like I said, now, again, you know, me and you've talked, and I have a very opinionated thing. Sometimes gets me in trouble. There are some people dying, and it may be pneumonia, it may be flu. I don't know the numbers, and I've told you this: the numbers don't impress me, and that sounds ugly. And I don't mean it to be ugly for anybody that's got somebody that's gotten sick, because I do have friends that have relatives, and they're generally older that's passed. Like I said, my neighbor over here, I spoke to her yesterday. She's in the healthcare field. Man, she looked bad, and all she did was coughing. And I
take
was a good 30 feet.
medication.
Well, I mean, I don't know what she's doing. I don't care, dude. I mean, you shouldn't say that in a bad way. She was on her side of the yard, and I was on mine.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that's where I'm talking. I mean, and my wife, I mean, they've seen it, seen people sick down there. I ain't gonna say that anybody's died at that little place, but I don't know. I mean, but the numbers don't. That's why I've told you. I'm gonna keep trucking. You know, like you said, I'm more worried about other things. You know, I said something to somebody. No, there was an older couple in the grocery store. I don't even know what day it was. Saturday. Wife wanted me to go up, and I said, I'm gonna get out about it and see what's going on. I'm curious like that. I went to the grocery store, and there's an older couple in there. And they got to be in their late 70s. Both of them had Trump hats on, and and they were grabbing beer, and Shiner Bock beer. And I guess I looked at him. I said, somebody might like Shiner Bock beer. I mean, I'm talking a whole buggy, bottom of the buggy full of beer. And I said, you must like Shiner Bock beer. And the old man pointed at his wife. Said, that's not me, that's hers. And she popped up around the corner. She said, you daggum right, I like Shiner Bock beer. I'm making sure I got enough. I don't have to come back out. And I got talking to this guy about it. And he said, you know, he didn't have no mask and no gloves. And he talked about, he said, I worry more about if I got this hat on, somebody tripping out. And he said, that's why I keep my little protection in my back pocket. And we talked about, you know, getting sick and things. And he said, sure, you know, you have to do this when you're elderly anyway. You have to take more precautions, you know, because we're old. And I kind of liked his attitude about that. But, you know, I still continue to say the numbers to do what this has done to the average Joe working person. And we ain't even seen it yet. I mean, that's what I say is the scary part. I know that's coming. It's going to be recession, depression, whatever coming. And that's what I think. And then along with other things that some of the stuff you talked, there's going to be maybe forced vaccinations, and that's not going to be good for me. Don't nobody force it. And my wife will tell you this. I'm a hard-headed son of a bitch. If I don't want to do it, I don't. and it just will be, not a good thing that I have to go through if that's what happens. So that's all. I'm gonna be Forrest Gump. That's all I got to say about that.
Yep.
But I take everybody's. There's several people I get on their YouTube, and it's mainly trucking or what I'm seeing, and also to hear my opinion. And I said my opinion's like anuses. I said I got, everybody's got one, and you can like it or not or whatever. But I do think there's. I've got friends in Florida. I got friends in Georgia. Friends in other places. It is 100% obvious that our guys in the fatigues are moving around and getting prepared for something. I did what? You put that video up a minute ago. There's my wife calling. Oh, Lord.
Your microphone's messing up. You there, AB? No, we lost him.
Oh, sorry about that. The wife called, thought she'd left her name tag, and then she found it. She's struggling this morning. Hell, I'm struggling.
No problem.
Anyway. Yeah, what I was saying, I did watch a big video, and I need to take a look at it too. The Baltic Index. I mean, that's part of logistics. It's worldwide, and see what's going on with all those ships right there. I mean, I think who was it? Kelly sent that in. Has she changed her name to KIBO? Cabo?
Oh no, that's a different one.
Okay. I said I'm slow. The brain is not functioning. And I said I'm about halfway through this cup of coffee, and then we're gonna get something going. Y'all been on all night marathon again?
Yep, 9.5 hours.
Well, I tell you, going outside, being on a boat all day. I mean, it doesn't sound rough, but man, the older I get, I feel like I'm beat up a little bit this morning. Me and my son, we were struggling to catch crappie yesterday, and then we cut on some music, just laughed and made fun of each other, picked at each other, had a funny day, happy day. That's what I keep telling everybody, regardless of what's going on. And I did say this, and I'm gonna say, if you don't mind, Bob, regardless of if this is real or whatnot, here's the facts. Your kids are at home. Like here in Georgia, they've canceled schools. And if you've got kids, Bob, you went to your prom, right? High school prom?
Mm-hmm.
You graduated high school, right? You walked the plank, get your diploma?
Yeah.
This has never happened. There's kids that's not going to have that chance. And I'm nearly 50 years old. I've never seen this where the schools are totally shut down. Any function that's gone on, graduation and all that. So, folks, take a look at your kids. Make sure they're okay, and spend some time. And regardless if I was to get sick or get something done bad to me, I still want to make sure my kids is all right. I've lived nearly 50 years, and they're just getting started, so I try to concentrate on the kids, and all that kind of stuff, because it's probably mind blowing to them. Some of them might not show it, but I mean, you kind of agree with my statement there, Bob.
Okay. Got time to watch a little video, short one?
Yeah, go ahead, throw it in here.
All right. Let me know if you've seen it or not. Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I've seen that one. I saw that. I watched the whole thing that you put up.
Okay. Oh, you watched my video?
Yeah, I did watch it.
So you saw the nurse, her?
Yeah, I saw
As a
her.
medical professional.
Me and my wife watched that one, and my wife wants to know she wants to investigate because there's some things that she caught in there that didn't quite add up, and that's what she goes. I want to know who that is, because I mean, here's a simple thing. This is my oh, it did, yeah. My wife said, and she picks things apart. She said if she's in the medical field, she's got all her hair hanging out of her hair bag. There was a couple things she spotted didn't make sense to her. I'm just saying. I ain't up for debate on that. That's how my wife analyzes things way differently than I do. That's why I try to sometimes without getting into an argument, because she's a singer, musician, and musicians. Again, I mean no disrespect. People are musicians. They think outside. They think differently. Their brain. That's why she's suffering the frequency thing, man. Her ears has been ringing. And it has to do with the frequencies that's going on, whether it's 5G, whether it's Mother Nature, because I mean, I look at the Schumann resonance every day, and man, there's something strange going on with the frequency level on this planet, or we're getting hit. I don't know. I don't know. Thankfully, it doesn't bother me, but it does bother some people bad, the ear ringing and how their body functions. Maybe I'm immune to it. Maybe I've done enough damage in time that it don't bother me. Who the hell knows? I don't know. Again, it's question marks. But that would be. See, I want to know how this guy got in it. I mean, these police officers got in there. My struggle would not be in. Do I know?
No, I was just saying none of these people are wearing masks or anything.
Oh, when they were in there with him?
Yeah.
If they were all worried about it, there you go.
Saying, yeah, I saw this one, Captain Tom. I'll play it. It's crazy. What did my truck just say?
Oh, yeah, I didn't catch it.
Yeah. Not trying to convince you or anything, just research it.
Yeah,
I know
did see
other
that.
channels, they have this other doctors, but there's plenty of other doctors saying the opposite. And
see, that's yeah. I try to be. Again, this is the way I live my life. I try to be in the middle, because I am educated, and I've studied Event 201. Other people studied it. They pay people to do things. I mean, here on YouTube, if certain people want certain things, like let's say I'm talking about, I don't even know, man. I saw little green aliens in my bushes, and they'll call and pay you to push that.
Yeah,
so,
but
it's all about money.
The doctor I showed someone, is Richie from Boston, interviewed him. But actually, I should have just went to the doctor's site himself, because he does have his own
practice
site. But and then I saw actually the doctor was on High Impact Blogs too, the same one, Dr. Kaufman.
Well, all I can tell you is anybody's going to get exposed or get sick. I ain't been. I mean, there's been. I ain't doing anything any different than what I normally do, and I've gone out, and I'm. You don't hear me coughing. I mean, I'm doing that to be funny. Yeah, I've had some issues in the last couple of weeks, but I'm still here, dude. I'm still functional. I'm not in the hospital. I'm not on a ventilator. That's just me. Again, I'm not. There are people sick in hospitals right now. From what? God knows what. But is it like blastingly, overwhelmingly? I ain't going to the hospital. I'll tell you that. And I done been told I'm not.
I don't think I would go if I broke a bone. You know what I mean? I think at this time and day, I think I would try to do it myself.
Well,
screw that.
Here's a scenario that happened to me in my Trying to think how old I was. I know I was in my 30s. I think my lower 30s. This was when I was doing the farming thing, and I had a bunch of baby pigs. And it had been raining, and here we are in Georgia. There was a lot of red, slick mud, and these little pigs are running around in between my legs. They probably weighed 50 to 80 pounds, and one of them tripped me, and I fell. And when I fell, my arm went out in front of me, and I dislocated my shoulder. Okay, I've had a lot of pain in my life. I've been cut on, operated on. I know what pain feels like. This hurt bad. And I go down there and I walk in the house. I took my boots off, and this is my right arm. My shoulder was up here by my chin. And my wife goes, "What have you done?" I said, "I don't know, but it ain't good." So I take my shirt off, and she says, "Oh, pardon my language." She said, "Oh, shit." And I said, "What does "oh, shit" mean?" She goes, "You pulled your shoulder, totally dislocated out." And I said, "Well, I don't want to go to the doctor." "Well, you might have to." And I said, I don't go. I mean, I got to be like, there's a couple times I've been bad, long time ago. I had pneumonia and I couldn't walk in the hospital. I ain't going. So she gets on YouTube and she figures she can put my shoulder back in place. So I lay down flat on the floor, and my son can attest to this. And she said, "Are you ready?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll do something." And she reaches and pulls my hand straight out away from me. And it was like a rubber band. It popped into place. And they said I turned colors and turned green and passed out. So therefore, you talking about broke bones and stuff? No, right now, I mean, unless I'm unconscious and I ain't got no choice, I'm not going to the doctor hospital. And I'm stubborn like that. I just, I was having a couple weeks ago, and I told you I was having chest pains and shortness of breath, and she's like, "Oh, da da da." So I let her listen to my chest and everything. She said, "It sound normal, sound because I smoke, sound like but I'm still in pretty good shape even though I smoke. I'm still I stay active. I'm not saying smoking's a good thing, but she listened to my chest, and then I said, "I gotta go to work." She goes, "If you cough up any blood or you feel like you better go to the doctor." And I mean, if I'm out in a situation like that and I feel like that I might be dying, yeah, I'd go. But I got through it. I drink my stuff, which I had coffee this morning. I'll make my tea later. I just felt like I needed some coffee. But I try to be in the middle. I don't pick on nobody, and I won't argue with nobody about this thing. I just have my opinion, and I can tell you this, Bob. I promise you this. We'll know shortly what the hell's going down.
Yeah, very shortly.
Hang on, that we're coming to the climax of this book, and we're gonna see what's going down.
Yep.
So, what have you? Other than that, I wasn't up with y'all, obviously. What else? What are you seeing up there in your neck of the woods? If you're not, I know you don't get out much, but
yeah, I haven't gone out. I'm all set. I don't have to go out now. I'm good. I've had years of preparedness.
Well, that's where I don't laugh, but I got plenty of stuff. So me and my wife talked about it. We're good for a while.
Especially New York has been the hot spot now of all the United States, having the most.
Well, by their numbers, it ain't pretty here in Georgia. I mean, it's still, like I said, the numbers. I hadn't even looked this morning, but yeah, it's grown here. But then our governor, while we were fishing yesterday, we went by a state park. I looked at my son. I said, "Damn, there's people on the beach part of the lake, And he goes, "Yeah, Kemp." And I thought he was just talking about like Georgia beaches down the coast. Any beach, state park, or whatever, he let them. You can go on them. I guess you still got to practice your social distancing or whatever. But yeah, there were people out a little bit, and there was quite a few people where we put in my boat when we came in yesterday afternoon. There was lots of people going out on the lake, And I kind of recommend that. Get out and get some sunshine, man, because I even have to do this. There's only so much I can absorb before I got to do something different. So that's why I just said, let's go do something this weekend. Let's burn some gas. Gas is cheap. Let's burn some gas and go fish.
Mm. Well, they're saying they had 9,000 deaths here in New York. But like Hodgepodge said, we had a guest here tonight. I don't know if you remember William Cubero, but he said that because he works down in New York City, and it says everything looks normal. You know, he said
Other than nobody out
some
and
are
about.
masked. No, they're out and about. Some have
Okay.
masks, some don't.
Well, I've been noticing that here. I mean, when I went to the grocery store, there's some people that's got they're geared up. You know. No, I shouldn't even say that because it's just me. I was to say, if I could find me a hazmat suit, full-blown hazmat suit, going to the grocery store like that, but it would probably that would be. But to me, that's kind of a laughter. But no, probably not a good thing to do right now. I don't know. Well, I know you might be sleepy and. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying earlier, you know, they come right out of their own mouths. New World Order, and you heard about the Surgeon General. I mean, come on. If this was so serious, then why isn't it is cigarette smoking worse? Come on, right there alone should tell you, and that's coming from Surgeon General.
Yep.
Common. You know, but anyway, yeah, they're coming.
Fun times.
Knock, knock. I don't think it's gonna be a little. Are you okay in there?
Oh yeah. Nothing like starting a day off spinning a contact in your eye. Yeah. Put my contact back in so I can see. Well, get ready. It just bothers me that if I'm the type of person, if the freight goes down or there's freight there and they want you to haul it cheap, I don't work cheap. You get what you pay for when I go to work for you.
Okay, Giggles, I will. Which one, the first one or the second one you posted? Captain Tom wants to play this video. You see this one from Mike? With what did my truck just say?
No, I want to hear that.
I think it just came out of his speakers.
I was going to a little town of about 9,000, 10,000, Clinton, Missouri, and this voice come over my car, even with the radio down. I'm guessing it's the OnStar. I looked it up, couldn't find any information on it. It's happened on 4/1/2020, which for the Missouri will be going into full lockdown. But I want to know if anybody else has had their car getting this message when you drive into town.
Caution, restriction caused by security measures. Caution, restriction caused by security measures.
All right, so let me go down in the comment. Has anybody else's vehicle heard kind of strange stuff like this? Because this is really freaky, disturbing, because none of that stuff is turned on in the truck. Anyway, crazy stuff going on. No fear. Armor up. Much love.
Caution, restriction caused by security measures.
Caution, restriction caused by security measures. Don't know.
No, I didn't. I don't have OnStar. I got Toyota. super new 2012 Toyota. It didn't talk to me. I don't think. It hadn't talked to me yet. But I did get an Amber Alert and I had to look at it and make sense over the weekend. Because when I got that on my phone, I was like, uh-oh. I just heard it, I wasn't looking at my phone.
Ambush coming up. See the intersection coming up. Four-pole your bad arm across. Oh.
I've made this.
Giggles.
What she got?
Four-pole your bad arm across. Oh.
You have to excuse me. Once I put my contact in my eyes, it makes my eyes water and my nose run.
Freemason. Oh, I had this up before too. Oh. They're all a bunch of liars.
I go in the chat and I see Captain Tom. How to do the apparently I'm reading how to do the shoulder. Captain Tom, honestly, I don't want to go through that again. That's been a long time ago. But if it does, I'll find you or somebody. Maybe my wife should be better at it now since she's in the medical field. But damn, I don't want to dislocate a shoulder again. I see people that do that, whether they're pro athletes or whatever, and they keep continuing on. I'm like, oh no, I don't know how the hell they do it.
I got one more short video.
Bring it.
You want to hear what they're... Okay.
Hey guys, just want to show you something real quick. We know this whole world is ran by Freemasons. Look at this. I think that's called the lion's paw. And everybody that runs this world, everybody they put on TV are Freemasons. Here, check this out, guys.
I want to show you something from the 4th of April. This is Dr. Anthony Fauci, and he...
Look familiar? I mean, this whole world's a stage. We seriously... You got to literally throw out all your history books. I mean, the Spanish flu, all of it's a bunch of lies and a bunch of garbage.
He is giving what appears to be the lion's paw hidden hand sign that is often associated with adherents of the various branches of the ancient Babylonian mystery schools, including but not exclusive to Freemasonry. You be the judge. This seems very deliberate, and then he waves afterwards to someone else.
There you have it. The whole world's a stage. You literally got to let God be true and every man a liar. The God of this world, the prince and power of the air, Satan, he's the father of lies. There's no truth in him. Period. Question everything. All the history books, it's all a big lie. Anyway, short video.
And with that being said, I've stated this, and I will not rescind this statement, period, to anybody. What we have going on right now is a battle between good and evil. To create create a sickness or to do things to children or old people. I mean, I'm not perfect and don't claim to be perfect, and I've done my share of bad things back in the day, drugs and partying and women, and I don't live that life anymore. And that's not to say that's good, but that kind of stuff when they're doing things to children and whatever what is it, hydroxy, whatever they're pulling out of kids. And my wife will even tell you that, there's truth to that. That's sick, man. That's evil.
Adrenochrome.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a good day I catch somebody doing something like that to a child too, because I've already been put in that situation once in my life, and I didn't get. I got in a little bit of trouble, but anyway. That's what I'm saying. It's good versus evil. And if you're a decent person, and everybody knows right from wrong, and if you choose to do the really bad wrong thing, you're filled with hate and anger and evilness, and I try to steer clear. No matter, there's not anybody I get on here on this YouTube thing when I get on, because I've been on a lot of people's stuff, not bragging or anything like that. It's just I'll talk to anybody. There's not a one person where they agree that this thing's real or not that I talk to that's evil people. I don't stand for none of that garbage, and that's why I try to tell people. Yeah, you help people, try to be a good person. That's why I was preaching about the kids. Make sure your kids, their brains okay right now, because the children are having to really suffer for this. They can't go to graduation and do things. Spend time with your kids. It's a good time to do that. Throw the damn phones away, or don't throw them away. I mean, I have to get on mine and look for work.
Yeah.
But take some of this other stuff, the negative stuff, out of your households right now, and focus on something that's positive. That's one thing. Everybody's got their little sayings on YouTube. My thing is just, be positive. Instead of, because if you live in a negative, if your mind's negative, you surround yourself with negative things, guess what's going to happen, Bob? Negative shit's coming your way.
Yeah.
So,
plus it breaks you down. Breaks your immune system down too.
Yeah. Everything when you live that, everything, I mean, it can go to your brain, it can go to what you do every day. Everything's going to be a negative for you. If you try to be positive and have a positive outlook, yeah, there's going to be some tough times. There's going to be some struggles, but you'll get through it if you look at the positive side. That's what situation. I'm looking at the positive side, but damn sure don't put me in a corner, because I don't go to timeout. You put me in a corner, I'm going to come out. And I ain't saying I'm a tough guy. There's bad dudes. They'll get me real quick, but I'm not going to sit in the corner. That's just me.
Captain Tom is coming up. He wants to talk to you.
Come on. I don't know if you have any truck drivers that listen to you, but some input from what I'm seeing. Like I said, I'll find out as the day goes on.
Yeah, Bones comes in out of here. I don't know if you know Bones.
Yeah, he's truck. Yeah, and I don't know him. I mean, I've seen him on here. Oh.
Just be very careful out there.
Oh, I promise you, dude. I'm always, as a truck driver, I train my eyes, and I'm getting a little older. My ears aren't as good as they used to be. But sight and feel of things and my gut instincts are how I roll every day. If I feel like I'm in a bad situation, we stop. We get out of that situation. Years past, I wouldn't be. I was like, I ain't worried about all that. We'll get through it, and I make dumb decisions. Comes with age, I guess. Recognize that you're in a bad situation and stop for a second, regroup, get the hell out of it.
Yep.
But I also preach, if you ain't got someplace to put a garden, find something somewhere, get you some damn food growing. Worst case scenario, you'll enjoy being out in the sunlight and digging in the dirt.
You think we have time for that?
Mine's in the ground. I'm gonna go get some more stuff today. For it to mature and grow, I don't know, but it's still not gonna stop me from doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, dude. I ain't my crystal ball. I said this the other day, somebody got a giggle out of it. My little crystal ball that I look into, it's awful cloudy right now. It's about like my brain when I got up this morning. I told you I was a little foggy headed. My crystal ball right now that I look into, it ain't clear. Yeah. It ain't. It's very, very. I can't get a handle on which way I should go.
Mine's pretty clear. Mine's pretty clear.
So I told my wife, I mean, I'm gonna try it if I can go out and make a living. There's a lot of people that can't right now, has lost their jobs. If I can still go make a living, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try the best I can.
Mm-hmm.
That's my part of my job, my family, you know. Try to support them financially as best I can. And plus, there are people out there. Go ahead.
Mr. T saying the next 2 weeks is going to be very painful, very, very painful. And then he's coming out again saying how things, I can't remember the number now. 240,000 people were going to.
Fakey.
You know.
I mean, I'm not going to call the guy fakey, but that's my word for him. I don't like Fauci. I get a bad vibe from him.
No. This is from Trump.
Yeah, well, he also, Fauci said, I think, the 240. One of them did, other than him. Yeah, 240's been passed around. 240,000.
Fauci's saying he wants the whole nation locked down, totally locked down. He says, I don't understand why it's not locked down yet.
Here's a point that I've made. If this is the end all and so devastating, they should have locked it down 2 months ago. If it's all that, and they should have shut everybody down and stay at home, everybody stay at home. But they haven't done that yet. And again, I looked at the numbers.
To a private meeting the other day.
Yeah.
And you didn't get back to me.
Man, I can't even remember. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, it's all right.
I promise.
I know. This is something that you really should hear, though.
Oh, yeah, I was in there. I did come on it.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did come. I told you. Yeah, honestly, Bob, don't beat me down. I don't remember. I mean, my wife tells me I've had a bunch of strokes because I don't remember. I said, I don't know. Even if I did, you know, there's things I put. I don't have much room in my CPU anymore. That's what I always laugh about for memory storage. Mm-hmm. She'll ask me, "You don't remember me talking to you about that yesterday?" No, it's just something I didn't download.
Because I had a couple of meetings, so. But yeah, I remember now.
I was on one. I did come on one and listened. And like I said, I'm looking at everything. I'm taking it all in. It's just here again. Is it Hodge Keys for Truth that does the numbers? I'm a numbers guy. His numbers blast me out with the numbers thing, but I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah, Hodge and Keys, they're both on it.
Yeah, I laugh and I say, man, I need to go use those to play the lottery with the numbers 56 and 121, and I don't know. Yeah. They don't know. But like I said, what I do know is we're going to find out soon enough how very, very, very bad it is.
Right, and then on the other side, like Giggles has dropped a link there. I mean, it says from the Dr. Fauci that the deaths are like 0.1. We're shutting down the world for.
Well, that's what I've said that. Yeah, I have said that. They did all this: NASCAR, NBA. College basketball. That's billions of dollars. Billions and billions of dollars that we just threw out the window for this, and the numbers still aren't there.
New world
That's
order.
where I'm at. Well, I said it's a money grab. Jesus Christmas, man. Look at all the money that's been just in those few things that I said. NASCAR, NBA. We just stopped it all. You know, what effects it's going to have on your local school system taxes? I mean, people ain't got the money to tax. Yeah, it's going to be very, very bad 6 months from now. Just economy. Not even talking about this virus supposedly going around. I say supposedly, and I go both ways sometimes. I know people are getting sick, but what is it? You know, it's something else. It's something bigger. That's the right hand, man. Watch that right hand with the virus. What's the left hand doing? What's going down? What's coming? But I'm not out here to convince anybody. I'm out here just to maintain, survive, and tell you what I see and what I personally go through.
Mm-hmm. When did you get that link, Giggles? Because I think that's different than the one I have. Maybe when I lost connection, when I came back, maybe it changed. On mine, it looks like it's a J. It ends with HJ.
Yeah. Kaibo. Never let a good, and I've heard that statement, never let a good disaster go to waste. No, don't do, you can't let that. We got to do something when you have a bad disaster. Oh.
Sorry about that. I'll drop it again.
I guess everybody saw the commander of that aircraft carrier was Roosevelt, and he got whatever you call it, pulled off there because he sent that letter about his people on his ship getting sick. Yeah, they the powers to be scolded him, demoted him. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. Well, like I said earlier, Bob, I'll jump off this thing. I got to get my day rolling in some sort of direction, whether it be wrong or right direction. We're going to get it rolling. We're going to go fight the good fight.
If you got another minute or two to wait, because I think Captain Tom's coming up. You still coming up, Captain Tom? Or do you have some questions or something? There he is.
Oh,
Lord. I'm on. Are you there, AB?
Yes, sir. Bring it.
Okay. I got to shut this other one down because I am doing two things here. There we go. I got you. Listen, I got to tell you about your shoulder, man. My left goes out all the time. And the longer it's out, the more it hurts. And it's real easy to put in by yourself. You lay down on a real flat surface. You use your good arm. After you bring your knee up to your chin on your bad side, use your good arm to reach across your knee. You grab your arm of your bad side with your good side, and you pull it right across the front of yourself, across your knee, all the way to the other side, and it slides right back in, and it don't hurt.
You got a tear in my eye already. Yeah, you got a tear in my eye because mine.
I know, man.
Yeah.
The first time it happened to me, I wound up in the hospital, and they put me to sleep to do it. And then this guy that it happens to here on Guam, he told me how to do it. And the next, because it went out 3 or 4 times since then, I had to go back to the hospital, and then it hurt like hell. But when he told me how to do it, I tried it, and it was like instantaneous relief. And you can just feel it for like 2 weeks after that because it's so sore from it being out. The longer it's out, the more it hurts.
Thankfully, mine has not done that again. But over years, if you tear your labrum, because my wife, she does the x-rays, and I went and had an x-ray. She didn't quite put it in right originally. So I've got either some grindage, tearage of the, either the oh Lord.
Yep.
I'm trying to talk doctor stuff.
For a while.
Yeah, this happened probably 10 or 12 years ago.
Okay, I have learned how not to put my shoulder out over the time. I don't get in certain positions.
Yes, sir.
Like I don't lean on my left side like against the door like I'm trying to listen.
Yeah.
Which I was doing one time when it went out. I was trying to hear what they were saying on the other side of a door, and it fucking popped out, and I had to lay down real quick. Right outside the door I was trying to listen to, and it was like, man. I just did it real quick, and it was done, but man.
Thankfully, mine's not done that, but I can relate to what you're talking about because I've had 5 knee surgeries. I've really been ugly to my knees from football, motorcycles, everything else, doing dumb things. And my knee used to lock up years ago. And I learned if I laid on that was my right knee. If I sat on my butt, got on my left butt cheek and brought that knee inward, pushed it to the ground and extended it, it would pop back out. And I hadn't had that happen in a long time. So yeah, you learn. There's a simple position of running a vacuum cleaner with the right arm in front, pulling it back. When I do that movement, it's like, don't do that movement. It feels like it's going to come out. So yeah, I've learned those positions not to put that shoulder in because I don't want to go have knee surgery is easy. Shoulder surgery, nobody ever I mean, I've talked to some people do well with it. My son had it, but he was very young. He had a torn labrum, and he has some issues. He's getting older, but shit, he ain't 23 years old. That's why I told him, wait till you're 53, how it feels. Yeah, I appreciate that, Captain Tom. I hope to God I don't have to do that.
On that video that you watched of Mike Morales when the Instar went on his truck, what did you see at that intersection that was coming up?
Being on my phone, I think you may have put a blind intersection.
You were coming up to a blind intersection, and it is an ambush point where they're going to walk out from both of those corners. And if you try to run it, the next intersection, they're going to have a trailer to jam right across it before you can get there.
You sound like you've been in the military.
I recognized it immediately when I saw it. I just went, whoa, man, lock them up, put it in reverse, and get the fuck out of there. Excuse me, Bob.
You sound like you got some military background.
No, I'm a retired ship's captain, but I was a drug dealer for a lot of years, and I run motorcycles. I learned how to do a lot of things.
Yeah, you say that. I told a story a long time ago when I first started trucking. I had, and there's some Italian in my background. I had a man approach me about hauling something up in New York City, and it kind of scared me. I was young, and I knew what it was. Yeah, you know, because he was offering cash money, and in my mind. Now that could have been a setup. I had the little load, and the big load was coming that way, so I didn't get myself involved in that. But when you get approached with things like that, it's a weird feeling.
Yeah, I was approached here on Guam to bring in a bunch of Chinese on a small boat from Saipan, and $1,000 a head. And I had the guy set up that said he wanted to go with me because he had not an AK, an AR-15, and we were going to do it. And then at the last moment, I said, you know what? I don't.
This don't feel right. Yeah.
Yeah. And just the way that the guy was coming off with it, it just didn't feel right. I was either going to be dead or in jail. I knew it, man.
Neither one of those are a positive thing, are they?
Nope. That's right.
Yeah,
they had about 22 or 25 Chinese or something that they were going to load on my on their boat, and I said, no, I'll take my boat, which was a 42-footer Flybridge cruiser with twin 3208s in it, and I would have lost everything, man. I just know it, man. And the guy that had the AR-15, he wasn't all that trustable either, you know. I think he might have been a lot of talk. You know,
well, so you're familiar. You're probably familiar with what Bob put up under the Baltic Index and showing the travel of the.
Yeah.
It'll show everything, and if that's the case, and there's all these boats out there, that throws up question marks to me. What are they doing out there? What's on their boat? You know, I'll take a look at that today.
If a big tsunami is coming or something like that, because I live about 600-700 feet above the water line here.
The red ones were gasoline tankers. A lot of them.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Right, but it does seem like there's an awful lot of boats.
What did he, like he said, what were the green and orange ones? I didn't catch some of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Red, you said was fuel tankers? Okay. I'll have to look at that.
Yeah, that's what I said, I think was, but probably it seems to me like maybe something's going to happen on the land, so go in the water. You know, probably not all.
Okay,
that's a possibility.
I got to interrupt. My phone's getting hot again. I got to get off.
All right. Bye. Thank you, Captain.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck on that, brother.
All right. You take care.
The oil, with fuel and oil, I can understand that because I got people working oil fields, or friends of mine. They, you know, and it's global economy when it comes to that because China uses a bunch of oil. Yeah.
Everyone's in their house.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they have no place to store the crude right now. So maybe it's floating out there as a storage facility because there are people hedging on oil right now. It's cheap. So what they're doing is gambling, waiting on it to go back up. So they may buy the ships. You can get a ship cheap.
Yeah, Trump ordered to slow down 15 million barrels a day or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, they bought it up, put it in a strategic reserve, but there's only so much space, dude. Cushing, Oklahoma is a large, very huge. I couldn't even tell you how many acres, but nothing but storage tanks, and they're all full. You know, because people aren't moving. Gas is cheap, but we're restricted. You can't go and do a lot of things. You know, so some of that makes sense to me. But I want to know about the rest of the stuff. What's on the rest of the ships? What are we moving?
Right.
It probably ain't goods. I mean, if it is, I mean, who the hell's manufacturing it? So, I don't know. Research, connect the dots, man. We got a gigantic. What is that? We had connect the dot game when we were kids. Man, this game's huge, and there's so many dots, and trying to connect them is mind blowing. But the outcome, I'm almost sure the outcome is not going to be a positive outcome. But anyway, Bob, yeah, I'll jump off here. I know you probably need to get a couple hours sleep. Your wife still staying? She's still going to work?
Well, Sunday night.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. Ooh, today's Monday.
Yep, all day.
I must have my days mixed up. Must be tonight.
She works night shift?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's rough. Mine did that for
That's why I do the lives all night.
You're by yourself, and you can rant and have a lot of noise. I get in trouble. When she was working night shift, she'd sleep during daytime, and I'd be outside doing something. It's always something loud. I mean, she come outside one day and just cussed me out. Are you effing kidding me? You're out here with a pressure washer, and I'm trying to sleep. And I know about working night shifts, man. Done it on and off quite a few years. It's rough on the body.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna jump off here and get my day going, and we'll touch bases and see what's going on. I got to go pick up I've been doing this load of medical supplies up to hospital in South Carolina. I've been doing that for about 2 months. Every Monday, pick it up on Monday, deliver it Tuesday morning. It's kind of been a gravy deal for me. And then we just spin off the rest of the week on what we can find to haul, whether it be food or something. It's kind of warming up. I've hauled some loads of chemicals that are in these totes. They don't want it to freeze and things like that. I don't have a hazmat license anymore. I let that go because it just don't pay to haul hazmat stuff. All the BS you got to go through. But anyway, yeah, we'll saddle up, man. It's gonna be an interesting ride the next few weeks.
Yes, it is.
But I'm for little old country boy. I'm as prepared as I can be. I mean, I can shack up and stay shacked up for a little while if need be.
Good. That's what's up.
And that's what I tell people. You make sure you're as best you can be financial. I know they've caught a bunch of people off guard with this. There's not going to be money flowing. And if you waited, I've been putting my stuff up for years.
Me too.
Money during the good times when there's money, and I sneak and I buy a firearm or some more ammo or some more food, and till the wife gets mad at me. How many of those firearms do you need? And I enjoy shooting guns too, you know. But I know what's up, and like I said, we'll see. We shall see. Other than that, yeah. Get you some sleep, Bob, and everybody else have a good day. Stay positive in a negative world, because I can promise you again, it's a negative. There's a lot of negative coming every day. So other than that, Bob, y'all have a great day. I'm gonna get off here and get operational.
Okay, you take care, and thanks a lot for coming up. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you. And Giggles want me to play the video. I'll play it real quick, and then I will end also, because it's sunshine. I didn't even get any sleep. So let's see what we got here. And thank you, Giggles, and thank you, everybody. I see it went down to 20 already, so much love to you all if you're leaving. I'm just going to play this video and I'm going to call tonight as well. Much love to everybody. Yep, tomorrow, Captain Tom. Actually, tonight. What am I saying?
Eva! 5G! Eva! Fuck the 5G! Yeah! New revolution! Give me one! Give me one!
Someone's burnt the 5G tower already. Mad out here. Look at that. 5G tower. 0G now. 0G.
So this is why I'm not self-isolating, you hear me? Man's out here doing the business. What are you lot doing?
If a man said don't mow when the internet's locked up. We'll use 4G instead, bro. We don't need 5G. Come on. Use your head. 5G's for robots. Gonna go, bro. Kev. How the fucking way? Kev.
In Whole Green, next to Euro car parts, on fire. Someone come and blew it up by the looks of it, but it's a 5G tower and it's fully on fire. It's good. The top of the 5G tower, look, they're blowing it out, but it's not coming out.
I was born into a system constructed for failures. A sinking ship being manned by drunken sailors. Escape waters behind the bars of the jailer. And this manic attack and they withhold the inhaler. The shoe doesn't fit, what good is a tailor? In the midst of this crisis, please cancel the gala. Without a symphony, there's no need for a prelude to foreshadow what's to come. See the secret committees commence with their meetings to make red tape in response to simple questions. Questions threaten the perception of a beneficial system, a pyramid scheme with its cogs and its pistons. Mechanization of man, making more and more live in a miserable existence. How can so few claim so many victims? And this begs the question. My arrest is a weapon against the oppression of man's obsession to control things. Look at the long line of make-believe kings, and the Lord of the Flies wants you to kiss his ring. Follow new rolls with invisible strings and become a puppet in a diabolical scheme. How the good men become a part of the regime. They don't believe in resistance.
Oh.
Lesson number one, overcome every fear of regret and confusion. It's all an illusion, delusions to disconnect the whole infusion of the spirit and the flesh. Every mortal breath's meant to bring forth fire, but only when the fear of death gets consumed on the funeral pyre. So let the flames rise higher, and let every man be considered a liar. If he doubts the goodness and faithfulness of God, engineers will compulsively nod in approval when unbelief is taught in all our temples and schools. But God can restrain the madness of a fool. He can bring his truth through the mouth of a mule, and you can move a mountain without any tools. It just takes the faith of a
Nice. Had a good beat to it too. Tommy, I'll have to leave him a message. Tommy Rogers. Thank you for that. And thank you all for spending all night and morning. Giggles really put out some good info tonight. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna call it a night or morning, whatever you want to say. I don't know. I'm beat. Didn't have time to shave even. Take care, everyone. Captain out. Me too. Giggles, James Sarama, Captain Tom, Leo Lion, Stardust, Freenet, Kibo, Truth Seeker 2020. Leo Lion, Tango Liberty. Oh, I didn't see you come in. Tango Liberty saying good morning. How you doing? Sorry, I'm gonna be ending it. Going on 10.5 hours. Much love to you all. Thank you all. Sean Connolly. Much love, Kibo. Patty Snyder. You're welcome. Thank you all. And I shall see you tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I don't make it by 8, it's usually before or by 9, between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm tired. Okay, much love to everybody. Got 21 in the chat. Let's say goodbye to each other before I end it. And hope everyone is stay safe and stay aware of your surroundings because, you know, I don't know. It's not looking good. All right. Take care, everyone. Tommy Tremonte. Much love, everybody. Take care. That's right, Leo. See you tonight. Take care, everybody. Good night, Giggles. And thank you again. And Keys for Truth and Richard Borba and Geronimo and everybody else that was here before. Much love to everybody. Take care.